bank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the result. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena on. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? Yes, y'all. And you don't stop. What's good, party people in the place to be? It's the number one chief rocker in Knicks universe. Your main man, Uncle Freezy. What's good? What's good? How y'all doing today, men and women? How y'all doing today? How y'all doing today, man? How y'all doing today, man? We got a lot of news, man. Jalen Brunson had his press conference today. He just finished watching that. Had to go through that and watch it. Make sure I was actually getting something. So Leon Rose didn't speak today. So there was a press conference with no press. Salute to the chat. Salute to my people. Salute everybody. Let me get this stuff here. Let me get some stuff moved around here, man. It's Christian Cortez is in the building. Joe Madden is in the building. What's good? Trying to move some stuff around here. Let me. Yeah, man. Joe Madden is in the building. Mr. Lee is in the building. Drip More, Shami White was good. It was good. Quiet Money was good. Rodolfo Irizarry is in the building. Ilmatics 27 is in the building. What's good? Deron Wayne. Miss Geraldine, I see you. Will Salkin is in the building. What's good? Infamous New King, Silk Sutton. Nick Ewing, what's good? Knicks will be champs. White Falcon, Kendall Rivera. What's good, y'all? Keith Turner. Jeremy, what's good? Silk Sutton says, I didn't see Scott Perry up there with the other management. What's up with that? I don't know. I saw Tom Thibodeau cheesing, though. That was hilarious to see. Tom Thibodeau smiling. That was funny. Dave N, what's good? Tom from Huntington, what's going on? Okay. Chuck Allen. Kevin Pryor, what's good? Annuity 25, what's good? I see y'all. Paris Duggar is in the building. Exactly. Paris Duggar, exactly. Let's have that for once. Can we? Can we? Right? Positive vibes, man. How about some of them? Can we have some positive vibes? I don't know. We'll see. Y'all know how I do, though. Man, look, I don't force people to think like me. People think differently than me a lot. I don't begrudge them for feeling a certain way. I respect their opinions. Even if I don't agree, sometimes I just don't even say that, man. I let it rock. Because all of us are going to have different opinions at times. Worldwide L is in the building. Matt Hall, what's good? Matt Hall says, y'all need Mitchell. He will take you to another level, man. Yeah, man, I agree, bro. I agree. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. No doubt. No doubt. What's good, party people? How y'all feeling out there? Y'all need for me to crank it up? Y'all need for me to say some blue tears, orange tears, blue orange tears. Wait a minute. Y'all need for me to put my lucky hat on? Y'all need for me to put my lucky hat on to get this thing cranked up? That's what we need? Let me see if I can find my lucky hat around here somewhere. Y'all need for me to throw the lucky hat on, man. Don P, what's good? Yo, listen, man. I'm about to pull a marathon, bro. Legit, I didn't get to do the Knicks morning drive like I wanted to. So I figure I'm just going to pull a shift today. Right? So I'm not going to do a Knicks at Night podcast. What I'm going to do is just rock with this until everybody run out of energy, bro. So I'm going to do. Whether that be, what time is it? It's 8 o'clock or 8:12? Yo, whether that be 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, whatever. I'm just going to rock with y'all. I'm going to just leave this live stream open until we just run out of gas, till we get tucked out. You know what I mean? Kenny Payne, low-key brought that Knicks swag back to the... Yeah. Yeah, talking about to Louisville. For sure. The only sad thing is that Kenny Payne didn't get to see Donovan Mitchell play as a Knick. Let me throw this link in the chat so we can get this party started right. So we can get this party started quickly, right? So I watched the Jalen Brunson interview. MSG's production is always top notch. Always top notch. Always. So I got 3 topics that I really want to touch on. Right? I got 3 topics that I want to touch on. Right? Will the Mets get Juan Soto? Will the Mets get Juan Soto before the Knicks get Donovan Mitchell? Will the New York Mets trade for and accept a trade package for Juan Soto before the New York Knicks trade and accept a package for Donovan Mitchell? Mr. Rivera was good.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Yo, it's about time for me to get you an intro, right?
Yeah, I mean, did I earn it? I don't know. I just
How
want
many
to pay my dues.
you been on 25 times yet?
I haven't kept count, but I know that I've been here a lot.
It seemed like it, right? Seemed like
Yeah,
it's probably about that time.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I'll work with the music producer on this joint, Chuck Allen, to see if we got something laying around. If not, then I'll find something suitable. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that.
But Chuck Allen is the Chuck Allen is like the Timberland of this. Chuck Allen is like the Teddy Riley or the Quincy Jones of this for us.
That's some big shoes.
That's low praise for Chuck, man. But
Yeah.
I mean, the dude is just that good. I saw him make 4 smash songs in one day, bro. It was crazy.
Yeah, but Chuck is a genius. And he got
man.
his takes be crazy too. His takes be smart, intelligent takes too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I wanted to hop on because I wanted to. I had a theory of why Leon didn't speak at this press conference. I feel like he didn't want to get questioned about the whole Donovan Mitchell thing. I feel like it's still like I feel like he was going to get bombarded of questions about Spider, and it's going to take away from Brunson. That's one, and two, I think that he don't want to let the cat out the bag yet. It's not time yet.
Okay.
They would have been asking about the tampering stuff too.
Yeah.
He kind of nipped that in the bud early when they asked him what he was like a family. I know these people, my home life is family, so kind of nipped that in the butt. But
right.
And them dudes there, it would have been, so what would be like potential about playing with Donovan Mitchell, who he thinks in the roster. They'll question the tampering. It's just that this time they were right to keep the media away. Just let Jalen have his day, and then, you know, the New York media, bro, with Donovan stuff going around, they'd have been all over that the whole time.
They would have been all over that, bro.
And I saw a picture today on Instagram. It was the first time I got like excited before the season started like that. It was a picture of Brunson. A starting lineup. It was Brunson, Spider, RJ, Obi, and Mitch. And I don't know. I just got excited at that. I was like, well, that's a nice lineup. You ain't even got to have Obi do much. That just I don't know. That just got excited me for some reason.
Yeah, man. So that's one of the other things I wanted to get to as well. You remember I said that there were 3 things that I wanted to talk about today?
Yes, sir. 1
is the Donovan Mitchell trade. 2, Jalen Brunson being here, and 3, if we get Spider, does that mean Julius Randle is going to be traded? But I want to talk about them one at a time, because on panels like this, sometimes we go down roads and never come back.
Oh yeah,
right. You know what I'm saying? Like we start on the topic, and then we go down the road, and then before you know it, it's like, yeah, man. Spree, what's good, bro?
Not much, man. If we get Donovan Mitchell, he's winning the MVP of the league.
Yeah. Did you get to see Latrell Sprewell today?
I did. I was happy he was there. You know, Jalen. He meant a lot to Jalen as a little boy. So he meant a lot to all of us. You know, I was young too. That was my guy. I had the Sprewell jersey. Come on now, Freezy. I had the jersey as a little kid. I mean, so this is family. So when people say Jalen Brunson's not a winner, says who? He is a winner. He won at Villanova.
Right.
I don't like that. I don't get that. He's a winning player. I don't care that he's small. So what? That doesn't measure a guy's heart.
Right.
Sure, it don't.
Right.
He said that. He was estimated under his whole career. Too short, too slow, not athletic.
Yep.
And he said that he more or less was kind of like it's been the whole way and it's nothing different here. Says to the chip. Which is good. He knows he's on the bag, that the pressure is not off. Pressure hasn't started yet. And he knows it. So I think he'd be all right here. I think if you don't get Donovan and it's just him, and then there's a lot of pressure just on him. Because Knicks fans now are going to be disappointed. And they were like, oh, well, Brunson's got to do more now. But I think with this team, you bring in Spider, whatever other moves are there, I think he fits in nicely. Defense would be a bit of an issue, but Brunson, I have no problem with it.
Okay.
Good ball player.
Yeah, I think so too. Is he that serious, or does he look like? To me, for him not to be smiling at all, kind of put me in this weird space. Is he really excited to be here, or is he just serious all the time?
I think he's just taking it in the moment. Like, I think that he may be that serious person, but we kind of need that because a lot of times we be complaining of like people like Obi smiling. So like I kind of think we need that guy that's like got his head like straight.
A lot of his interviews remind me of like D Rose. Not much said, very quiet, not much smile, a little grin here or there. D Rose he's got better as he's got older. He's a bit more laid back. Remember D Rose when he was younger was a lot serious.
Yeah, no personality. He didn't have personality.
Yeah. So I think it's just serious. He's the type of kid that's probably all business, and he's groomed that way because his dad was in the league and he's been around Leon and these dudes that have been in the league.
Somebody got wind in the background. Somebody got some wind in the background, man.
That's the California breeze off the Pacific Ocean. You would know about that good stuff.
That's that Lakers breeze.
That's that Lakers.
That Lakers breeze. That's what that is.
What are you going to pick Julius Randle up at Los Angeles LAX?
Man, I'm about to take exactly drop him off at this at the crypto.com arena and be like, good luck.
Wow.
Yeah, and tell Russ he doesn't need to fly in because the bot will send the buyout to him.
Exactly.
Yeah,
we'll send it to Utah.
We'll transfer the money, transfer the cash. Wow. That's a nice welcome though for Brunson though. I like the the professional,
right.
That was really nice, and almost make him feel like a hometown boy kind of because he grew up in the Garden kind of sort of.
Yeah, they try to spice it up with the J and the Fabio. They try to spice it up with the music.
I mean, I agree. Like, I like this that he was serious. Like, to me, he seems no nonsense. Grew up in the Villanova system under Jay Wright. He's just a ball player. Like, I just think when he talks about, look, yeah, I'm excited. New York deserves a championship, but let's not kid ourselves. This is gonna be a process. Like, he's being realistic and serious at the same time. So he's speaking my language.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not getting that excited yet off the press conference, only because I saw the same press conference with Kemba last year.
I think it's a little different. I understand what you're saying.
Kemba was all smiles and happy to be home. Kemba, I think, was happy just someone gave him a contract.
Yeah, I know, but they had this whole big thing for Kemba. Had him sign. Did he sign his contract?
What? So you didn't? Okay. So what you're saying is for the second year in a row, the Knicks brought in a undersized hometown guy that was the man that won a championship in college and is looking to bring his great game from another team to the Garden and excite the Garden.
I think it's a little different. Kemba was done.
Yeah, Brunson's 25. Kemba was 30 with 32, 33 with arthritis.
Yeah. I like Brunson. He's tough. Like, he's tough. Like, he's one of those, like one of those guys, and you look at him, you be like, yo, bro, nice. He's like one of those guys. Like,
he could probably do what Kemba did when Kemba used to eat the right way. Even though Kemba, he just got bad knees now.
Yeah. Kemba should smack Michael Jordan. I'm not gonna lie, because he ain't give him no help for years.
It's true.
Yeah, well,
I think it's his demeanor though, as far as Brunson. Like, I've seen him talk, or like before, he been like he always looked like he ain't really like smiling, or I don't think it was just today. So hopefully that serious attitude. And I think somebody mentioned how he said like with his dad he used to be crying and his father used to ask him, do you really want to do this? And I was like, kind of explain why he's so tough. And for him to say that at the press conference, he kind of gave you an idea. Sometimes people say stuff, you could just pay attention. They asked him things about, like somebody said him being a certain size, and he said, I measured a heart. He said, it's about my heart. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So, them short dudes got a complex, man.
Whoa. I don't got no complex.
Short dudes.
Especially
them dudes. Like this, he coming in to get buckets. And Then when they asked him who he respect, he said nobody.
Yeah.
And then he doubled back and said maybe Kerry. You know, he been winning. And I said I like that.
Yeah,
And
dog.
I've been hearing dudes shout him out. To be
Yeah.
real, as far as him being hard to guard. So for him to say he don't know who to say, I was like, okay, this dude, he coming with his gangster. He ain't smiling, and it's funny you said that, Freeze, because I only noticed that he ain't even cracked a smile. He getting a lot of money, so that could either be one or the other thing. But
And guess who he
He
said
has
his
respect
favorite
around
Knicks
the
were?
league.
Guess who his favorite Knicks are?
Sprewell, Houston.
he said
Sprewell and
Rose.
Allen.
He said Rose seen him before his father did. So
Leon, yeah.
he said Leon saw me before my dad did. So
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. That's his godfather for real.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, man.
it's a family affair.
I mean, he's one of us. He's one of like he grew up in this, or he's one of us. He was here when it was good. Like it's I don't know how any Knicks fan cannot be rooting for this guy.
I mean, we have to. I mean, from my opinion, you know, it's talent, and coming from where we coming from, we needed talent. And one thing I could say, you know, the way he spoke about the fans, he knows he won in the Garden with the Big East and different things. So he know the magnitude, and I think that's what, you know, he gonna come with it because of all those things. Trust me, man, we got somebody that could take the ball pressure off the other guys who couldn't handle ball pressure. And even if we don't get Donovan Mitchell, these guys should play better. Hopefully we do. I don't even want to really say that. I'm just saying, like, you know, they're gonna be good with Brunson at the point of attack. And you can't speed him up. You know, he's an experienced point guard and could score.
Facts.
And the thing about him, we've seen in the playoffs, he played with the ball in his hands, and he played very well, played great, actually a lot better with the ball in his hands, and then a couple of games against Utah. But then you've seen throughout his career, he's been able to play well, extremely well, off a ball-dominant guy like Luka. So you know he could fit in beside Randall, or if a case of Donovan's here, he definitely could be able to fit in like beside Donovan. So I think he is a good addition. I think when people worry about that he come off the bench for such a long time and he was only kind of come out now and that they gave him a big deal and that type of stuff. But opening night or a couple of weeks into the season, they'll kind of see what type of a good player is, and they're going to see that he's a different type of point guard that we've had. We haven't had a point guard that can do what he's done in a while.
And what's that saying? Beggars can't be choosers. So
exactly, they want to go from Alfred Payton to prime Michael or prime Magic Johnson or somebody. You know, the Knicks. We stink and we want talent, but they want the top talent. Like a lot of them are even sold on getting Mitchell. They're like, oh, he's not going to win you a championship, but you need to take steps.
Yeah, and they want the top talent, and then want to trade a signed Sprewell jersey for it versus talent.
And that's the same fan who be saying, play the young guys, keep the young guys. So,
and Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar said, Brunson shoved the basketball down Donovan's throat on my TV. He
did.
He got the best of Donovan Mitchell.
He did.
Right. What I would say to that though is not so what, but Donovan Mitchell is still talented, bro. So even if Brunson beat him in a matchup, does that mean he's not worth having here?
You know where he at, Freezy? He in Black Ops. He just dunked on Bonchero. They just posted it with Chris.
Oh yeah. He broke the rim. Like he messed up the rim.
Almost broke the rim. Like that boy go off one crossover and upstairs, man.
Yeah.
And that's just not saying like in the same way he did in that pickup game, he could do that in the NBA game.
Yeah, exactly. That's an NBA player he did that against.
Exactly.
Bro. Exactly. The number one pick.
You can do it in the NBA. The dunk contest champion. You know that that athleticism for size is off the charts, and he plays. People talk about a small backcourt, and he's a small two guard. Worst case scenario is at some point you move Motor to the point. And even at the two is like he plays bigger because he's a 6'10" wingspan and he has hopped for days. So he gets bigger than 6'1".
Mm-hmm.
But they're too concerned. Is the funny thing is like he's been all great player. He's going to be this. He's going to be that. As soon as the Knicks are trading from, he's too small. He's not a winner. It's like, give me a break.
Yeah, they love him on another team, but hate him on the Knicks.
Yeah. He ain't going to do nothing with the Knicks, but he's going to go to Miami. And then the thing is, Miami can give up Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, 3 picks from. The Knicks have to give up R.J. Barrett, the Statue of Liberty, and 10 picks. It's like,
and in the transit system,
That's what happens when you take so many L's, man. It's like get beat so many years. This is how people think.
Exactly.
They want it, then they say no too much. Yo,
Which don't make sense. I just hope this year we don't do the putting anybody against each other. Because my cousins, my whole family are Knicks fans. As soon as the summer league started and Grimes started showing out, here go my brothers. They talking about
hey, let me do this real quick.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Paris Duggar, thank you for that, man. I didn't understand that, man. I'm sorry about that. Paris Duggar says, I wasn't knocking Donovan. I'm saying we got a guy. Yeah, man.
We know, Paris.
We know that.
I definitely agree with you.
They teaming up.
Yeah, man. I definitely agree with you, bro, on this one. That's super smart. You know what I'm saying? Super smart, bro.
Exactly. It's almost like saying if Steph put up 40 against KD and then they bring KD over to be like, yo, Steph put 40 against him. I'm like, so even better. That means they both got skills.
Yeah.
Now adding talent to talent. I think Brunson is gonna have an easier time getting Donovan points than he did getting his Luka points, because Donovan can actually hit those outside shots better than Luka. So I think potentially Mitchell may get better scoring wise than Luka was getting, which means that combine those two exponentially get better because they both make each other's game easier.
Yeah. I think Brunson's gonna give us the most efficient 19-7 that you probably ever see.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's gonna open a lot of things for us. I think Mitch gonna be better because, like, I think Freeze said the other day, Donovan Mitchell and Gobert passing can make Mitch look way better. Pick and rolls. I mean, I think when you got a lot of weapons on your team, it opens up the game for a lot of players.
And also, Julius can now relax a little bit. He doesn't have to carry the load of thinking the game. He can just be natural and get the shot back, get the pump fakes going, get to the rim. Jalen can get downhill now. RJ can get downhill now, and Julius hopefully of all of this, Julius to me is the winner here and can get back to not just a 20-10, but an efficient All-NBA guy again. That would be nice.
See, that's where my concern is. Everybody needs to go downhill, but nobody can shoot. Like Randall, they can hit the three, but the problem is none of them are like shooters where they're going to space the floor like that.
Well, Randall didn't hit the three last year.
But he never hit he hit the three. He hit 40% once in his career. Every other of his career was 39, 20, 39. Was it 30? 29, I think, was his first year with the Knicks, right? He was 29%.
He needs to get it back. He needs to get it back.
But what's he going to get it back to? He's at his career average.
I know, but when he shot it incredible, you could say that's just because there were no fans in the stands. It was an aberration year, and you may be right. But what I'm saying is, he did it 1 year. Why can't he do it again?
He can get it to league average. If he can get it to league average, then we're doing something.
He was shooting 40% from three that year.
Let me inject some basketball here, like some on-court basketball here, right?
Go ahead.
The year Julius Randle shot 41%, they had a point guard that can get in the paint.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You're going to shoot better with Brunson.
That's true. Elfrid Payton could get in the paint.
Right. Now, he couldn't shoot, but he could get in the paint. He can threaten the defense, which forces the defense to collapse. And then you can spray the ball out to three-point shooters. Last year, we had no threat. Dudes could get in the paint, but they couldn't do nothing when they got there. Some of them could. Two guys couldn't. Quickly and Kemba not getting in the paint early on. Quickly later on, after Randall was out for the season, But Burks was never a threat to do anything in the paint, so people just let him get there. Like, you can get there, but what you gonna do? Nothing.
Fall.
Yeah, and then Derrick Rose was injured for most of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Or the fact Crazy was like most of his career, nobody respects him at the 3-point line, starting hitting shots. Now they started closing out on him again, and he's back down to what he was.
So I like that, Joe. So if let me address Paris Duggar super chat. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says Brunson is going to raise our situational intelligence, and I'm going to add and awareness.
Facts.
Right, situational intelligence and awareness.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, and Joe, listen. If dudes paced up to Julius Randle at the 3-point line, that means they won't be sagging down in the paint. I'm clogging up the paint for our cutters. So either way, we win.
Yeah,
Right.
they can't, Fuzy, with those 3 guys on the floor.
And the Mitchell to Mitch, Donovan to Robinson combination, that would be crazy with no one double clogging the paint. Actually, if you look, would you guys agree that every single player on the team will be with a better team they've ever played with before? That means Mitchell will be with a better team that's ever played with before, better 4 guys. Brunson, even RJ, every one of our players will have a better teammates around him than they've ever had before overall. So the whole team is elevated because they're all going to be playing with better players than ever played before.
Yeah. Who else? You know who else benefits this a lot? Tibbs, because Tibbs gets to really open up the offense instead of that basic offense that he run. He really get to run an NBA offense, a modern day NBA offense, not the 1997 offense.
Another funny thing was when he answered about Tibbs, Brunson, he's gonna co-sign Tibbs' toughness and hardness on players. So he'll probably be able to bring some of those rookies and those second player players aside and be like, "Yo, that's how he is. You go hard all the time. You gotta get harder. You gotta get tougher." Because you'd be like, "That's how we grew up." It's almost like a cat from Brooklyn, because that's a real bar. In Brooklyn, we snapping each other all the time, and so some people's feelings get hurt. You go down to like North Carolina and you insult somebody and you call out, you say your mama or something, and they start crying. But in Brooklyn, they're like, "No, come back with the harder stuff." So that's how I'm feeling with Brunson. He's gonna say to IQ and those guys, or Obi, "Man, what he just said to you, that means he likes you and he wants you to go harder. Let's go." You know what I mean?
So North Carolina's guys are soft, huh?
That's all I heard.
I'm messing with it. I'm trolling.
Let me ask you guys this. So obviously I want Randall to be great. I'm a Randall guy. I want his value to get up because I like the guy personally, even though he had a bad year last year. But let me ask you this. I'm monitoring the AD situation right now. I am. I'm not sold on the Lakers. And in my opinion, if you add Donovan Mitchell and can free up space, I do believe family is very important. AD may want to get out of there at some point. I'm not saying that should be our end goal. What I'm saying is if you can get a Donovan Mitchell here with Jalen Brunson, in my opinion, that becomes a way more attractive thing for a guy like AD, if healthy.
It's a hard pass for me. Oh, well, not a hard pass. That's an easy pass for me. I'm not a big fan of AD's game. Never really was. I really thought he was. He was kind of a big ball centric big man that wasn't going to win anything, and yet again won a chip off the back of LeBron. LeBron's now declining. He's not going to win anything without him again. And AD's declining.
AD when healthy is a top 5 to 10 player in the league.
I would not agree with that at all. There's a lot of guys that I would have jumped ahead of AD. Like AD's a basketball player. He's an all-star boy.
Hey, after I read this super chat, let's name him. Let me think about who you would while I read this super chat, and we'll just break it down instead of speculate about it. So Justin DW says, "We debate, but we can say this is the beginning of something special. Shout out to Leon for starting to make us fun again. This getting better and better." Hey man, I agree with you, bro. I'm excited about the improvement, right? And it's not just a stopgap Band-Aid improvement, right? This looks like a long-term improvement and steady climbing towards the top. If you go get a Donovan Mitchell and you trade away a few of these kids, a few of what people call ham sandwiches, and a few draft picks that Leon was going to probably trade back with again anyway to bring in Donovan Mitchell, I'm all for it, man. I say let's do it. Yeah, hey Joe, you said so. You said AD is not top 5 or he's not top 10.
I maybe just outside the top. He's definitely 100% not top 5. No way. No way in hell in this league right now.
Top 5 to 10. I said 5 to 10.
10 on a good day.
When he's healthy, you can't tell me he's not a top 10 player. There's not 10 players.
Nah, there's a list of guys fully healthy that I would take ahead of him.
Okay, name them. Name them.
All right. Giannis.
Okay.
Luka.
Yes.
Jokic.
Yes.
Tatum. Jimmy Butler.
No.
I would take Jimmy Butler ahead of him.
No. Not when healthy.
I would take Jimmy Butler ahead of him. Right? How many did I name there? I went to Giannis. The 6, right?
I think you named 5.
I go LeBron, Kawhi. We have to go up and down the order. I would take Ja Morant over him.
Okay.
Where am I going? I have to go to Golden State. Steph. What am I doing? I didn't even put Steph in that list.
I think that's 8.
Steph.
It's 8. Jimmy's not better than AD though.
I would take Jimmy over AD.
No. Okay.
You wouldn't?
I would not.
Okay.
No. And I would not take Damian Lillard over AD when healthy, when AD is healthy. That's just me.
That's debatable. I don't know about Dame. I don't know if I take Dame over.
And I would not take. I wouldn't.
Definitely not now.
I wouldn't take James Harden over AD when healthy. That's just me.
Wow.
No, when healthy, but Harden now. Harden's kind of finished now. But when James Harden and AD was healthy, I would consider Harden over AD.
I don't know.
Did you say Embiid?
You didn't say Embiid, and I would take Embiid over AD.
I take Embiid.
Oh, Embiid, yeah.
When healthy.
When healthy, yeah.
Embiid.
But I'm just saying, when AD is healthy, he's around a top 10 player. Period. And all I'm saying is he has ties, just like Jalen Brunson has ties to people in our organization. I'm not saying it's happening. Like I'm not foolish. I'm not trying to say that. What I'm saying is you can't tell me that the Knicks should be monitoring something like that. If they are able to get a Donovan Mitchell and free up space, then your mind wanders to, okay, what are the possibilities down the line? That's why I think it's very important. We have to build it step by step, but this is not the end once we get Donovan Mitchell. This is just the beginning.
I think the next move would be somehow to move. If you're going with Brunson and Mitchell, somehow would be to move Randall. They already know. You're hearing already the reports now. If we get Mitchell, they're already looking to move him. They're willing to eat money and take Westbrook's money.
Like people are saying,
it would probably be Derrick Rose.
That opens up money next year. They know Randall and Mitchell won't fit it all. And I don't think
Derrick Rose and Randall.
And locker room stuff too. I didn't think they know Randall's ego is too high, and if they bring in 2 guys to jump ahead of him and as an option, he's not going to be happy.
Do you think the Knicks are really that stupid? So they get Donovan Mitchell and their cap strung. Do you really think that was their plan? Of course not. It's to get Mitchell the asset and then get the next superstar after that.
Nah,
yeah, it depends where the superstars come from. It might take a couple of years.
Yeah, we got to get Donovan Mitchell first to get the next star. But don't.
I'm saying in reference to what they trying to make moves to do. Because remember how much you got to spend to even get him. So that's why I thought, like what Frieza just was saying about Randall. That's why they got to make more space. But I don't think that's for thinking about AD or somebody yet. I don't think. I mean, you could be
No, I
right.
don't think so. I think they're trying. I don't think they know yet. I'm just saying I think they're trying to get financially right if they do bring in Mitchell to create opportunities after potential.
I also
we
think
don't have
roster
to get-
fit too, because you have to
we
look
don't
at it
players.
with
We're not
guys
gonna
with
be able to get-
usage.
Yo,
Like, you're
Miguel
too many
P, thank
guys
you
to
for
be
the
the
generous
ball.
contribution. Miguel P says, keep the AD comparisons to 4s and 5s.
Okay.
But you know what?
That's true.
I ain't even going. Yo, in my opinion, Anthony Davis is a top 5 player. Right? When
I
you
said
play
5 to
Anthony
10.
Davis at the 4, and if you keep Anthony Davis at the 4, now you're only talking about one guy at his position that's better than him.
I
Consistently. Agree. No other guy at his position is better than him on a nightly basis.
He's just
they
not
might
healthy.
They might win a head-to-head matchup with him occasionally. Like Randall might go for like 29 and 13 against him. You know what I'm saying? One random night. But what's going to happen the next night when Randall play against the Clippers? Randall ain't get ready to do that every night. Randall's not a 29 and 13 player.
He's just not healthy, Freeze. If he's healthy, AD is a 5 to 10 player. You could put him wherever. You could slot him 7. You could whatever. He's up there.
But my point is, the point I'm getting at is when he plays the 4, he stays healthy. When you play him at the 5, he gets dinged up just like other dudes that play the 5.
Mm-hmm.
That's why teams don't invest money in centers no more, because centers get dinged up a lot. Teams generally run a rotation at center. Like, instead of going out and getting a Joel Embiid, right? Why not invest that money in a Devin Booker and then go get a Devin Booker, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George combination, as opposed to playing a center who you gonna ask him, what other player on in the NBA are you telling we gonna run a play, but in order for it to work, you got to get run into full speed by another human being? Think about that. Think about, in order for this to play to work, you got to come up here and set a screen and take contact in your midsection and ribs, and then roll to the rim, jump over everybody, catch a lob, and dunk over 2 people.
Yep. That's why KP didn't want to play the 5.
But then you look at the point guard. You see the point guard saucing. I ain't need no contact. You know, so he gonna shoot a 3, and if you come in his landing area, they're gonna call foul, right? So the thing about bigs, don't knock Anthony Davis for not wanting to play the 5, bro. I mean, think about it. When's the last time the Knicks had a center to play 82 games? All of us, chat, answer that question, and the video panel is going to hold a breath until we find out when's the last time the Knicks had a center to play 82 games.
And then this is why, Freezy, I'm not really sold on centers. I would use a center like a running back and get a new one in every year and pay him $2 million.
Yeah. But I feel you. I feel you on that point. I don't begrudge you that. But what I will say is this. You know, Anthony Davis getting dinged up because he played the 5, and people are mad because he dinged up. You shouldn't be mad at Anthony Davis. You should be mad at the Lakers for not going out and getting a 5.
I'm not mad at Anthony Davis. I'm just not a big fan.
Right.
You're
not a Lakers. But you're not a Lakers fan either. I'm not talking to you.
No. But there's Anthony Davis fans. Like, there's people you think he's a top 5 player. I think maybe on a good day he could be top 10. It depends. Right now, no.
Who's better? Who's better, Anthony Davis or Julius Randle?
Oh, well, come on.
I'm just asking.
Well, that's basically what it's boiling down to, though. Ultimately.
Yeah, but what are the Lakers aren't doing that? And then we're gonna have to put assets.
No. I'm not saying that the Lakers are gonna do that. I'm just telling you, if the Knicks are able to free up space to get a guy like Anthony Davis and Randall's gone, are you gonna be mad?
Oh, a guy like Anthony. So basically, a stretch 4 that can play defense.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Now that's a different I thought you were saying actually going out now and getting Anthony Davis. That I wouldn't be happy with.
I mean, I'd love to get Anthony Davis right now. I just don't think that's possible right now. I'd like to see the Lakers blow up next year and AD rumors with CAA start to happen where he says, I'm not happy. Get me to New York with World Wide West next to Donovan Mitchell. and then I can have a conversation. I'm not there yet. Like Hardwell said, I don't think they can think that way right now. They first got to get Mitchell. But my mind, I'm a fan. I can think that way because my mind wanders. But I don't think Mitchell's done yet.
Yeah,
You got
that's
to
why
get Mitchell first.
Spree, that's why when you said it, I didn't say. That's why I said, "Cool." You could put that in the air.
Yeah.
It's positive thinking. I feel you, but I just felt like they got Donovan first, and I said that he could attract other players, and Davis has been rumored to been coming to the Knicks before, so that's not nothing that But I think once we do that, we got to just basically get role players that could fit in, bench players that could probably fit in. I don't think we're gonna get another superstar that fast even next season. So
No, I think moving Julius is kind of like a superstar play for down the road for money. But if they were to do it this offseason, I think it's right now it's roster fit. And because you're bringing it, you have Brunson, you have Mitchell, and you're going to have RJ, guys who need usage. And then you're going to have Randall. I think they want a guy who just basically is going to come in, play defense, and knock down shots, open shots, and not going to need the ball.
Yeah. And I said this last night too, that we worried about another star, and Brunson and RJ could be all-stars. So if you got them being all-stars and you got Donovan and whatever else you do, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that's a championship, but that's building right there. I just think building first, coming from where we coming from, it's like we going from, you know what I'm saying, not good to being decent fast if we get those players playing together. Honestly. Because if you like, as a Knicks fan, we overrate our talent because they are players. You know what I'm saying? And I was saying that before, just imagine having Donovan Mitchell coming down with the 45, like Jay Boogie said, and the Knicks jersey. See how he did them moves so easy and go upstairs, like, you know what I mean? The magnitude of the Garden and them type of players, it's gonna be electric. I'm definitely going to be in the building for that.
Facts. Imagine seeing a backdoor lob from Brunson to Donovan. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
it's gonna be crazy. Off the dribble, you got two dudes that can really go off the dribble now. Other dudes can learn from them, like RJ. Whoever else be there. It's gonna be decent. I just hope we get Donovan to speed up the pace a little bit,
Yeah.
because with Brunson, it's gonna be much better, because if you got somebody, like I said, that could take the ball, handle the ball duties, and everybody could kind of fall in their position, like how Freezy said when Randall got off just because of Peyton. So you could just imagine now with Brunson, because Brunson can score the ball at a high clip. So with Randall being able to get the ball in better position, and Archie get the ball where he could just score at and not have to do so much dribbling and get some easy buckets. That's what point guards really could do. But to be a point guard that could do it, you could do it more if you a scoring point guard, because you're more of a threat. So they got to honor your drive, or, when you're getting in the paint more, you get shots for your teammates easier because you're more of a threat. Reference to Peyton. So if Peyton did good, you could just imagine what Brunson gonna do.
And Obi, I think Obi will benefit.
We will really benefit. I'm just hoping Obi still be there.
Yeah, if Obi's here, I see the fit's perfect, because Obi's movement, energetic, doesn't need the ball in his hands. The problem with Randall is Randall going to wanna or will adjust to being basically setting screens, going into the post and shooting threes, playing off ball? Will he do it? I don't think so.
I think this is the trade that I think the Knicks should do for Mitchell. I think they should trade. If they have to give 5 first round, it's reported 6, whatever. They trade 5. I'm cool with that. I'm okay with dealing Grimes, because I think you have to give away Grimes. I like Grimes. I don't want to, but some guys have to go. So I think you give Grimes. I think you even give Cam up. I think you try to keep Obi and IQ. You got to keep. I'd like to keep both of them. That's just me. And then if they want Fournier or Rose to make the money work, that's fine. I do not want to give them one. I mean, you can't have Grimes and Obi. of Grimes, Obi, and IQ, you can't have two of those three. That's not fair. You can take one of them. You can't have two of the three.
They're going to want two of them with the picks. Two of them are out the door. Whichever it's Grimes and Obi or Grimes and Quickly. It's pick your
I don't
poison.
want them to have two. I want them to have one of them.
Well, do you want Donovan?
That's what they want. Then you don't get Donovan Mitchell. That's how they look at it. It's no matter what the Knicks want. Do the Knicks want Donovan Mitchell?
All right.
Hopefully you ain't negotiating three.
That's why the deal hasn't happened yet. They're waiting.
How you know? I think they're trying to clear up more. I don't know. As long as they get it done, like I said before, but the way you saying it, we can't have our cake and eat it too. And the guys that you talking about, are they going to do what Mitchell going to do right away?
No, but I think
so that's the sacrifice that you got to bear right there. It's simple,
I agree.
really.
But I don't think Mitchell's going anywhere else. Where's he going?
But then Utah won't trade him then. Like Danny Ainge, really? Utah reporters are convinced we think that they want to fully tank, and they do. But reporters are saying Danny Ainge is shrewd. He'll go into the season until he gets what he wants. So he'll be like, all right, New York, go and have a 3-10 start and they'll wait for the Knicks to get desperate and then give up the house.
Hold on. So you mean to tell me Danny Ainge is going to go into the training camp and the regular season with Donovan Mitchell on the roster instead of the Knicks giving the best offer in the NBA, which is 5 first-round picks, Quinn Grimes, Cam Reddish, a pile of coleslaw, and Evan Fournier on the side? You mean to tell me he ain't going to take that and just let Donovan rot at home?
No, he's not taking that because – For one thing, as soon as you mention the Knicks bench, as soon as you mention the Knicks bench, bro, these guys are not better than Tyler Hero. As soon as you said Grimes, Quickly, all these dudes, those dudes are not better than Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson, bro.
But Miami has no picks,
so you can't be cheap.
Yeah, but they can offer 3 unprotected picks.
Can they?
Right?
And better players.
Yes. And better players.
Can we offer more unprotected picks?
Well, how many? Well,
if
you said 3 unprotected, now you're talking about 4 unprotected first-round picks.
Okay.
I mean, what I'm getting at is, don't just think because we are the Knicks that everybody else is at a position of weakness just because we're the Knicks. That's been our faulty thinking for the last 50 years. People got to do what we say because we're the Knicks. Nah, nobody has to do what we say.
I heard a report that Miami's not even looking at Donovan right now. They're focused on KD.
Well, but the point that you made was will Danny Ainge go into training camp with Donovan Mitchell? So if I'm just addressing that point, what I'm saying is yes, he would, right? Yes,
I don't think
would.
So.
He would. Okay. What's the alternative?
Let me explain why. I understand the reasoning. Danny's not going to concede. Danny's not going to do this. But everybody in Utah that covers that team and is in the know says if this deal is going to get done before training camp.
Hey, Margaret Edwards. Hey, thank you for that. Me either. My main thing is just being reasonable.
Yeah.
I just want to. In this space that I'm in, unfortunately, I'm not always around reasonable people because they're fanatics. And y'all know what fan is short for.
Yeah, I'm a
You know what I'm saying? And
the deal got to work on both sides.
Well, hold on. You don't.
It don't have to work on both sides.
Hold on, Freezy. Let me ask you this.
Sounds like he's trying to get Mitch on the cheap.
Freezy, no, hold on. Let me ask you this. I'm not saying this is not. Maybe Ainge doesn't think this is fair, but you mean to seriously tell me, like in NBA value wise, you don't. I love Donovan Mitchell, very good player. You mean to tell me that 5 first-round picks and let's say 3 unprotected, Quentin Grimes, Cam Reddish, Evan Fournier, for Donovan Mitchell is not, and Deuce. Yeah. That's not fair.
He got 4 unprotected picks for Rudy Gobert. And Donovan Mitchell's a way better player than Rudy Gobert. That's the mark, and that's the problem. And that's where the Knicks could even wait till the season.
Right.
Because Danny Ainge is high right now. He's coming off after getting a boatload.
And he expects the Timberwolves are dumb. They're dumb.
Well, Spree, here's the thing.
He set the market, and he's going to go by the market.
I don't care. The Timberwolves are dumb.
But Danny Ainge don't have to do nothing. Do you know what he could do? He can keep Spider as long as he wants because Spider is under contract with the Utah Jazz.
What if Spider says I don't want to be here? What if he comes out and actually says no, trade?
Well, you know what? And then the Utah Jazz will fine him every day that he missed a Utah Jazz event. Right? Those fines will pile up. Utah will get beat up in the media outside of Salt Lake City, but so what? Right? The Knicks fans will be mad, and the pressure will continue to build on Leon Rose to the point where Spree and James Dolan pressure Leon Rose to make that trade.
No, James Dolan would have made the trade. We're going to have a Carmelo Anthony. James Dolan's going to give up two more picks and a player more than we could have because they've had no patience. And that's where you get these deals instead of waiting.
You can have picks.
Remember,
you can have more picks, or you can have two of the three. You can't have both. You cannot have both. You can't have two of the three guys and all the picks.
You never know.
Okay. So are you willing to walk away from the trade then?
Yes.
Okay. Because if you're telling me that I can't have what I want for the guy that because the thing is Donovan Mitchell didn't get here by mistake. You passed on Donovan Mitchell to draft Frank Ntilikina. I traded with Denver to get that pick because I knew how valuable he was, and then I drafted him there. Mind you, this is what Utah did. Utah saw this talent sliding down the board, and they pulled off the trade with Denver to get that pick so that they could get Donovan Mitchell. They recognized he was a star in the making.
Mm-hmm.
But you drafted Frank Ntilikina. How'd that work out for you?
I didn't draft him.
No, but you're a representative of Knicks Nation.
Yeah, I didn't draft him.
Yeah, I know. And Spree, listen, I'm not blaming you because me, Joe Madden, Mr. Rivera, Sarge, Hardwill, we all sat there and watched the Knicks draft Frank Ntilikina. We're a part of that. We're a part of that, bro. And there was even a Frank Hive here. Remember when you couldn't say anything wrong about Frank? Remember that? If you legit said anything wrong about Frank Ntilikina, about 100 people will be putting you they'd be in your mentions, killing you on Twitter.
You're true.
You know what that mean, right? You know what that mean, right? That's why he said fanatic. You overrating players. So you're doing it again right now, saying you want to keep one player. Like I had this big debate on our show. We broke it down to what somebody said they'll take it for 3 players. So then we put it to where you lost Donovan Mitchell for 1 player, really, when we broke it down. And does that make sense? You love that player that much that is not going to move the needle, and he needs to be on a team like Utah to fully develop so he can play because we're going in a different direction.
I think Obi has.
Just one thing, Spree. How are you going to feel next year, right? You're talking about not wanting to give up the young guys. You're going to see Grimes and Quickly and Obi come off the bench. You're going to see Randall ISO in the fourth quarter, and you're going to see Donovan Mitchell somewhere else because you were stubborn. You didn't want to give up 2 of the young guys that are more likely going to be gone in 3 or 4 years.
Let me make this comment. I hear you. You're all making fair points, but let me make this comment. I still think we can get him without giving 2 of the 3 up. I'm holding out. That's how much I believe. That's how much I believe in IQ. I believe in IQ. I think he's going to get better. I think he has a lot of talent.
Me too.
And I still believe in Obi. I do not think Obi
has been
used properly.
Let me read these super chats real quick. So Eddie F, thank you for the generous contribution. Eddie F says, salute to the panel. You guys have been great. If we move 3 to 4 guys for Mitchell, who are we getting to fill the roster? Any ideas other than Melo? Hey, let me get to that. I'm going to get to that real quick, but I want to address Adele Chapman. Adele Chapman, what's good, bro? I'm trying to figure out why you're not on the panel. Spider is not a tank commander. Ainge moves him for better ping pong. Leon will not get ripped off. He cheap. Besides, gotta know when to fold. Right. Gotta know when to turn in. Gotta know when to turn in a bad hand. And so, just let me say this to what Eddie F said. Bro, what I'm gonna say to the who's going to fill out the roster part? That's the easiest part in the world, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to fill out the roster? That's the easy part, bro. It's NBA veterans out there right now. You can sign to the league minimum and bring in, and all they'll do is play their role. All they want to do is play for a contender.
These big market teams have a star for these guys to say, you know what, I'll go there on the cheap.
Yeah.
Spider does that. Spider, RJ, New York. Okay, I'll take less to go.
Yeah.
So let me ask this. Would you trade? Okay, so let me ask this.
We got a log jam.
I'm more focused on keeping two of the three. Would you do 6 picks? Would Ainge do 6 picks? If I came up one more pick, would Ainge do 6 first-round picks? Cam, Grimes, and Evan. You don't think he would do that?
Say that one more time. Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Protect all of them. All 4 of them are unprotected.
You were telling me that he would not do 5 first-round picks. That I needed to include 2 of the 3 outside of Cams and Grimes. I needed to include one more like IQ or Obi. I'm saying if I wanted to keep both IQ and Obi, do you think Danny Ainge would do it if I added one more first-round pick?
No. Okay, just to clarify, I'm not saying that any of the trade offers that you proposed is a do or die for any side. My point is, Danny Ainge is only going to take what Danny Ainge wants.
That's why I'm asking, Freezy. Do you think Danny Ainge would want 6 first-round picks, Evan Fournier, Cam Reddish, and Quentin Grimes? Would that be enough?
I think Danny Ainge would want 6 unprotected picks.
I don't think we can't do say. Well, the thing is that you'd have to get a third team involved. You have to do a deal. We are doing something to get another unprotected pick or 2 more unprotected.
But we wouldn't. But we wouldn't be able to do that because, for one, in order for us to get unprotected first round from somebody else, that means we'd have to trade away one of the assets that we would have included in the Utah deal.
Who are we bidding? Hold on. Who are we bidding against for Donovan Mitchell right now, in your opinion?
Utah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you could do that. Remember, Freezy, I was telling you yesterday about the Westbrook thing. You could try to get a first round pick from trade Randall over there for Westbrook, and since nobody won his contract, you got to attach a first round pick from him. That way, you can use that first round pick that you get to add it on to Donovan Mitchell.
Right?
Could we get KD cheaper than Donovan Mitchell?
No way.
But KD not coming here. He's not a number 1. He don't want to come here.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if Danny Ainge is the problem, why don't you offer the same thing for KD?
He's a first round pick.
A late first, right?
Around Grimes' pick, like it's around that area.
Yeah, same pick, 25.
If Ainge ain't gonna do that deal, why don't you offer that for KD?
Because KD's not a number 1. He don't want to come here.
And Brooklyn not going to trade within the division like that.
The city,
yeah, Spree. Yo, Spree, you was playing 2K, bro.
Yeah, he did that trade in 2K today.
You was on your
Joe Tsai trading KD to the Knicks is
Wacko, I'm with you. Wacko says nobody can offer 6 unprotected. Wacko said it right. Nobody can offer 6 unprotected picks.
All right, fair
this
point.
is what I'm saying. So now you get what I'm saying. This whole thing, So 6 unprotected picks, 6 unprotected picks is legit an 11 to 12 year span because of the Stepien rule, right? Because of the Stepien rule, the Ted Stepien rule. That's what I'm saying, bro. What I'm saying is this: the whole draft pick thing, man. At least Wacko understand where I'm coming from. Nobody can offer 6 unprotected picks.
Who's better, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander?
I just tried to talk him off the leg. Freezy, I'm sitting here I'm asking him, is he playing 2K? Because he's saying some crazy stuff.
Right, well, right. And so the reason why I brought that up, I said that tongue in cheek, basically saying you got to give Danny Ainge what he wants, regardless what you think is reasonable.
Do we have to?
It don't matter what you think is reasonable.
Wait, why do we have
what Danny Ainge wants?
Why do we have to? Why?
You don't. You don't have to make the trade. You don't.
Or you can start Fournier or Grimes at the 2.
Why don't I call OKC and make the same offer and be Sam Presti's drunk?
They're not trading shit. See, the thing is, Donovan Mitchell's on the market. They want to trade him if the deal is right. They're trying to build around Shea. Like, we can't come up and just gather up picks and make an offer for any random dude. You have to see what the market's there, and Donovan Mitchell's in the market.
I guess what you're saying. I guess what I'm saying is if we're not bidding against anybody, which you mentioned the Heat, I respect you. I respect what you're saying, Freezy, as far as the 3 first-round picks and Duncan Robinson and Hero. But all I'm saying is, I don't think the Jazz would do that. So I don't see any other bidders that really would outbid the Knicks what they have to offer. So let's just let it play out.
You don't think Danny Ainge would trade for this generation's Danny Ainge?
No.
That's what Tyler Hero is. Tyler Hero is this generation's Danny Ainge, bro. You don't think Danny Ainge would trade for himself?
No.
Hey, anybody in here remember Celtics basketball from the 80s?
Nah, I'm too young for that.
Too young.
What I'm getting at is bro, Tyler Hero is this generation's Danny Ainge, bro. You telling me Danny Ainge wouldn't trade for Joe, you wouldn't trade for a 9-year-old version of yourself? Think about that right quick.
I'll trade myself for a 9-year-old version for myself.
Bro, you think I wouldn't trade for a 13-year-old Uncle Freezy right now? Yes.
I think we have a better offer than they do. I really do.
We do, but the thing is,
but you can't.
How long? Because the thing is, Spree, you got to see where, like, Danny Ainge could go into the season with him and get a way better offer if somebody gets desperate. If you have a GM in a hot seat and has like a 3-11 start, he might be like, do you know what? I'll pony up for Donovan Mitchell. So that's where Ainge could say, do you know what? I can wait and see if I can get an offer down the line.
Okay. But
all right, let me do this real quick. Let me read the super chat real quick. So Knicks will be champ says Obi, IQ, Grimes, Deuce, Cam will be up for extensions within the next 3 years. That is accurate, right? Front office won't resign all of them. Trade them. Let the Jazz figure it out. And you know what? And he said Obi, IQ, Grimes, Deuce, Cam. You know what? All these dudes are going to be fighting for playing time. So why not consolidate all of them? Because think about it. Currently you rocking with 10 dudes, 11 dudes, 11. It depends on if you count Keels and Montero and all them dudes. You looking at like 12 or 13 dudes under 24 years old, and you can only play 5, and 3 of the positions are already solidified. So now you're talking about in a rotation, you're talking about 4 spots for 13 dudes.
So let me ask you this, Freezy. Those 5.
Let me do that. Let me do the other super chat. Hold on.
Go ahead. I didn't realize.
Real Joseph Izzy says this is crazy to me, fellas. These picks are not certain picks to pop down the road. Second, every other those picks come into play every other year. Every other year those Knicks come into play. We need to swing, right? We need to pull off the move. Hey, Izzy, thank you for that, man, for that generous contribution, bro. That's the first time I saw you, man. Welcome to the channel, man. I hope you continue to have dope comments like that, man. What I was getting at, man, with both of those comments is, bro, you legit have too many young players at one time to allow 2 or 3 of them to become flops, 2 or 3 of them to rot on the vine, 2 or 3 of them to not be able to move up in a position. Anybody have a position and couldn't get promoted because it was somebody in front of them at work? You know how you at work and the dude in front of you ain't all that, but you can't move up because he in your position, he your manager. You know what I'm saying? And then you in a rebuild, well, not a rebuild, in a young core, you want to identify 2 to 3 players that's going to be legit franchise pieces. And in this scenario, we have about 12 dudes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, bro.
I hear.
Hey, you put me. Are you putting me on a witness stand, or you just got a point you want to get to?
No, I want your take. I respect your opinion.
Can anybody answer though?
Anybody can answer.
Okay.
Of those 5 guys that I forgot the name of the super chat, and thank you as always for the super chats. We appreciate it. Of those 5 names, Freezy, you're right. None of them are Donovan Mitchell, and maybe I'm being greedy, and maybe I have to take a step back and think it over as the days goes by. But let me ask you this question: of those 5 names, who do you want to keep the most? Who are the 2 guys that you would like to keep if you could? What's your order?
and get Donovan Mitchell?
Yes.
Out of those 12 guys that you mentioned?
No. Out of those 5 that the super chat mentioned, he mentioned Cam, McBride, Grimes, IQ, and Obi. Of those 5, if you could get Mitchell and keep those, if you could keep 2 of them, which 2 would you keep? But what's your priority of keeping? That's my question.
I would love to keep Grimes and Quickly.
Okay.
Everybody else, man, I can find them dudes on a Kmart shelf near you.
Okay. Interesting.
Right. And listen, and the Grimes and McBride thing is not just because they're a backcourt, but I think they have the mental makeup to be something that the Knicks have been missing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think IQ has been, Hardware, I don't know if it was y'all show or maybe somebody else's. Like, I went on somebody else's show and they were like, "Why do you love Emmanuel Quickly so much?" And it's not that I love Emmanuel Quickly that much. I do, but that's not the deciding factor. The deciding factor, I saw Tom Thibodeau screaming at the top of his lungs in Emmanuel Quickly face with saliva and stuff flying everywhere in a heated game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Emmanuel Quickly stood there and was taking it and was laughing. And when Tibbs walking away, he patted Tibbs on the butt. TP slapped Tibbs on the butt. Thanks, coach.
Yeah, because I remember you
Tibbs
talked
started
about
smiling.
You said he crazy. I know why he get along.
Yeah.
I remember that. We talked about it before because it was like, but I mean, Quickly I like him a lot. Like, how he handled things, and I just think he needed.
Well, think about you coaching him, right? Think about he your age, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you just yell and say everything to him. Like you get into your coaching bag. You pull out all your tricks, all in like a little 20-second thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then he looking you dead in the eyes the whole time, like taking in everything. And then when you walk away, he slap you on the butt. Thanks, coach.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then he did that to Tibbs too, so that make it more funnier. Like,
man. Yeah. And so while I'm saying that moment right there is not just the part that I like. The part that I like is his mental makeup. It shows me that not only can he be coached in the moment, he can accept coaching. He can accept the way messages are delivered. You know how some people say it's not the message, it's just the way the message was said. You know what I'm saying? You know how people say that, man? Quickly legit stood there and took it all, bro, and patted dude on the butt. And then at the same time, Tibbs did that to McBride in the Raptors game. And McBride dropped his head, and you didn't see McBride for like 8 games.
Freezy. Of the 5 names, I think Quickly is the one you gotta keep.
Because today, Brunson said something about like him being able to deal with whatever Tibbs bring him. Like what you talking about right now, he kind of specifically was talking about that kind of stuff when he mentioned it. You know what I mean? He was like, I know he's gonna go hard at me, but I'm prepared for it. I know it's gonna be good for me. So I was like, wow, like this dude.
Yeah, he said, well, they said, what's the thing you looking forward to the most? And my man was like getting coached hard by Coach Tibbs on the night.
He said, I know he's gonna bring it to me. So he's like, I'm prepared for it. I know it's good for me. And he came right off of talking about what his pops used to do to him. And then he said, when he said his favorite player wasn't his pops, his favorite player was like Spreewell or somebody else.
Right.
And he was like, his pops gonna your father gonna get you in them drills. He's like, man, he already do that. So you gotta understand, this kid is tough like a little pit, man. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like that's what I got from that, man. But when you just said that, it made me think about that because that shows that him and Tibbs is gonna have a good
working relationship.
Yeah.
Because they know how to separate. They know how to separate the moment from what's real. Like they being coached,
being coached and wanting to be coached. Because if you could get the message, and that's what my young kids don't get. Like they still don't see that it's giving, like sharing the ball or making plays instead of just showing they could do stuff. So it's like Brunson is gonna be able to really take what Tibbs got. And I'm not saying he's gonna do what Rose did, but you never know. He could be an all-star on the Tibbs, I think, maybe. Tibbs is there for a couple seasons, hopefully.
Right. Right. Let me address these two super chats real quick, y'all, and then I'll back out of the way again. Just got to make sure when the super chats come in, because the super chats be a part of the conversation, and we don't want the super chats to get old, and then by the time we get to them, you know what I'm saying, the point done passed. So Jeremy Maynard, thank you for the generous contribution. He says it's a mix and match thing. Some picks, some kids, and a vet for the money to match. Just be shrewd and keep OB. He said just be shrewd. And the caveat: keep OB, IQ, and Grimes if possible. We'll see. We'll see about that. I'm saying, get the deal done because you was gonna consolidate anyway. OCD Shaggy says
A lot of y'all
if the
got
Knicks
Nick
keep
phobia.
Grimes, IQ, and McBride, how are the minutes distributed with Mitchell and Brunson on the team? Right. Great point. Like if you get Spider, if you get and you got Brunson, and if you keep Grimes, IQ, and McBride. How are they gonna get minutes? You know how they're gonna get minutes, bro? They're gonna fight for those minutes and earn them. That's how they get them. Because what happens is a lot of young players get given minutes, and then they don't always turn out to be that until they face adversity. And you're like, yo, why do you have to face adversity in order to get in your bag? You should be doing that as a professional. Get in your bag. Why do you need adversity to make you better? And Rael Joseph says Mitchell finished first in scoring, steals, third in assists, in a respected draft class, fellas. Sorry for the typo. Need 2 to be the 7-man up there, fellas. LOL, just saying. Okay.
Yeah, I said it earlier. It's a log jam, man. They don't even know who they're gonna start at the 2. You want to go with Fournier at the 2 again, and that's crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand how we bargaining and we don't even know where you playing these guys at.
Right.
Or where they gonna get the minutes, the development minutes that they need from. If you bringing in these type of players that y'all want to keep them with, that's what he's saying, Spree. So, granted, it would be ideal if you think those guys could be your bench players, but by now, going into these years, they should be getting way more minutes. Or going over to Utah, maybe they could start over there. You see what I'm saying?
No, I agree.
And
I
the reason
kind of
why
wanted.
you see RJ
Yeah.
developing the way he was developing, he's and most of the players that you see develop fast. Not saying you have to start because I don't even think Brunson started right away.
Nah, he didn't.
He didn't, right, Freeze?
No, he didn't.
So players fight to get that role, and they brought that up too today. How did it feel to come from where you came from, off the bench, late pick, and to do what you did? You know what I'm saying? So there you have it right there. You know what I'm saying? We got some kid. We got Brunson, but we need Donovan. I would say.
I agree. We need Donovan. I'll just say this: like, I want to keep of all the 5 names to me the most. If I could only keep one, I would keep IQ. That's just me. But I'll just say this: I think Obi should have like, this is not even an Obi thing. It's more of a Tips thing. Last year, you talk about, it'll probably be in Utah when we see it, but like, there's no reason why Obi and IQ shouldn't have gotten more minutes later in the year last year where I could have seen more. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's
water under the bridge now, though.
Yeah, that's over, bro.
Well, I can still. It's the offseason. I'm still mad about it.
Honestly,
you have the right to be too, bro. Because I think that frustrated. I think that frustrated all of us. But even and because Hard Willing and I spoke about that same thing about 2 weeks ago on the Knicks Morning Drive. Like, if Tibbs would have played these kids down the stretch instead of giving valuable minutes to veterans that ain't gonna be here, and you know what? And they not here. Where's Kemba? Where's Burks?
Exactly.
Where's Noel?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so you're giving away minutes to the dudes that ain't gonna be here, and now these kids, not only are they still raw, right? But they don't have film where they made mistakes that they can go to and watch in the offseason in order to get better. Because it's not just about gaining experience, it's also where to see where your flaws are. Okay, these dudes keep beating me right. Am I tipping something? Or am I strong enough in the legs to be able to change direction? Am I loose enough in the hips to be able to change directions? And do I have a strong enough base? Can I get in the weight room and strengthen my base without giving away agility and verticality? It's a lot of stuff that you can answer just by playing.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I mean, like, can I address Kerry Cox's question? Like, how is it Tibbs' fault? Look, IQ had a nice rookie year, but like when you look at a Tyrese Maxey, them just rolling the ball out, letting him play. Alec Burks, as much as I like Albert, he should not have been playing point guard later in the year. It was over. The season was over. Roll IQ out there 30-plus minutes. Roll Obi out there 25-plus minutes. Let's see what they can do.
The problem is I didn't think IQ could really play point guard because I used to watch him and it'd be dudes wide open and he don't make the play.
He don't make the play, yeah.
Simple play.
Yeah.
So, like, I watch the games, bro. So, you know, you could love a player, like a player, because they our players on our team and we have no choice. But you can't deny the faults that you see neither, especially when we're talking about getting a player who's 3-time All-Star, averaged 20 points since their first year in the league. That's kind of over the debate of these guys, do they deserve? Because it's like, it's typical Knicks fan stuff, man. Like, we want this, but we saying we never get this. Or why we didn't, like I was saying the other day, people was going crazy because another player we didn't get, and we didn't know Donovan Mitchell was going to be available, right? And now he is, and the same people saying it's too much.
Right.
But Harwell,
these don't make real sense to me, bro. Like, it's
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Knicks fans thinking we overvalue stuff that is not really what it is.
Harwell.
And if it is, everybody gonna know it, not just us.
I agree with you, man.
Right.
Like, if we have to overpay to get it, I'll concede. But I'll just say this, Hardwell. My only point with IQ playing point guard, I agree with you. I don't necessarily know if he can do it. And but to Freezy's point, I wanted to see him fail. Like, just like learn. I wanted to see the reps, just even if he failed at it.
So that he can have tape and on what he can do better. That's the main thing. That's the main thing.
But you know why though? Because the coach is not going in that direction, and that's what I said earlier. You have to pay attention what direction the team is going in, and that's why it's better for those guys to go to Utah.
I agree.
Because they'll get a full opportunity to develop the minutes that they really need. And when you see Alec Burks played at the point over him, that's a no-brainer to figure out what they were doing. Because Tibbs said Alec Burks is the best that he have at the point. And he was trying by all means to win. You just said how they should have been sat those guys. So if they professionals, and you can even see that from where you looking at, that was obvious. You know what I'm saying? So they were trying to win now, and these moves they're making is proving that they're trying to win now. Moving back into the draft, not taking Dillon, getting more picks, is proving this direction that they're going in. So it don't make sense to keep harboring over guys. If they happen to keep somebody, just be happy. You know what I'm saying? If they don't get Donovan Mitchell, you will be upset.
I will be upset. Yes, I will be upset.
And the thing, Hardwell, is it's like we're every move now, the minute they bring Donovan, they make that trade for Donovan Mitchell. Every move now is trading assets to get better. It's no steps back. It's everything towards that championship. So my guess is whoever doesn't get one of the young cores outside of RJ Barrett and maybe one of the other guys, whoever doesn't get traded in this trade is going to go in the next one. If that's in 12 months or 18 months, they're gone in the next one. So it doesn't really matter which ones you give up in this one because the other ones will be gone.
Right.
And whatever value they got now, they're team that way.
So to me, use maybe like Cam and Grimes with the picks and or even to me, the best way to do it is like you don't put Obi and quickly in this trade. You keep one and you use one in this trade and use the other one in the next trade. Because to me, out of the young core outside of RJ, Obi and quickly are the two most valuable. Grimes, Cam, McBride, none of these guys really mean much.
Facts.
Okay.
I mean, I hear you guys. You guys are all making good points. Harwell, I hear you. Look, I'll be upset if we don't get him. I'm just saying, I hope we can get him without giving up, but I realize that's probably not going to happen.
But you see what you just said, Spree? You can't have both. You can't be upset.
I know. I'm selfish.
Nah, that's selfish. Sense though, bro. You got to at least make sense to yourself. You know what I'm saying?
I tell you what,
I never make sense to myself.
2025. Wait till 2025, and maybe you get him a free agency.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you
I
ask
think
my
being
wife,
a Knicks fan did that to you, Spree. It's okay. You my guy, bro. I understand.
If you ask my wife, I never make sense to myself. That's why I come on here.
Yeah, but you
And
know
we
what
love
though?
you,
So
man.
let me do these super chats real quick. So Miguel P. Hey, thank you for rocking with us, Miguel P. We've been noticing you in the chat, man. Thank you for coming through, and thank you for this comment as well. Miguel P says the delay on the trade is about picks, not kids. I think we agree to that to some extent, right? There's something else to it, and I'm gonna get to that after I read these next two
Yo,
super
can I
chats.
say something, bro?
So
Oh,
Miguel
sorry.
P, thank you for the generous contribution again. Consolidation is how teams rebuild. Miguel P, we on to something. We go ahead and rock out with the statement that you just made. And Real Joseph says, "Preach, Hartwell, preach, my brother. We need to get over ourselves, Knicks fans. Tom doesn't have the patience nor time to develop these young bulls. And the point we're getting at is there are too many of them. It's like a kindergarten field trip, bro. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You can't teach one, spend individual like to me, the most valuable thing about teaching is when you have a group of people, but the teacher gets to spend one-on-one time with the student, right? Like say Hardwell point guard has been missing free throws and he stay after practice. And Hardwell get to coach him them extra 30 minutes while his mama on the way. Maybe she got stuck in traffic or something. You know what I'm saying? Them extra 30 minutes that Hardwell get to spend one-on-one with that kid is very, very, very valuable. And let me get to this other super chat real quick. Jeremy Maynard says, watched a couple of Utah YouTubers on other Knicks channels, and they don't value the kids, but would take them to Weekend NY to ensure the picks value. That is. So for one, watch a couple of Utah YouTubers, right, on other Knicks channels, and I get it. I get where they're going. They don't value the kids, but they would take them to Weekend the pick part of it, right? The thing is and I think Miss Margaret said it. Yo, we value the kids, but because we see what they can do long term. They ain't ready yet. So
Yeah, that's
sure
yeah.
the kids are not Zach LaVine or Lonzo Ball yet, but eventually these dudes will be comparable, at least in the conversation, right? I'm not saying that either one of these kids is gonna be Zach LaVine. But what I'm saying, Zach LaVine is all-star caliber, right? Eventually, these kids are gonna be quality NBA starters, and they at least belong on the court with those guys. Right now, I'm not ready to say that they are, but in the future, if you be patient, these kids could turn into something. But when you have 12 or 13 of them, come on, bro.
So can I say something real quick?
As you said, Freezy, like kids in the school, you can teach 13 of them. Not all of them are going to be doctors and lawyers. You're going to have one or two of them.
Let me ask y'all, did I say something bad about the kids? I said they need to go to a team they could develop on, right?
You actually are trying to help them.
That wasn't the message.
Wacko, you want somebody to say your name, I guess, bro, because you sound whack right now, bro. He said, I work with kids, so why I'm hating on the kids. And
you're not hating on them. You're trying to help them.
Get developed on this team. Like,
You're
bro,
trying to
learn
help
basketball before you say what I'm doing, because I'm working with kids. Hopefully you doing something for somebody in your community. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
Hopefully you helping some kids over there, bro. Don't say nothing about me helping and talking about these kids if I ain't say nothing really bad. If you a ham sandwich, you a ham sandwich. Period. If you need to go to a team to get more minutes to become something, that's just common sense, bro. Simple.
You're trying to help the kids. You're not trying to hurt them.
Right.
Exactly. So some people don't got common sense, so you gotta address it sometimes.
I don't know if it's. I think it's patience. I think a part of it is this, and this is a real life human thing. I think we're in a situation where we know we need Mitchell, and Mitchell know he needs us, right? The thing about it is other factors in play are not in a rush to get something done, and it doesn't wear out their patience because they have the corporate stamina to know, like, they're going to work and go home and be with their families and all that stuff. But Knicks fans, we're that 24/7, right? So it kind of wears on us, kind of like with Spree. Kind of how Spree is getting worn down. You know what I'm saying? Getting the Donovan Mitchell trade fatigue. It's a real thing.
I need a massage.
Yeah, well, I can't help you here, but at the same time, I understand. I understand. I think the Donovan Mitchell trade fatigue thing is real, bro. Like because he says we're getting rid of Grimes, McBride, Rokas, and Cam. That's 4. I can understand that. I can dig that. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, though, Hardwill never said that. Hardwill for the most part support the parts that mostly are supporting, right? Icewater NYC, thank you for the super sticker. Bim, what's good? Hey, shout out to Nick Yak. Nick Yak, what's good?
Now I take that serious, Freeze, because it ain't easy working with kids and trying to help kids. Because I be having to tell them just to be smart, and it ain't always about basketball. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, don't follow this or don't follow that. 9th, 10th grade kids, all that. So
yeah,
when dudes is talking about what I do in real life, in reference to what my opinion is on it, even though I'm still being fair, because he right. Them is kids. But that's why I said, if he understand my take, I said going to Utah is better for them, development. Because they were just saying we didn't see enough of them to not know who they are. So what? You want to leave them here so they be out the NBA. So that's my last time addressing somebody that says something that don't make sense again.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you on that. Hey, Hardwell, and listen, man. So I work for the school district I work 2 jobs, man. I work for the detention center and for the school district for my county at the same time, right? Mm-hmm. So I would legit work all night at one thing. You know, the detention center, right? Mm-hmm. Come home, take a shower, kiss the twins. The twins would probably like be up playing SpongeBob or video game or something. Kiss them, like eat some breakfast, and go and spend half a day in the classroom with kids, right? And then come home and go to sleep because I have to be at work at 8. So I sleep from about 3 to about 7:30, and then go be up all night. I understand. So think about what I'm telling you. Mm-hmm. I would be with those kids, right, and telling me these positive things, right, and then some of them would take them positive things and see me in the grocery store, like they'll see me right now, and still be like, "Hey, Coach Uncle Freezy, what's good?" Or "Hey, Mr. Uncle Freezy." They like 30, right, right, and then others that didn't take the right way, I would see them at the detention center.
That's deep.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So they're like, man, Uncle Freezy, I just got caught up in this thing and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yo, don't worry about being caught up. Just worry about getting right. Mm-hmm. And then the next steps you take be the right ones. Mm-hmm. And then some of them would leave and then go get on the right path. And then others will continue down that path because of peer pressures and circumstances and all that. So when you talk to me, Hardwell, I'm listening. Mm-hmm. Like when you talk to me, I'm listening to you, bro. You're not just saying random stuff and people are not listening. We hear you.
Yeah, I know that.
So keep up the good work, bro. Keep up the good work, and we love you and respect you for the things that you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes like me and you might not agree on something like Randall or whatever it is or whatever the topic is. But it ain't because I don't love you as a person. You my man.
Nah, I know that though, Freeze. That's why we get along the way, because I don't never judge you for your opinion. And that's that's how me and Worldwide L is. And we grew up across.
Oh, y'all be and we argue, but you know mashing each other.
That's from lobby arguments about stuff. And we from the real projects in Queens. So it's like, I'm not gonna get sensitive or mad about something over sports. But when you put my kids involved or something like that, anybody kids really gonna get mad. So it's like I don't play about certain stuff. And just like, you know, when I do talk about Grimes and them, I call them a ham sandwich, but I don't call certain players that. If I think that, then you are. Or we joking like Freezy. You joke when you say that a lot of times.
Right.
I think they misconstrue what we mean. And we all gonna get to see if these players get moved and go to a team and actually play, what they're gonna be. Because I've been around longer than a lot of these people, just like you, with experience, and we've been Knicks fans longer. Right. I'm not saying longer than everybody, because Nick Yak was saying, I think last night, how long he was a Knicks fan. So there's a lot of Knicks fans that have been around for a long time.
time.
It's time for a change, bro. We just wanna get some people.
And you gotta respect their fandom too. You gotta respect their fandom and perspective and experience.
No, I even respected what Free was just doing, what Spree was just doing, because it's his pain. How he been going through his Nick pain. You know what I mean? So I can't tell him he can't say he want AD or he drink. All we can say is, oh, we can't think about that right now. And honestly, Freezy, I used to always just say if I ain't agree with somebody, I would just either say, nah, that ain't it. Now I just be like, let them have their dream. Now, if I totally disagree with it, then I may say something, but it's too many people to really have to disagree with it as Knicks fans, bro. So I let people have their dream. And if it's too crazy, I may say something. If not, man, you can say whatever you want, bro.
Hey, let me get back to Joe real quick.
Mm-hmm.
But Johnny Davis, thank you for the generous contribution, bro. We appreciate y'all y'all contribute. Yo, is that Bo? Is look at this. Hey, Bo, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Right? I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and then let me do this, and then I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back.
Take over, Spree or Joe.
I mean, I hear you guys. You guys have helped me like see the big picture, and I'm not debating. Look, I was around with Carmelo and what we gave up in that trip. I get it. I get the whole thing, and like I'm not saying this is the Melo thing. We have other players still here. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you can't have both. I get it. I'm a greedy person. Being a Knicks fan has really hurt me at times, just like all of us, because I just want to win so bad. So I get greedy. And it's not. I'm not a greedy person in real life. It just when it comes to this, I just want to win because I hate everybody in the league except Knicks fans and the Knicks because nobody's been through what we have. That's just how I look at it. Even if it's not true, that's how I feel. So I'm just open up my heart to you guys. I'm not saying I'm right because I'm not always. I'm just telling you how I feel in that moment. That's all.
Nah, but it'd be so crazy. You could feel that way, and that could happen. I mean, so it's all good. Like I say, we took losses. You took losses, so you approach things different, and I understand that. And a lot of Knicks fans do that because just look at how they arguing over players, and they can't even see what the front office and the coach is doing, or they did see it and didn't understand it. And I just try to understand what's going on. And now we trying to get players that kind of fit Thibodeau's style, and these players kind of fit more what they wanted to do.
You make a good point, though. You make a good point. Like they probably are better off in Utah.
Yeah, they are. They probably are.
Yeah,
they are because they're not going to play on the Knicks right now. And even if you keep one of them, he's still going to have to earn his minutes to back up whoever. Now, Quickly is a good backup. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, if Quickly is your favorite, then most likely he might be in that deal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, like you're thinking at it rationally from like, look who the coach is, look how they've operated and how they've acted, and it all makes sense. That's all rational opinions, which I respect. I'm just a part of me feels like some of these dudes weren't given it wasn't the right way, the right chance. I think I could have got more of an evaluation, even if they couldn't do it. But so is life. So
the Knicks switched directions, though. You know that, right? Just like when they drafted Obi, right? They didn't know they was going to get the 4th seed and Julius Randle have a good season, so they switched directions, I think. And when I always questioned that they drafted Obi and had Randle and didn't move Randle, not saying that Randle couldn't play on the team that was really going to rebuild, but they never was going to do that. You know what I mean? So it's just got to look at what's going on and see what they're doing. But Joe just said it. What they did, they could make a couple moves and we could be having a whole different conversation. And that's what y'all be understanding. Look at the Toronto Raptors. Look at certain teams that got there or even closer that just puts you in a better landscape of things. You see what I mean? That's why one piece or two pieces in that direction, you just got to keep building. Going from being the worst to competing to being 4th seed for real. You know what I'm saying? And then That's a different conversation we gonna have then, because we got to be battle tested, and we haven't been battle tested in so long. Then we got to give these guys a chance to play together in jail. But we don't got to think that's going to take forever because of their IQs and their talent level. You know what I mean? And the NBA is so competitive that dudes got to put their egos aside and learn how to play together. You know what I'm saying? In order to win.
Sure.
That's the key. And I think that's the type of team they trying to get. So,
yeah.
I think IQ and Obi is a tandem, though. Like, they're going to send them together. I think that's what's going to happen because they always together. They two peas in a pod. Like, I think that's a tandem. That if one goes, the other's going.
That's
You
intriguing.
might be right.
you think they could do that though, bro? You think they could pull that off if like it's so serious of a deal? If they don't want one or the other, like you think? I mean, they both decent players though, so I would, if I was on the other side of the table, I would want both of them.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
they look good together, bro.
They look. They was just hooping up today. They was just hooping with Dennis Smith Jr. over there.
Doing that then for the Knicks would make it easy. Suck, you lose both of them, but I think you're right. That's why I kind of want to keep both of them together with the Knicks. The same reason Utah might want both of them. But I would take picks off the table then. If you're getting both of them, and then you know what? Have Grimes too. You get 3-4 picks. You're not getting 5 or 6 picks then.
So you're saying like the more players you want, the less picks you get.
Yeah, it's the more picks you want, the less players, and the more players you want, the less picks. But then they're going to probably meet somewhere in the middle.
But Joe, what about this, man? What about improving the level of the pick? like for instance, instead of saying, listen, I'll give you all the other teams' picks, but we got to keep our own picks. Instead of saying that, like instead of offering, I think what is it like 8 picks or something? It's like 8 picks over the next 4 years, right?
Yeah, we have 8 picks,
Seven.
4 from others and 4 Knick picks.
Yeah, so instead of saying I'll give you all the seconds and all those protected picks, how about we meet in the middle? I'll give you 2 of our unprotected picks. Right.
But that's, I think, what they're trying to do. I think the Knicks want to give up like 3 or 4 protected and 1 or 2 Knicks protected. And Utah they want 3 or 4 Knicks unprotected and 2 or 3 protected, or something around that. That's where the misses with the picks.
Right. Okay.
So for order to do that, then if you're giving them Obi and IQ, and then maybe throwing in Grimes or Cam or somebody else, then you just give them the protected picks, and you maybe 1 unprotected pick, because you're giving them more value of young talent than you would be of, say, given 4 unprotected picks, but only given, say, Grimes and salary filler.
Here's what I guarantee you. If we trade for Donovan Mitchell, I will guarantee this. I'll be happy. I will be happy. But I will guarantee you there will be people after this trade a couple months down the line that will be saying, oh, you gave up too much. You get like, people are going to talk out of both. I'm saying I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be fair about it. I think we should get Mitchell, even if it does cost us the extra player. But what I'm saying is I know Knicks fans, and if for some reason we give up everything, there are going to be people in this fan base coming on here crying.
See, that's why I don't think they're going to give up everything, because them, say, giving up 4 or 5 unprotected Knicks picks and all their young players, then you're done, because you have no assets for making anything forward. At least if you're mixing it up, you're leaving yourself, say, 2 young players and 3 or 4 more picks down the line to make another move. And that's where the Carmelo thing was. They gave everything. They had nothing left over. Where this is different. It's like if you do it right and you have the assets to get it done, left over. But it's the fact that, do you get impatient and end up giving up more than you should?
All right.
I think
they need to keep stuff for another move, even if it's not a big major move, to bring other pieces in, because they're going to want with Donovan Mitchell now. You're not in championship mode, but you're heading in that direction.
I hear you. Go ahead, Freeze.
I need to ask y'all a question, and I'm gonna be serious. If this happens, I know a few people on this panel will be heartbroken. right? So I'm not trolling you, right? But what happens when Donovan Mitchell comes and the other rumor is true, and the Knicks do trade Julius Randle? Do you guys feel like you will have a touch of separation anxiety knowing that Julius Randle is gone and that the Knicks finally got a free agent to turn into an all-star, and now he's gone? Will you guys? Will Joe Madden, Mr. Rivera, do y'all think y'all experience some type of separation anxiety with Julius Randle leaving?
I'll tell you where my anxiety be.
Definitely would, Breezy.
Oh, sorry, that's my daughter.
Yeah, well,
I said I definitely will.
Okay.
For me,
I'm trolling.
I wouldn't.
Oh, you had me, bro. You yeah, you had me for a second.
Nah,
Yeah,
I ain't have. I feel like if he would have stayed and played with us, I would have wanted to really see if he was going to be able to fit in because of the talent that we going to bring. I really wanted to see that. See if he was going to be smart enough or still try to play how he played last season. So if he moved, I just think it's more room to open up for the young guys. So I'm not totally against it, especially if they saying, like, I heard rumors that they was trying to make sure they put him where he want to be, so they showing him love. So I was happy about that. Like, as far as going to the Lakers or somewhere,
right.
at least he going somewhere where he could probably get a ring.
Yeah, facts. I wouldn't feel separation. I'll be all right. Like I'll be fine.
I'll be over the moon. I thought they should have traded him to the Bulls. What the Bulls did with that Nikola Vucevic trade back when we were in the 4th seed. Freezy agree. I was only one of the ones trade him when the value's up, and we were like, no, keep him and pay him. We kept him and paid him, and now we're. But look, moving on from him is probably the best thing for a team fit because I don't see him defensively, especially offensively. I might work a little bit with Brunson and with Mitchell, but defensively, that team be bad.
I would say this, man. I think Julius Randle and Mitchell Robinson are going to have breakout years this year with Jalen Brunson alone. But if you bring in Donovan Mitchell, now the sky's the limit. Now every night Julius Randle gets to cook against an NBA power forward every night. I like Julius Randle versus Jason Tatum. I like Jason Tatum trying to guard Julius Randle. Right? I like Tobias Harris trying to guard Jason Tatum. I like Kevin Durant trying to guard Julius Randle. Right? I like all those matchups, bro. I like Spicy P trying to guard Julius Randle, bro. I like that matchup because Julius Randle eats in all of those matchups, right? I like Julius Randle against any power forward in the league on a nightly basis except Giannis. And Giannis is a generational defensive power forward, bro. Right? So if you take out Giannis, who would be the outlier, every other night, I like Julius Randle against Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner, right? I like Julius Randle versus Kristaps Porzingis, right? I like Randle in all them situations. I like Julius Randle versus Jimmy Butler or whoever they playing at the 4. I know Butler is a 2 disguising as a 3 that sometimes plays 4 in spot minutes, but I like Julius Randle against the Miami Heat, bro. You know what I'm saying? Especially with Jalen Brunson on the floor where you can't send those stupid double teams. Yeah, I remember when we used to be like, Randle hold the ball too long. He see the double team coming and blah, blah, blah. Now, bro, when you got Brunson and Spider on the floor, man, the double team. First of all, yeah, I know this. That's what I'm saying. And I don't know because I think Obi is gone to Utah. I think Obi Toppin is getting his Utah Jazz tattoo right now, even though I hate it. Bro. I think he gone, bro. But at the same time, if it's meant to be for Randle to go, my only deal is now what do you do at the 4? Are you playing Cam Reddish at the 4? Are you gonna go small ball forward with Cam Reddish, Farron Hunt,
right?
and
he ain't gonna start though.
Yeah, I don't think he's starting power forward.
He not.
Even though he's a good athlete, he ain't great. He ain't great to guard like
Tatum gonna cook him. Tatum giving him 40.
Yeah,
that's easy now.
And I think the problem is with the Randall is with them guys coming in, and somebody said it before. It's gonna be a problem. I think as far as number one, even though it could go both ways because I kind of agree with both sides of it. Somebody said before, like, he don't have to be the number one. He could just still be the point guard. You know what I'm saying? And Randall could be the number one. But I think with Spider and Brunson coming in, I think it would make sense to move them just to clear up the space so they could really go. But you made a great point. Who's gonna play the four the way he could? And that's why I say I would want to see him like playing his position in a role type to what he do best without the dribbling, and he still could pull up and hit mid range. You know what I'm saying? But if he can't do that, then he wouldn't be able to play because it's not going to be the same type of game. It's going to be more attacking and dudes that do what he be trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Or act like he could do.
I like to see it for a year at least. Try it for the season because I don't think basically shipping him out on a salary dump to take back Westbrook and maybe get a Lakers pick from like 2029 is going to be
that's not value.
Good. What do you mean that's not good? Cap space, but who's going to be with cap space nowadays? Everybody's re-upping.
Yeah,
so,
I agree with you, Will, about like he not a number one and all that. He ain't got because I feel like this team has. Obviously, if we get Donovan Mitchell, he'll be the number one. And then I feel like we have 3 number 2s. Like, get what I'm trying to like Brunson, Randall, and RJ can all be the number 2. Like, I would like to see it for a year. And then if it don't work out, then you try to get going into the next season. You try to see if you get rid of move Randall.
And just real quick, guys, just real quick. Julius Randle's stats against the Boston Celtics this year. Without a point guard, well, not without a point guard, because one of the Celtics or 2 of the Celtics games, Kimball was here, right? But Julius Randle averaged 22.5 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists against the Celtics this year. So 23, 9, and 6 against Boston, and that's with Jason Tatum being a good defender, right? Think about that: 23, 9, and 6 against Jason Tatum, who's a good defender. And that's without the dynamic backcourt, the dynamic duo of and I don't think he took that many shots. Let me see.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He was taking a lot of shots. He's not gonna get that many shots. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, but Tatum's not a power forward though. He's a small forward.
No.
Well, yeah.
Right? Nah, he plays the 4. He plays the 4.
He plays 4 a lot, bro. Yeah. I don't think he is a small forward by design. I mean, a power forward by design. Like, you don't draw up power forwards to be 6'8", 210 or whatever Tatum is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, because you want your power forward to be powerful, right? But what I will say is this though. He got those numbers on a bad team. And he took a lot of shots. He did. So, but what I'm saying, the point I'm getting at, I think he could put up those numbers on better efficiency when defenses don't key in on him.
Or have a point guard. Yeah. Get him in his spots. That's what I was saying. Maybe.
Right.
But do he want to play in the system? I mean, you got to. If you want to win, you got to, bro. And I think that's the point you was trying to make, maybe, on what he's really worth if he gonna fit in the system right. But I just think that, to go from what he just did, I think he want to prove that he can do that again and get back to where he once was. And on this team, he would have to just do other things and wait to get his opportunities. And I think with experience, he still should be able to get his 20 and 10.
Hey, what's his best attribute? What's his best attribute to you?
To me,
I feel like rebounding
and scoring in the paint, and even at one point his mid range, but he stopped doing that when he used to shoot on the side of the basket. You said that too, Freezy.
Yeah, baseline Randall. Remember, baseline Randall is a thing.
Yeah,
baseline Randall is a thing, but the only thing about it is when you
No,
have
I'm not
other
letting
players.
this Brunson love run. No.
So when you have when you have Julius Randle on, Gi come in here. Gi must be
because when I keep saying we don't need to spin the house for Mitchell right now. Let's stall Ainge out. Let's make Mitchell be miserable. Let's make somebody said
why? What do you get out of making? What do you get out of spurning another front
y'all
office?
get to see how good Jalen Brunson about to be. That's what you get to see. And then we get less desperate.
You might get Donovan a little bit cheaper if he gets the scrun up.
You get less desperate.
Did you say Mike? You said Mike though, right?
Well, I can't see Jalen Brunson go be the truth, but I believe in him.
Jay Boogie, what's good, bro?
What's good, Jay Boogie? What's good,
Jay
G?
Boogie, salute to you, big bro. Let me look you in your eye. You big bro.
Yeah,
you big bro.
What's going on, my brothers? How y'all doing?
Ain't nothing to it, bro. How you doing?
Spectacular, man.
Good.
Good mood, good spirit.
You feel better than Miles Bridges right now, right? Because he just got charged with felony domestic violence.
Yeah, he
crazy,
gone, bro.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he gone.
I think there's been child abuse in that too.
Oh, if so, he go. Yeah. And then when you see his parents, bro, you like his parents don't even rate. His parents never gave you the impression that they raised a kid to get out there in the street and do that once he got money.
I call that the Nunu, like from ATL, where you want to be in the hood, you want to be that type of guy, but you wasn't raised like that.
Yeah, man, that dude.
Yeah, he doing the opposite. They try to get out of the hood. He got money and he tried to get into it.
Into the that's man.
But he was posting pictures of like drinking lean and smoking weed and.
That's the people around him though. Like as far as like you gotta make your circle small, especially when you the money guy. Make your circle small and watch the people around you.
Yeah, he an idiot, bro. And I had liked that dude. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, now when I look at it, do I regret taking Kevin Knox over him? No.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, you can say that.
We complained we passed on him and the Bridges, or the two Bridges, the other one too.
Right. Yeah,
such a waste of talent though. Like he was on the way up, especially this year. He was getting near a max bag.
Yeah.
And with this stuff, then the night, I think it was night before free agency started. And it's just he's such good talent.
That's when he got caught. That's when he got caught, but it had been ongoing for a year.
Oh, I didn't read into that story into much about it for a while.
Ongoing, bro.
That's sad.
Sorry,
It's unfortunate.
Is there any update on the Mitchell stuff?
Nah.
It's unfortunate.
So my theory is, I think the Knicks are trying to get a third team involved, and I think that's why it's taking so long. I think they're trying to move Fournier. I think they gotta move Fournier, or they gotta move Randall to get this done.
Yo, my Lakers take Randall, man. We'll take Randall for y'all.
I really think
you just can't
Yesterday
bring
you
this
said
guy
you wouldn't,
in.
right?
Yeah, but where does Randall fit with the Lakers?
I really think
there's too many ball handlers and too many
I really think Randall could end up in Brooklyn. Kyrie ends up in LA. And
I like that.
And Westbrook ends up in New York, and New York waves.
Yeah, something like that. Something has to happen.
Y'all want Westbrook?
I don't want to wave him though. I want
the
to
Knicks.
Well, Westbrook.
I think that's the only way. See, I think people think Randall have value. Randall has zero value. I ask everybody this. This is the question I ask. Tell me which team in the NBA is ready to turn their offense over to a power forward in Julius Randle, because he's showing you how he plays basketball. He's proven it. 3 years in a row, he's played basketball the same way. I then went and looked back at New Orleans, and that's how he played basketball. I then went back to LA. This is how Randle plays basketball, period.
So what team would fit him? I mean, the Lakers didn't fit him. The Knicks don't fit him. So what team?
You didn't hear me
That's
just say
why I
once
think
he goes to
team.
Yeah,
it'd be the Lakers. The Knicks will send him for Westbrook and get a pick back, and then I guess we send him to Utah as salary for the Utah for Donovan Mitchell trade, and then I seen something about them maybe sending Lakers sending Randall and another pick then to Brooklyn for Kyrie. So it'll be Brooklyn, Lakers, Utah, and the Knicks.
I really think
but
you
got to match the money though, because Randall's only making $23 million.
No, there's gonna be picks, there'll be picks and other stuff too. But at the end of the day, that's gonna be the core of what it is. When you look at it, that's all you're gonna see. There'll be picks.
And the Knicks have a $5 to $6 million exception, so they can include that in a trade.
All right.
So let's say Donovan makes 30. The Knicks can send them $5 million in exception.
And I think there'll be young players too. We might lose a Grimes or
right, or a Cam.
Yo, I want.
Oh no, definitely Cam. My bad, because Cam's expiring contract. Remember, he has value in that as well. Oh, definitely Cam.
And we get the exception. We get the exception from Taj. So that's $5 million right there. So
the reason is to slow down because it's really big. That's why it's slowed down, because it's a lot involved. It's really big.
Well, teams can get what they want. Like Utah wants a bunch of picks and bad expiring salary. $47 million of Westbrook and a bunch of picks they get. Lakers want Kyrie. Brooklyn wants to get off of Kyrie. We want Spider. So there's a way that could go into a 14 deal. Just basically we getting off of Randall and Fournier, sending him to LA, getting back Westbrook and a pick and sending that to Utah, while Brooklyn then while Kyrie goes to Lakers.
I didn't even think of it that way, Joe. That's brilliant.
We might be looking at the biggest trade in NBA history.
Yo, you want to throw KD somewhere into Miami? That might be a big 5-teamer.
And what if they throw KD in that? Right, exactly.
Yeah, well, if he's so many, that'd be big trade ever.
And Jay Bull, for once the Knicks are in the conversation, baby. We in the game, baby. We got respect on our name again. I'm happy.
So that's when then you leverage what picks, maybe a pick you could get from say Brooklyn and one from LA, and you leverage that it will Westbrook then into over to Utah. So you keep some of your own picks, but Utah still gets 6-7 picks.
That's how I wanted you to feel the other day. That's why I was telling you. Deserve. All of you deserve. All of us deserve. You deserve for something to fall in your lap. You know what I'm saying? We don't been through too much, you know what I'm saying, not happens, you know what I'm saying? That sooner or later something as good is going to have to happen. And I just feel like it just started with that classical introduction we had today. It just looked like something that was different as far as us. You know, it was so funny how we was introducing a point guard. You know what I mean? A point guard introduced today as a New York Knick, man. I mean, it was just real classical, man. People up there, you could see people feeling good, happy, you know what I'm saying? He happy about where he at, you know what I'm saying? You see the little young girl, Yaya Brown, you know, she come up there, she asks questions, you know what I'm saying? It's a series of good moment time right now for New York, you know what I'm saying? And they taking classical steps, you know what I'm saying? Every time something happens, there's something else that comes right behind it, you know? Just look how quickly. Ain't nobody on what happened at the Summer League no more. We on the bigger and better things, you know what I'm saying? It's one day and it's over with, you know what I'm saying? Then what's the next episode? That's how it's supposed to be. So, you know, old boy, he in the building, and we got a point guard. Y'all know what's next, man. You know what I'm saying? Watch out for the webs. They might be over your building right now, man. Watch out for the webs.
Them. Are you saying that, every episode begins in this mode? Very cool, very calm. There's no sweat in my palm. So for those that don't know, that's D Nice.
Let's go.
That's D Nice. Anybody here remember D Nice? Harlem's own.
Call me D Nice.
Of course.
Call me D Nice.
Call me D Nice.
Man. You only know one D Nice, and he ain't up on the platform right now. He ain't in the panel. He's somewhere lurking right now.
Yeah. D Nice was like taking out you suckers, and you don't know how I did it.
Yeah.
Uncle Crazy as a thought leader. we still missing something. And y'all got me excited about the guards, and I've seen good guard play. But I'm never gonna stop asking for what I've started asking for when I met you guys.
Power
At
forward.
one point, I need
A lighter.
6'8" wing.
You was asking me for a lighter?
With gift. 3.
I need a 6'9" wing that does everything on the basketball court and looks at you and says, "Now stop." And when we get that player, I will start talking champions.
We'll have a bootleg one on the bench in Cam, who thinks he's that.
Two of them. And Farron Hunt. You got two of them. Farron Hunt, I think, is going to be a player, bro. Farron Hunt's going to be a player.
That dude name over there in Dallas, his name's Smith.
Oh, Finney Smith?
Oh, Dorian Finney-Smith? Yeah.
Yeah, I like
dude. I thought he was a free agent this year.
No, they
paid him. No, they re-signed him.
They ain't going to let him walk out the door. Hell no.
That's why Brunson freed up, because they had to take a choice. He was their choice. They was not. They had Dinwiddie already. They could fall back. Brunson leaving. They're not going to be too far off. Dinwiddie going to get work.
Not bad.
I'm tired of the ISO, pick and pop, mellow, jab step, boring.
Pump fake, jab step, pump fake, jab step,
like,
swing through, jab step, pump fake, swing.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see a team that's actually going to put the ball in the guards' hands and let the guards run the offense. Not their big men or their wing. Let their guards run the offense where it's supposed to be. And even if you don't get Munch, they get Donovan Mitchell, and you still get Brunson.
Killing me right now, bro. Yo, I keep. Y'all want me to put the stats up again about how often the Knicks ran the pick and roll last year?
No.
They just ran the ISO percentage. I need to see that one more time.
No.
We don't. Okay, because the thing is the Knicks needed guards to step up last year, and they didn't. And you can't blame Randall for not trusting guards that suck.
It looks slow when the ball's in Randall's hand, though, Uncle Freeze. It don't look like motion. It looks like ISO. It doesn't look like the rest of the NBA. So you don't know what it is.
Pick and roll. I'm just gonna pull it up on the screen because
pick
and roll.
GI right, because it don't look fluid. It just look like heavy. I don't know. It's just weird. It's hard.
It just looks
So if that's the case, what guard last year looked like Jalen Brunson? What guard on the roster looked like a Jalen Brunson?
No. That's what we're saying. We're looking forward to the fact that the offense with a guard will make it flow better.
Yes,
that's what we're saying.
Okay, because what it sounded like was man, I'm tired of Randall, and so I was like, man, y'all tired of Randall, man? And
yeah, it was partly that. Like, just Randall stuck with the ball, nobody moving. Like,
if we weren't on a Donovan Mitchell quest, Randall would be very big last year. The ball being in his hands is there's plenty of basketball. Plenty of basketball for Brunson, Randall, and RJ. Plenty. And even when they get Fournier open shots, he don't dribble the ball. And then for the second unit to do that, there's plenty of basketball. But if you get a Mitchell, there's no way you could keep him. They'll kill Randall. They'll kill him. He holds that ball, and Mitchell is going back door. He don't lob it to Mitchell back door. Oh, man, they'll kill Randall.
Yeah, the Knicks were 7th in pick and roll possessions last year. 7th. I don't know why I kept saying 6th. I think they were 6th in frequency. Were they 6th in frequency? Yeah, they were 6th in frequency and percentage. So they were 7th in possession and 6th in frequency, like holding the ball. And then they were, how many points per game were they in points per possession in pick and roll?
Well, Freezy, can I ask you a question?
Yes,
they could treat the pick and roll and the pick and pop as the same play? Because
it's not the same play.
Okay, how many pick and pops do we run? Because I'm gonna tell you something, Freezy. Here's the problem: Randall is set a pick, and he very rarely rolls.
What though?
Well, what is
he called his own name?
He can create more spacing on the floor if he roll when you already got guys that's trying to get 3-pointers. I see,
bro. Again, roll men are not just any dude that's tall, bro. You don't just put a tall guy and put him there to be a roller. Roll man is a skill set, like a deep threat in football. Wes Welker is not going deep, bro, and Randy Moss is not going across the middle, right? They not the same. It's not the same.
Forward can't roll to the hole. He should be doing that his whole career. He's power.
No, not again. They not okay. So you say okay. So a stretch four is all of a sudden a roll man.
No, but he's
Dirk Nowitzki is going to start rolling to the basket.
But Randall's a little different though.
Right. Randall's a little different because people dislike Randall.
No, I love Randall Freezy, but here's where he cheats the offense. Because when he'll go and set a pick, and then obviously you're creating some room for himself, and he pops and gets the ball, and then he goes to work. He's created offense for himself off the pick and pop, in which I don't know if he equates to a pick and roll, but you're right. We're constantly running that play. I just think he could be doing more without the ball, I guess is what I'm saying. And if he's not willing, and okay, I'll say you're right. We didn't have no guards for him to trust to play off the ball.
Right.
What would it be like if we did? I don't want to trust it though, Freezy. I don't want to trust it.
See, but the thing about it is the thing. So okay, because we keep having the same kind. Okay, so the Knicks big men, the Knicks centers, had the lowest usage rate in the NBA of all the 470 something players that were eligible to qualify for the stat. Right. All the Knicks centers were in the bottom 450. Right now, you're telling Julius Randle, hey, do that they're doing, and risk injury. Not only are you going to not touch it, but you probably gonna get hurt too.
Yeah, I am telling Randall he's got to make up where there's other lacks. You're right. I am saying that.
That don't make that. Yeah, no, they ain't doing
that. If it's gonna lead to injury, I didn't think about it that way. Then Julius Randle doesn't fit our team. Then, Freeze.
No, okay. This is about a Randall execution, and not even about the fact that I said the Knicks centers had the lowest usage rate, meaning the guards on the floor. Your guards were 30th in the league in assists, right? And it wasn't like a tie for 28 and 29. They were 30th. They were just flat-footed last, right? They were 30th in assists, right? And so instead of saying, hey, let's upgrade the guard position and make the system that we run more of a threat for everybody, we saying let's just move Julius Randle to a position where we know he's not going to get the ball. And he might get hurt.
All right, well, help me envision this then. Help me envision this. While Brunson and Donovan Mitchell is making Mitchell Robinson a better pick and roller and a better finisher around the rim. We all agree to that. Where's Randall going to be while all this motion is happening? I guess I can envision where Randall's going to be. Where's he going to be?
He either has to be setting screens or he has to be in the corner ready to shoot, and he needs to be efficient to shoot. Or he needs to be in the post, where I think he should be a little bit more because he's the size.
Nah, you know what's going to happen is when you get a dynamic guard, you can run Julius Randle and Mitchell Robinson at the top in the Spanish pick and roll that the Knicks showed y'all in Summer League. The Knicks already tipped their hand to the offense they want to run. That's why when these games, man, that's why I'm saying, when this Knicks show y'all stuff, man, we got to pay attention. Like, we don't pay attention to like the basic stuff. The Knicks put the stuff out there. Just because they ain't told you don't mean things not happening. The Knicks showed you in Summer League what they want to run. They pulled Farron Hunt and Jericho Sims both up at the top of the key, both setting screens, right? Which gave Quentin Grimes an ISO on the weak side, where if the weak side got collapsed, Quentin Grimes gets open three, right? At the same time, you had Trevor Keels on the other side threatening the rim by being a cutter. So now you got your point guard up top, your two bigs, right? A wing player ready to cut to the basket, a shooter on the other side ready that if the defender collapsed to stop the pick and roll, he gets a wide open three. Now, just imagine what we're talking about with Jalen Brunson at the top of the key with Julius Randle and Mitchell Robinson. Your real rim runner, Mitchell Robinson, is cutting to the basket. Julius Randle is sliding to the pop position as an outlet pass. Like for those that watch football, Julius Randle will be the running back out of the backfield, ready to pick up them 5 to 6, 7 yards in the flat.
Where's
right?
RJ?
Meanwhile, wait a minute.
Go ahead.
RJ Barrett is in that Trevor Keels role, ready to attack the basket, what he naturally likes to do, right? And then your guard, whoever it is, Donovan Mitchell or Fournier or Grimes or whoever, is in that spot on the weak side, waiting for the weak side of the defender to try to collapse to stop the pick and roll, so Donovan Mitchell can get wide open attacks to the basket.
So who throws you better softballs than your boy Gi?
I'm just saying.
Then let's do it.
That's why you the GOAT.
Then let's do it.
That's why how many times are they going to run that just to keep Julius in the offense?
But Joe, what do we say? Why is Julius Randle the topic du jour? And
I don't see Julius accepting that though. Julius is not accepting that, dude. He thinks he's the number one. That's the problem. Like,
well, basically with Julius Randle, cry me a river, yo. Because ain't no satisfying. There's nothing I can say here. I just described to you an NBA offense with offensive players. And ain't nothing.
And we saw that in summer league, but
you sold me, Uncle Fred.
Bro, I just broke down to you. I just broke down to you how Jalen Brunson doing what he naturally does, Mitchell Robinson doing what he naturally does, RJ Barrett doing what he naturally does, Julius Randle doing what he naturally does. The only person that does something different is Donovan Mitchell doing something different, right? But he gets isolation, weak side defender on him, scrambling to stop a dude that scores 26 points a game. So you get Donovan Mitchell, a 26 points per game scorer, getting a weak side defender trying to stop him all game. And you just said, when Julius Randle ain't going.
No, because
really?
He needs the ball in his hand. That's the problem.
Oh my God!
He needs the ball in his hand. He needs the offense.
Getting him ways with the balls in his hand.
Come on,
Freeze trying
man, what
to
are we doing?
with the ball.
Julius needs the ball in his hand, dude. Like that's his problem.
Okay, all right.
And I think that's the road stop that we had last year was he didn't want to give up the ball to Kemba. He wanted to do his thing.
Julius Randle game worked completely against what you're just saying when he was in New Orleans. When he had Rondo as a point guard and Anthony Davis, he's by his side and all that, Julius played off the ball.
He was complimentary.
So ball players recognize who they want to recognize. Julius ain't recognized nobody else on this team, and besides RJ, you know what I'm saying? He ain't studying no Kemba Walker.
What?
He did good enough just to rock with Evan Fournier. He ain't want none of them guys on this team.
Yes.
So now he got dudes that can do things. Julius know how to play basketball.
Right.
But when he around guys that he know that this ain't what it should be, man, it caused a lot of friction. Like, no, Kemba wasn't supposed to be on this team. And the only reason why Evan was over here because Kemba told the people, I could get Evan. I could get him to come. You ain't never seen, when have you ever seen two guys get signed from one basketball team to another team?
Right.
They men's. That's why he came with them.
Right.
But I just think, we need to give Julius a little bit more benefit of doubt. Let's see. I think he's going to be the best screen play, the pick player it is. One thing about Julius, he set some monster picks.
Right.
Monster picks. So, and you ain't going to know where them picks going to be coming from. Julius get to do a lot of things that he's not been doing. Now, only thing he got to relinquish is some of them assists and some of them turnovers. That's it. And just play natural basketball.
I would say, and Jay Boogie, and listen, I would say this. I think Julius Randle is one of the most unselfish power forwards in the league, and people will dispute me because they say he shoot too much. They're like, hey man, Julius Randle hold the ball too long. Really? Okay. But how many power forwards in the league are averaging as many assists as Julius Randle?
If I'm your number one player and I get a ball up early in the shot clock, it's nowhere in the world it's supposed to come back to me. If it come back to me late in the shot clock and then people look like he holding the ball or he had the ball too long, that ball ain't supposed to come back to me at all if I give it to you early.
Right. Right. And how many power forwards do you know that average 10 rebounds a game and is going to get you 6 assists a game? And then people say that guy is selfish. Right? And the thing is Julius Randle was at one point the best offensive player we had. So you got it. So when the chips are down, you had to go to him. Right now when Julius Randle is maybe the third best offensive player you have, Julius Randle is not hijacking no offense, bro. He not doing that. And if you noticed early Knicks Julius Randle, he didn't try to hijack the. You know who did hijack the offense when they was here? Marcus Morris. Marcus Morris hijacked the offense because he was trying to get paid, right? Marcus Morris was trying to get paid. He hijacked the offense, right? Played mad selfish. And you know what Knicks fans said? Yo, he a dog, man. We need to give him an extension. Marcus Morris, man. Come on, bro. You could see them calling the play from the sidelines as soon as they touch Marcus Morris' hands. Now, granted, at the beginning of the season, he was red hot from three. Y'all remember that? Where he was shooting 54% from three? But as the season went along, that percentage went from 54 to 51 to 48 to 45, and we traded him when it was like at 45%. Right? What I'm saying to you, I'm not trying to say you don't have the right to understand or try to have the right to think what it is that you're thinking as a Knicks fan. What I'm saying is if I explain something logically, all I want you to do in return is say, this is why Julius Randle won't be such and such and such. Not like the hypothetical, I don't think Randle gonna pass the ball. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That's what it sounded like.
No. What
I'm
saying
listening.
is,
Go ahead, bro.
Randle is a high volume player. He needs the ball in his hand all the time. When you watch the Knicks,
that's an opinion. You just said he needs the ball in his hands. That's an opinion.
No, that's what I see. Like as a player, he has to. He grabs the rebound, he runs it up the court. He has to like initiate the offense. You know, he may give it to the guard, but then he gets it right back in the post. You know, he's going to do his little step back 3-pointer, you know, with the ball in his hand. Yeah, he may get a pass here and there, and he gets his assists, he gets his rebounds, but he's a high volume player. He needs the ball in his hand to be effective. That's what I'm saying.
Think because that was on this. That's been since we signed him. That's what he's been. He's been put into that as a number one option. We haven't seen him beside talent. The closest talent we've seen him besides was Derrick Rose, and Derrick Rose was hot that season, and Randle was an All-NBA player. So what I'm saying is, I agree with you. He is high usage, and he's going to have to. For him to be effective, the usage is going to have to come down. He's going to have to be more of a power forward. But I do think that this team is better served off with Randle than it is with just trading Randle for getting nothing back, just salary for next year, and just bringing Mitchell in. Because I do think with better talent, Randle's a better player. But I do have my concerns long term. But for next season, I think having him, it's you're better off keeping him than letting him go. And I think you can get a lot out of him if he's willing to buy in. And I think he will. The thing is, since he's been with the Knicks, he hasn't had players around him that he respects, players that have been good. You bring in Spider, there's one automatically that he knows he can defer to, that he has to defer to.
Yeah, I agree with that. But, you know, that's what I'm saying. Like,
it's a tough evaluation for me.
Yeah, you gotta, if you bring in a number one, is he going to fall back and be like, okay, that guy is, the number one, and I'm the number 2 or number 3? I don't know. You know, the past 2 years, he hasn't done that. You know, so
no one's been here. No one's been here.
So Nick Yak said Randall career 2.8 turnovers. And what's the point for 2 of those years? Stop the nonsense. All right, so I got a Hall of Famer up here. Guess what? You see the career turnover thing is 2.8, right? 2.8 turnovers, right? So are we saying that Julius Randle is all right? 2.8 turnovers. Y'all see that from Nick Yak, right? This Hall of Famer right here, turnovers per game, is 2.8. Do you know what player this is? This player is Chris Webber. Bro, turnovers are going to happen. That's the point that I'm getting at. Chris Webber got the same turnover percentage. Things are going to happen, bro. Come on, man. Come on, y'all.
I think with Randall, I think that whole thing, the assists are going to go down, the turnovers are going to go down, but his points are going to go up because they're going to look at him more for a bucket now than the rebound and score points. He's not going to have to worry about facilitating, and that's where I think them other guys will help the defense a little bit. Like my main concern with this team with Randall
Y'all didn't like my Chris Webber point, huh? Y'all didn't like the fact that I compared Chris Webber turnovers to Julius Randle? No? Okay. All right.
Yeah, we got we got it. We just, we vacuum cleaned it.
Yeah.
And something else, another great thing we're not going to have to worry about, because we said it a lot of times, and if everything go according to plan, you won't have to worry about RJ or Julius the next day talking about, man, you can look at Julius. You can see he didn't want to shoot them free throws.
Right.
You ain't have to worry about that. Because when they get down to crunch time, guess who's going to have that rock? Them 2 guards.
Right.
Guess who can make free throws? Them 2 guards.
Right.
Brunson and Spider. So you ain't got to worry about Julius looking like, oh, man, damn, they fouled me out.
And Jay Boogie, ain't that what fundamental basketball is supposed to be about anyway?
Uh-huh.
When the defensive pressure intensifies, aren't you supposed to have the ball in your best ball handler's hands?
That's right. That's right.
Right?
That's
right.
right.
Yeah, man. We talking about fundamental basketball right now.
And having the ball in your best ball player, and the great ball players know that if I ain't got it, I'm going to get it from you instead of waiting for you to give it to me, because you might go do something crazy. No, let me get that. That's another thing what I like about Brunson. He's going to go get that rock. You know what I'm saying? Especially if it ain't supposed to be in your hand, he's going to get that.
Yeah.
And the rim pressure with them 2 guards is going to be insane. If you do bring in Donovan Mitchell, you're looking at it, because we talked about this a lot for Easy, was our guards couldn't get to the paint. They couldn't finish at the paint. They finished below 40%. You're looking at 2 guards that finish up in the high 60s at the rim, like 2 of the most efficient guards at the rim. We may have questions a little bit. I think Donovan's a good 3-point, he's a very good 3-point shooter, maybe a little inefficient. Jalen doesn't take a lot of them. But when it comes to finishing at the rim, what Tibbs wants, that's what you're going to get with these 2. And I think that helps Randall alone.
Right.
We should completely average anywhere from 21 to 24 rebounds combined off in Julius and Mitch. Our 2 bigs supposed to be cleaning that rim up. Cleaning up. Get you.
But they get the opportunity to do that now though, Jay Boogie, because they don't have to do. You know what bothers me in today's NBA, bro, is when people are like, yo, man, you need players that can do more than one thing, man. You need players that can do it all. Everybody need to. Nah, man. No, I don't want players that do it all. I don't want 5 jack of all trades, bro. Right? I want 1 jack of all trade, and preferably him coming off the bench. I want 5 dudes that can play together. I want 5. Listen, man. I want 5 dudes that can rock the mic like the Furious 5. You know what I'm saying? And I know people don't know who the Furious 5. I don't know why I always do that. I always be like, say something old school, and I keep forgetting who I be talking to, man. But legit, since I brought it up, I want 5 dudes that's able to do it like the Furious Five, man. Like legit, one dude slide away from the mic, the other dude slide right in, and it's harmony the whole way. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is with the pick and roll, with this pick and roll offense, man. We talking about Julius Randle acquiescing to such and such, Julius Randle this, Julius Randle that, Randle. Come on, bro. It make me think people don't watch basketball. It make me think like we just look at ESPN, the little thing, and the New York Knicks lost to the such and such. And Julius Randle was 7 for 24, and then they blame Randle. I mean, come on, bro. Some of this stuff, man, we got the bro.
So, Priest, let me ask you a question, or any of y'all a question, because you know y'all all brilliant minds of what's going on. Do y'all think that we can finally say that Leon and Tom is on the same page?
Yes, J-Bug. Yes. Absolutely. I'm on play. Yes. I have no dissension. I'm not creating no negativity. Yes, absolutely.
I just don't know how all in Tom's in on 2-6-1 guards. And to me, okay, you see offensively, you see what he can get. He's getting two guys that can penetrate, get the basket, put up buckets, can do things a lot for this offense. But we know Thibodeau's had his soul. He sold his defense. He played Alec Burks and Elfrid Payton over guys just for size and defense. And you're telling me that he's gonna buy into having 2-6-1 guards, which can be a good defensive team the way he runs his defense and the schemes, and they're not bad defenders, just small. But I just don't think he'd be 100% sold on these two.
Yeah, but Thibodeau his best games, like coaching, has been like short guards, short penetrating guards. Look at Nate Robinson in the playoffs, Derrick Rose, who's not tall.
Kirk Heinrich.
Yeah, Kirk Heinrich. Like he does really well with short penetrating guards that can get to the rim.
But two of them in the starting lineup together, like I see when you're going for like 1-and-1, like one off the bench, one starting, your rotation, you have spot minutes together. But if you're going to keep quickly, if you're going to have a bench point guard that might be under 6'3" and under, and then you have these two dudes in Spider Brunson, you have a very small backcourt rotation or guard rotation.
If I ain't mistaken, wasn't it Kirk Heinrich, Derrick Rose, Dean, Boozer, and Noah?
Yep.
Well,
yeah, they made it. They made it to the Eastern Finals, right? Heinrich was 6'3", 6'4", and Derrick Rose is 6'2". I mean, that's not a big.
I mean, it's small. It's not as small, but it's still smallish.
I mean, in today's NBA, you're not doing Mark Jackson post ups. You know what I mean? Like these guards are pulling up for three. So,
Brunson does a little bit of that.
These dudes are shooting 3-pointers off the dribble from 25 feet away. Why do you need Manute Bol to be on the perimeter, bro?
Yeah, they're not posting up no more.
These shots are inefficient. You just need somebody that's going to contest. That's all you need, because about the third thing you learn in real basketball, right, is don't foul a jump shooter. Right? That's about the third thing you learn. Right? The first thing you learn is value the basketball. The second thing you learn is play together as a team. And the third thing is don't foul a dude that's taking a hard shot. Why? Why, bro? Why? It doesn't make sense. To in my opinion, the short guard argument is only an argument because this guy is not here yet. Once he get here and we start to win, the whole short guard argument is out the window. So so for instance, once Mitchell get here and we get off to like a 20-8 start, Ain't nobody gonna be talking about no short backcourt. You know what I'm saying? Nobody gonna be talking about no short backcourt and we 12 games above 500.
Well, until the playoffs, Freezy, because that's what we talk about. I know regular season doesn't matter. You can win your games. Like, we're going to be a good team. I'm not disputing that. To me, though, it's the defense in the playoffs, and we've seen it. It's size in the playoffs. Teams want, like, Toronto, and these teams are going after length, perimeter length.
Hey, Jay Boogie, if we make the playoffs, you going to the games?
I'm not going to playoffs. Man, Donovan come on this team, we 6th seed. I don't know what everybody else is.
Easy, right?
Easy.
No. We succeed. My just thing is in the playoffs, like we see it time and time again, like length. Like McCollum and Lillard never won just because they got to the conference finals, but they never won because the team didn't have enough size.
But check this out. We started a backcourt for 48 games with a point guard with 6'6" and a shooting guard with 6'7". And we didn't even make the playoffs.
No, I agree with you. But I'm saying that's what my point is. Like with Thibodeau, I'm not saying it's not going to work. My saying is Thibodeau fully bought in with this? Because as proved, my point was he went with big guards over guys that were better because they're smaller because the defense. Like he stuck with Peyton, who was brutal, and stuck with him just because he had size at the perimeter. And the same thing with Burks. Burks was a better player, but he had size. Not great defender, but the size.
And Elfrid Payton would run through. And the thing about Elfrid Payton is he would run through a brick wall for you on a nightly basis. His skill set was flawed, though. He just couldn't shoot. Right? If Elfrid Payton was an average 3-point shooter, Elfrid Payton would still be here right now.
Yeah.
If
his
he was
defense
just
was
average,
really good.
Right. He was I used to laugh with Jay Boogie on the Knicks morning drive in the mornings last year, right? Or whenever Elfrid Payton was here, I used to laugh because how does a dude with a tattoo that says Flash always slow down the pace? Remember that, Jay Boogie? How you got a Flash tattoo and you always slowing down the offense? Remember I used to say that all the time?
Yeah.
Luke Skywalker Vicious was good, bro.
Salute, Freeze.
Finally, you made it, bro.
Oh, well, who that Jay Boogie? Salute.
Good, baby.
It's about time.
It's about time, Freeze. It's about time.
I saw you. I was like, it's about time you showed up. How you doing, man?
You got me all antsy with your Randall talk. I had to jump in, man. And I respect Randall. I really do. I just think it is really a bad fit. You want to put Randall as a catch and shooter, and he's a 29% catch and shooter. Randall needs to be rolling. He needs to be rolling. He got to roll to the basket. Randall is not Nowitzki. Randall is Karl Malone.
Body type.
I agree. He needs to go into the basket more. He's big. He's 6'9", 250, 260. He needs to be going to the basket.
Yeah, you're right. He about Karl Malone's size.
Like, he don't be settling for jumpers. He need to be running at guys and going to the basket.
He gotta attack that paint. And I don't know why they're not instructing him. I don't know why he's relying on that 29% catch and shoot. But I just think that maybe he needs to go somewhere else, find a better fit somewhere else. And I just
why is he 29%?
That's his catch and shoot rating. That's a good question. That's a good question. He's not a good shooter. That's what I would say.
He's working out with Melo in the offseason doing his jab step.
Pump fake, jab step.
Yeah. Oh, God, I hate that thing,
I just need you to catch and shoot.
Well, before he got exposed to Atlanta by the Atlanta Hawks, and the league understood what was going on, so the league started looking at Randall in a different way and coming at him in a different way. A lot of traps, you know what I'm saying, blindside traps and all that, you know what I'm saying, on the strength of how the great Nate McMillan, you know what I'm saying, provided them defensive schemes on him. You know, a lot of times them shots that he was taking was like rush shots, quick. Let me have you up shoot this before he get here. He wasn't like, a lot of shots wasn't like in rhythm. You know what I'm saying? Unless he was going off the bounce and stuff. You know, now you got guys whereas now ain't gonna be no rushing at Julius right there. You know what I'm saying? Rushing at him. And he can get back to shooting some mid-range shots too. You know what I mean? You know, he put up a whole lot of trades, you know what I'm saying? And
he should have never left that mid-range game.
Right. So I do think he can get back to some. I think Julius can get back to playing basketball. You know, I say I speak good of him, and then I speak in a way whatever's best for the team, whether he's here or not. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna hurt us if he's here this year, and we get the surprise pick. We already got the Cracker Jack. That's, you know what I'm saying, Jalen. But you know, when you used to buy that Cracker Jack, you used to bust that joint wide open. You was looking for that prize. If some of y'all know what I'm talking about.
You remember the magnifying glass? Boy,
Yeah,
I get that magnifying glass.
How you get that in there? Yeah, you wanted that, a sticker, whatever it is.
Yeah, man.
I think we this year we got the Cracker Jack and the surprise in it. You know, with Jalen and Spider coming here, man. I think it's got to happen, man. It's got to happen. I don't think Leon can afford to not let this situation happen. I need for Utah to figure out there ain't nobody else got nothing better than what we got going on, and then let's go ahead and make it happen. Because that's the hold up. They're trying to see if they can find something that could be better than what we got going on. Because we ain't even
Can you blame them though? Can you blame them for trying to sell high?
I don't blame him for trying to sell high because that's what Danny Ainge's going to do. But he already going to get the gaff. You know, he's going to get the number one pick regardless. They're going to give it to him. That's why I spoke upon that. When LeBron left Cleveland, the NBA gave Cleveland the number one pick.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? When Anthony Davis left New Orleans, you know what I'm saying? They gave him the number one pick. There goes Zion. So the NBA going to look out for what they want to look out. And they know ain't nobody going to Utah. Ain't nobody going to sign up in Utah. So clearing cap space and all that ain't worth a damn for Utah to do that. They need them picks over there, you know what I'm saying, to go along with that number one pick they're going to have, giving up their 2 all-star. That's all they need to do. And real quick, Freezy, I don't give Donovan a new nickname. You know, I like to, compare the names. So I know I had to apologize about the Montero, young Kevin Johnson. You know what I'm saying? I had to apologize for that one. So I'm gonna make it up with this one right here and hope I can. But Donovan remind me of a young Lloyd Free, point blank.
World B. That's my uncle.
Free. Straight off, he get off the bounce. He had a crazy uplift on his shot. He could dunk on you, shoot long. Yeah. Hey, he remind me of a young World B. Free, man.
A young World B. Free.
Young World B.
With the pushback headline at all.
Man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I'm joking about World B. Free. I don't know if that's true or not. I've been telling that whack joke for about 40 years. You know what I'm saying? But World B. Freezy. Yeah, man.
How do y'all feel? How do y'all feel Randall is gonna adjust to only getting 12 shots a game, down from 17?
Come here, baby.
I'm not sure.
What's the matter?
Here we go.
I don't think he's gonna like that.
That's what I was talking about.
I don't think he's gonna like that much.
That's what I was saying. He's not gonna like it.
Hey,
Brunson. Oh, salute.
How you doing, baby?
Say how you doing?
How doing?
Good. We great. Yo, I love J Boogie. J Boogie is the GOAT, bro.
She said it's not funny.
She's like, stop playing. Hey. Yeah, the baby like, yo, lay off Randall.
Hey, I gotta go ahead and go, man. I thought she was gonna be sleeping, but she don't got back up. I gotta tend to my number one. You know what I'm saying? Man. And then, when you got kids, they're yours. And I tried to tell somebody the other day, I was like, yo, when we gonna do this? And blah, blah. He's like, man, I got to babysit. Nah, dude, you don't babysit yours. You don't watch yours. Yours is yours. You pay somebody to babysit them. You never babysit your own. That's yours. So you know,
no doubt.
When they call for me, I got to immediately ASAP go. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna holler at y'all. You know what I'm saying? In the morning, y'all may have a great night. You know what I'm saying? Right. Blessings of health and safety to everybody in the chat. You know, peace, two fingers stuck together. Don't separate them like a slice of cake.
Peace.
Yeah, man.
No doubt, baby.
Yeah, man. All right, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, man. So the thing about Randall getting 12 shots a game, man, I don't know how I would feel about that. Right? What are we getting from Randall in order for it just to be 12 shots a game? Are we getting something else? Is Randall going to be a 14 rebound per game guy? Maybe 7 assists? Is that the trade-off? Is the trade-off Randall is 17 points, 14 rebounds, 7 assists? And the other thing too is and for Randall to take 12 shots, are we winning?
Well, Randall and RJ both averaged 17 shots last season.
Right.
I expect both of them to go down, but you know, is Randall gonna be okay with his numbers going down? I don't think if Donovan Mitchell come, he's still taking his 20 shots a game.
Okay.
Brunson averaged 9 shots a game there. I expect that to go up to 12.
Okay.
So it's going to be a tough job for, Tom Pizza, though.
Yeah.
To figure out how he's going to balance out his offensive structure. We know his defense going to be solid. He's going to get everybody on defense. 10. It's just how he's going to balance out the offense.
Right.
If Randall is still there. I think RJ will fall in line. He'll fall in line. If he get 12 shots a game or 15 shots a game, he'll be all right. I think Obi will be all right with 10 shots a game. He ain't, but Randall, he wants the ball.
Right.
That's what I was saying.
Okay. So with Kemba gone, that's 10 shots. With Burks gone, that's 9 shots. Right. That's 19 shots per game just by those guys being gone. Right. I'm looking. The Knicks took 86.2 shots per game. Right. That's a lot of shots, right? For Randall, say if Randall and RJ just continue to shoot 17, right? That's 34, right? That leaves 52 shots. And I'm assuming that the Knicks are going to pick up the pace and shoot more. I think with Jalen Brunson and Donovan Mitchell here, I think that the Knicks will score more points per game on better efficiency. Right? That's just what I think. It's like me and Viz together. We we doing an album. When he do the album by himself, he got to do all the beats, all the verses, all the hooks, all of that stuff, right? He working himself to death. But me and him together, we split the workload down the middle. It's lighter for both of us. It's a win-win, except when it comes to the money. Then we got to split the money.
What's the shot count for Fournier last year?
14.
So
it's Donovan. He's taken about 20 shots or so with Utah, so that won't change coming here.
Yeah, and I should have added Fournier to that because I'm sorry, Fournier was 12. I'm sorry, 12.1. Derrick Rose is 10. Kemba was 10. That's about 23 shots per game right there between Fournier, Rose, and Kemba. 23. Then you add in who else? Who else is missing? Where's Burks at? 34 shots when you add Alec Burks.
Mitch better be ready to not take many shots. He better just be down there rebounding.
And the usage rate too.
That's the part where I disagree at. I think Mitch is going to get more shots, but he'll get more quality shots, right? Like Donovan Mitchell made Rudy Gobert, bro, offensively. Rudy Gobert ain't showed you an offensive move yet, except the little jump hook, and it looked weird with him doing it. The little jump hook, push shot, put back. I think Mitch can get that from about 3 to 5 feet. Right, but I think Donovan Mitchell makes Mitchell Robinson a double-digit point per game scorer. I think with these two guards, I think Mitchell Robinson will average 13 and 10 this year. 13 and 10, and his block percentage will go up. But here's the thing that I'm nervous about, Joe. This is the thing that I'm nervous about, and I've been trying to get to it, but the conversation always winds up on Donovan Mitchell trade scenarios. I think we desperately need a backup center because I could see Mitchell Robinson in foul trouble a lot this season.
Trying to make up for defensive mistakes of the backcourt.
Yeah, continuity, because this will be the third year in a row you change your entire backcourt. Think about it. This will be the third year in a row that the Knicks changed their entire backcourt. We went from Elfrid Payton and Reggie Bullock to Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier to Donovan Mitchell and Jalen Brunson.
Wait, 4 years. 4 years, because Moutier and this guy.
Oh yeah,
man. So the continuity thing, I think the defense. I think the defense is going to be the thing that lags at first, not the offense. That's why I disagree with y'all. And it's not because I'm just trying to be difficult. I disagree because I just think the defense is going to suffer at first before it catch fire. And the reason why I believe that, man, is not because just of Donovan Mitchell and Jalen Brunson, but our defense always gets off to a slow start with Tom Thibodeau. Remember when we defensively 2 years ago, the playoff year, we started out defensively slow and we got red hot towards the end of the season. And then last year we got started off slow and got red hot towards the end of the season. And then this year, you make the same changes. You change, no matter what changes you make, RJ, Julius, and Mitch are still here. No matter what changes you make. Think about it, this, like the third year, maybe fourth year. You ain't changed RJ, Julius, and Mitch yet. The backcourt always changes, right? I just think it's going to take some time for that defense to gel. And listen, and I don't want to sound like Chicken Little. I don't want to say the sky is falling. Oh my God, we got to have Kelly Oubre. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is give this defense some time to gel. The offensive part is easy. The offense part, man, don't worry about Randall taking 10 shots or 40 shots because ultimately you just want to win, right? Ultimately, you just want to win. Them guys are going to do what it takes to try to win. Nobody wants to lose in New York, bro. Losing in New York is, man, oh, my God. I don't even, man.
So, see, I agree with you, Freezy, on the defense, but where I disagree in the offense, I think the offense is going to take some time too. Because then I was looking the other day, between you look at Jalen Brunson's usage last season, Donovan Mitchell's usage, Randall's usage, and RJ's usage. All these guys are a high usage. You look at even going 25% left between all of them. That's leaving Mitch with like 5% of usage. Like, so you're looking at a lot of high usage guys that want to score themselves.
Right.
So I think that's going to take a bit of gelling to guys getting used to playing without the ball. I don't think Donovan Mitchell's not going to have a problem with that because he's going to get his usage. And Jalen Brunson will get his 20-25% usage. But the rest of the guys, they're going to have to kind of get used, especially Randall. It might take Randall a little bit to get used to not having the ball as much.
Right.
But the defense, I do agree. I think the defense is going to start off slow.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
and that's where you're going to see the $15 million worth of Mitch this year because he's going to need to show every penny of it.
Yep. Yo, it's crazy, bro. I'm looking at Mitchell Robinson's usage rate, bro, over his career, and it steadily has declined. So it went from 12, which is low, to 13 is low, then to 11.8, and last year it was 11.4. Right? So now you're thinking like, dog, man, the dude usage rate is 11.4.
Well, that's why he was complaining about running up and down the court and not getting the ball.
Not even touching
He literally was complaining that he was not getting the ball.
Right. I think that changes this year. And I think that's the reason why Mitchell Robinson signed back. Right? Because think about it. He could have not signed with the Knicks and then signed 4 years in Utah just straight up.
Shit.
Right? He didn't have to sign with the Knicks. Right? But he could have just went to Utah because Utah was interested in Mitchell Robinson. Remember that? They were like, yo, can we pull off a Mitch and RJ type? The Knicks didn't want to do that. The Knicks see the same stats we see, bro. All the statistics and stuff that we see, man, every team, every smart GM, every analytics department, they see all the stuff that we see or deeper. They got better stats than we get to look at. Right? Because they have analytics departments that do this all day long. So they know Mitch has a low usage rate, right? So it's like one of them deals where I think Mitch will be 13 and 10 this year just off of dunks alone. I think every time you turn around, you're going to see a New York Knicks dunking, bro.
And didn't he send out a tweet about I'm more than just a guy that runs up and down the court or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
So he even sees it. You know, he's tired of that.
Yeah.
You know, he wants to do more on the offense. I get it. You know.
See, that's going to be tough when you're bringing two ball-dominant guards into the team with already a ball-dominant power forward and a wannabe ball-dominant wing. And that's where I think long-term, just because I look at the usage where you move Randall out and you bring in a 3-and-D power forward like a Jay Crowder, more or less like a 3-and-D power forward to play defense and knock down the three. You bring that in, that gives more reps towards because Donovan's going to get his 30 usage and Jalen Brunson's going to get 20 usage. To me, is like, how do you get Mitch more in the offense while still keeping RJ and Randall happy without taking away anything from the two guards?
I could suggest something. Piece of the chat. A lot of times you ran pick and roll, and the guards that would get the ball, they would have their heads down. They literally would not throw the lob. They literally would not even go for the dump down. They would turn their heads. If they didn't see like an open lane or open jump shot, they would reset, dump it down to Randall, and then they'd try to start an isolation offense off of it.
Right.
This is not like that's not going to happen with the two playmakers we potentially could have had this year. I mean, it got so bad to the point that literally only two guards on this team would pass Mitch the ball in a pick and roll action. It would be RJ for that lob off the pistol action, and it would be quickly at times. At times, not all the time, but at times he would throw the lob. So like we don't really go for easy baskets from the guards that we did have last year, and I think that'll change. Like Donovan Mitchell knows how to exploit a pick and roll. Brunson knows how to exploit a pick and roll. So I don't think the issue with Mitch will live off of the offensive glass. He'll live off passes in the dunker spot. He'll live off dump downs. He'll live off lobs. He'll be fine. He'll get 12, 10, 12 or 11 or 13 points per game, in my opinion. I don't necessarily think usage is the greatest indicator because the more a guy establishes himself in the league as a particular type of player, certain things are expected of him, and they're not really going to expect him to start dribbling, like taking the ball off the bounce or passing from the pinch post or from the top of the key. Like he's that sort of playmaker, and Tibbs doesn't want to give him that type of responsibility. So the usage is going to always stay probably 12, 13 at best. but he's going to be way more efficient in his touches than he does get from better playmakers.
Yeah, I could see he's definitely going to get. I definitely expect 10 and 10 from him this year, like a double because you look Rudy Gobert is an offensive player at all, but I think he led the NBA in dunks last year. So basically, everything like Mitchell Robinson, all his points are coming from dunks. So I do think Mitchell Robinson will get more. He get more dunk opportunities.
And Rudy Gobert's go ahead.
Just real quick, bro. Just real quick, right? Did you know that Rudy Gobert had a higher usage rate than Karl Anthony Towns?
That is actually crazy.
What?
Yes, I'm telling you. I'm looking at it right now, bro. I can put it on the screen. Yo. Rudy Gobert had a higher usage rate than Karl Anthony Towns. Right? Kristaps Porzingis had the 5th highest usage rate and complained about touches. Right? So I'm looking at 50. Let me see what Julius. Let me see where Mitchell Robinson is ranked. Okay. All right. So Mitchell Robinson's number, his usage rate is so low that they don't even have him listed. Mitchell Robinson is outside of the top 62. You know who ranked last in the NBA on this list? Nerlens Noel. And usage rate at 11.81. Mitchell Robinson ranked so low that he didn't even qualify.
Mitch himself said he can't pass himself the ball. So
yeah, man, and and then so think about what I'm saying, right? And then think about when I mentioned that the Knicks ranked 30th in assists, right?
Yeah.
And then people are like, well, Julius Randle need to roll to the basket. For what? Nobody's passing. That's like the biggest joke. That's like the biggest joke in Knicks universe right now. Julius Randle should have been the roll man. Really? Your guards don't pass because they can't. Julian Tran, let me thank you for the generous contribution. Julian Tran says, salute, Unc. There is a scenario where we lose both Randle and Obi this offseason.
Whoa.
Assuming that scenario, what are the Knicks options moves at the 4? Great question. What are y'all thinking?
I don't think that's going to actually happen, but for argument's sake, we're probably going to see a lot of downsizing RJ, like in like very limited minutes, probably playing forward small ball lineups, because I don't see any 4 in the market that we could get. I don't know. We might see Twin Tower alignments with Hartenstein and Mitch, because Hartenstein can pass out by the top of the key, but I don't see that actually happening. It's a bit much.
I thought about this actually the other night or was it yesterday when I seen Obi possibly going in a Spider deal and Randle being moved because of the fit. And I could agree with it because I rather Obi with Spider because the less usage, and I think he can be a better 3-point shooter long term. That's what I seen. But I could see them saying scratch neither of them fit and going after even like a Miles Turner and putting him at the 4, going stretch like a defensive stretch 4. So I'm looking who's at the market, and what teams are starting to do is guys like you look like at Mobley way younger, way better, but that type of player is a center who can block shots but can also hit the 3. You're seeing OKC, you're going to put Chet. People saying about the team putting Chet at the 4 because of the size. So I see the same thing about them trying to do that, putting like a Miles Turner and having basically 2 rim protectors to clean up whatever defense. And then Turner's also low usage. He can hit the 3. And he also wants a little bit of a bigger role.
But you'd have to actually trade something for him because Pacers are trading. And if we do these 2 deals, what would he even have left over to trade for Miles Turner?
Well,
Hypothetically,
it's also you have to look at what players like I don't know what vets are you gonna have left or what pieces you're gonna have left after the Spider trade.
yeah, because we're
'Cause
definitely
I
not gonna
believe
have a
if you
full
trade Obi and you're trading a load of picks, you're not going to be trading much else other than salary. In my eyes, if they want Obi, then you're not giving up much else to the young core, just picks and matching money.
I honestly think if they do move Randall, Obi's not going anywhere. Like if either one of them goes, the other's going to have to stay, just off of roster composition and fit. And they're both kind of Leon's guys. So I can't see a reality where both of them are gone. I can't fathom them deciding to void the whole team of power forwards and then not really have the assets to make the move for a starting caliber four. I don't know.
Yeah, I think eventually, I think what realistic is going to happen. Obi's going to get moved in the Spider deal, and Randall's going to be here. But if they do move Randall, I agree with you. It's best to keep Obi. Well, I just see them looking at that and going, right, we need to get a 4 that plays great defense and is low usage and they hit an open shot.
Yeah.
And that's neither Obi or Randall right now.
And like, even with one of them leaving, we still need a 4 that can play defense, that can switch out guards on the wing, on the perimeter.
Because like what you need to do to build this team is like RJ's defense needs to get better. You have Mitch. The 4 spot needs to be another defender for this team to be actually fill into a team where you have your ball handler, you have your 2 wings, and you have your big man. Randall and Obi. Obi maybe fits a little bit better because less usage and he moves around more energetic, but just the defense.
That's gonna be a problem. Like I know people say, "Oh, Obi can maybe play the 3." I don't see it personally. Like he's kind of stiff as far as being on the perimeter and guarding guards or wings that are athletic. He has straight line athleticism, but when it comes to agility and shuffling left and right, I can't see him doing that. Not consistently. Guys keep saying we might try him at the 3. I'm just like, I don't see that at all, man. Not from him.
It's just going to be interesting because his team's not perfect after a Spider move. There's still holes that have to be fixed to have that team right, and there's a certain way, which I always thought Utah and if we ever got Spider was Spider should be playing the point, and you basically put 4 defensive, four 3-and-D guys around them.
That's the plan that that's kind of the plan Portland is going with, like a bunch of 2-way players around Dame at the moment. Even though they signed what's his name, that kid, to $100 million deal, they made moves for Jeremy Grant. They brought back their center. They got the dude from New Orleans, that shooting guard. I forgot his name. Hart. He's a 2-way player as well. They were targeting OG Anunoby. They wanted to get him. So like they're trying to surround the hyper efficient offensive guard with a bunch of 2-way players, and that's kind of. I mean, we're gonna figure that what our flaws are pretty soon if we do get Mitchell, and then hopefully we have enough assets left over after the deal where we can pivot and build a team more ideal and optimal around Mitchell and RJ or whoever else left we got.
And see, that's where it gets tricky with them. It's like, okay, what's next after you bring in Mitchell? What assets you left, and what can they realistically get? And that's why I do think it's going to take time for this deal, because I do think that they are going to try and figure out like a 3-teamer to get another pick or another asset to throw into that deal to make it easier that next year, if it's next year or even this year, they're like, okay, we have this other piece we can move to make an upgrade here.
Yeah, yep, exactly. Because we're lucky enough that all the guys that we're trying to build around are young enough where we can take a year or 2 to figure out exactly what we need to do to build to compete at a really high level, and we just need to figure out a way to try to keep an extra pick, try to keep an extra player that might develop that we can throw into another deal that we can like shape this team as optimally as possible. I'm reading in the chat and I'm thinking it sounds so perfect, but Charlotte definitely is in a market for a starting power forward. But I don't know. Like I've been seeing things like dudes were saying there might be a 3-team deal between Charlotte, the Knicks, and Utah where they just swap around picks, get like an extra piece of leverage. But it's just a lot of moving pieces. I honestly couldn't tell you what's gonna happen exactly. I don't think no one knows but Brock Aller and Danny Ainge.
Yeah, I could see them doing that. I could see them saying, "Hey, calling up Charlotte and being like, here, we'll do Fournier and Rondo for Gordon Hayward, and you give us a pick." And then they send that pick then over to Utah.
And then Utah might possibly get Gordon Hayward as well, and we just get Donovan Mitchell. But the money gets all complicated then because
The thing is, you'd have to
a lot
add
of
in
money.
another pick then just because Gordon Hayward. Yeah, see, Utah, I think, that's why Westbrook could be a good one because he's an expire and it's a big deal. That's what they want. Something that's expiring that opens up a load of cap next year.
Yeah,
And
that's
Gordon Hayward, I think, is 2 years in that deal. I think he's making 30 plus.
Ideally the Knicks want to target Westbrook and just have like a lot of dead money so they can pay. So when they do extend RJ and RJ's money kicks in next year, we're not really worrying about the extra 25, 27 million from Julius Randle rolling over for the next few years.
Yeah. See, I wouldn't mind doing it if you had a plan in place then to fill the 4 or a backup, or you kept Obi and you fill in the backup 4. But just the asset management of that is just so bad. When you could have flipped Rondo when he was high for 2 picks, you paid him, and then now you're dumping him a year later for Westbrook. It's a little bit iffy. I'm like, because the thing is, then that cap space is going to RJ, so you're not opening up $47 million in cap to sign a max guy.
Yeah,
You're
signing
essentially
that to
dumping
keeping your
Rondo
guy.
just so you don't have to pay the luxury tax.
I mean, but optimally, I don't know, man. Trading Randall at his highest, it sounds great in theory, but it's really hard to sell that to the fan base. It sounds great in theory to just sell him high after the All NBA season, but it's hard to sell that. It's hard to sell that to the executives. It's hard to sell that to the fan base. It's hard to take the guy that you basically built up into the guy and then just dump him the next year.
Well, you could have sold the fan base on this guy hasn't been consistent. We had the plan to trade him. We didn't trade him. His value is high. We're trading him now because we'll feel he's not a long-term plan. And then this is what could happen. And this is what happened. He got paid and everything went down.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
So that's what would have been sold. And people would have been like, what are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. You would have got a higher pick in the draft. You wouldn't have paid Randall. And you'd be in a better position. You'd still be able to trade. You still would have been able to get Brunson and still been able to trade for Donovan Mitchell and not have Randall. And you still have cap.
Like, it makes perfect sense, like, looking back at it now. But in the moment, you could say it made sense in the moment. But even then, it would still be a lot of moving parts. It would still be like a reverberation of negativity. I don't know, man. I don't know. It sounds good. Like, I'm not against trading Randall personally. Like, I have nothing. Like, I'm not that high on him. I do know that he has redeemable aspects of his game, and he could possibly fit with the next iteration of this team. But the way it's looking, and we have to pay RJ, he's probably not going to be here by the end of next season or by the deadline. But who knows?
By the end of the week, maybe.
Right. Yeah.
Because I do think if they do get Spider, which I think is going to happen the next mission, and they'll try to get it done before the offseason, but they won't give up assets to do it. So if they don't get it done, they'll do it by the trade deadline. But the next one is to move Randall.
Yeah, because I think they're okay with taking diminished returns on Randall at this point. I think they.
Yeah, but they're not willing to give up picks. Like the Lakers one works out perfect. You're taking on a pick and you're getting Westbrook's bad deal. But they don't want to get spied in the next pick and have to trade another pick to move Randall.
Yeah.
So I think the best thing is to try and get some value from him, because I do think if you have Brunson, you have Mitchell, and you get him into a third option and he plays well at it, you can trade him.
So what's your, when you trade Randall, what's your budget for his replacement?
I don't know. What's left in the cap after you paying RJ?
Nah, man.
Not much. They're hoping Obi steps up and becomes a full-time starter in an ideal world, but we don't know that yet.
Yeah, in my opinion, Obi is gone. Because you legit, because if you think about it, so if you keep Obi, so if Obi is not gone, right?
Yeah.
Then that means you're trading Grimes and IQ. Right?
Yep.
So regardless,
I think Obi because of Randall's here.
Right? Nah, man. What? Wait a minute. You blaming a Randall? No, man. Don't do that, Joe.
No, I'm saying no. What I'm saying,
Randall for you.
Hold on. You can't.
Go ahead, bro. My bad. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, it makes more sense to trade Obi than to be trading IQ or Grimes, because you're trading them in the Spider trade trading Obi in the Spider trade makes more sense because you already have Randall. If you trading Grimes in quickly, it's harder to replace them when you know you already have Randall here. So that's what I'm saying. And frankly, either way, I don't think Obi fits anyway with Spider.
Well, this is why I think that they keep Obi because they drafted Obi and they trade Randall on a third team trade. They get rid of Randall. They keep Obi. They keep IQ. They trade Cam, Fournier, and Randall. And they get a third team involved.
And we get compensation for taking like a salary dump of a terrible contract.
Yes, which is Westbrook.
And then they throw that compensation at the Utah Jazz, for instance.
Yeah. So if you get a Lakers first, you throw that to Utah with our first 4 first-round picks. And we get Westbrook, and then we waive him. Then he goes wherever.
Why do you?
It's just a lot of moving parts.
Oh, it's a lot of moving parts.
It sound like in the chat too is that I read about 40 comments that say all y'all want to do is move Randall. It's like every day. It's like
I just keep seeing him running down the court with the thumbs down, dude. That's it. Like I'm done with Randall.
I could see it working, and I could see him being traded at the same time. Like I try to keep a measured take on either direction. Like I don't hate Randall.
He told us to shut the F up. He told us to shut the F up.
Hey, wait a minute. Okay, so I can't. I swear. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It sound like New Yorkers are hypocritical. New Yorkers be like, "Yo, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere." And then somebody give you the thumbs down, and we in our feelings. Yeah, I mean, I swear I can't. Yo, which one is it? Are New Yorkers tough, or are they sensitive? I just get somebody, please. And I'm from the area. I already know what the answer is.
We get the thumbs down from Julius, but we can handle a different finger in public from someone else.
Right. You can get cussed out in traffic in a foreign language, bro. You can get cussed out in traffic in a foreign language.
But
Julius Randle give the thumbs down to 6 people, and now 10 million people.
Because we were giving his flowers all year, and then he's playing like trash, and we booed him a little bit, and he's telling us to shut the up.
That's not. But what I'm saying is that's not even the whole story.
It's a little disrespectful.
That's like 4% of the story. The
story that's 96%. That's 96%.
No, it's not. That's not true. The true story is season ticket holders was calling Julius Randle names for the whole season. The Knicks organization couldn't do anything. They were handcuffed because they didn't want another situation like with Oakley and Dolan. Right? So Julius Randle finally get enough, and he gave them a thumbs down, and 10 million people are now sensitive to a thumbs down. And they're like, he saw straight through my TV, and so he looked at me in my living room watching the game.
He doubled up.
And
But he doubled. He doubled up because they were like, "Yo, what's up with that thumbs down?" He was like, "Yeah, shut the up." Like, what?
Right, because he was talking to 6 season ticket holders that booed and called him names and was threatening his wife during games. And a dude sitting in his living room, not even in the stadium, is now sensitive to a thumbs down.
Then his wife is gonna go at CP about it's like, come on, dude. Like it just got so like circus. It was like a big circus.
Sleepless nights.
Man,
come on, bro. We gotta also. We also gotta
go. He just gotta go.
He's
known for doing that though. He did it in LA. He did it in New Orleans.
It runs two ways though, and some Knicks fans are ridiculous too. Some haven't a clue what they're talking about, and they go to games and act all tough, shouting at the players. They don't know
Boston's
what they're talking
worse.
about.
Right.
You see it in. I'm not just saying New York. You see it in every city. And he reacted.
Go to a Yankee game. Go to a Yankee game.
Getting hurt over a fan, give him a thumbs down. He didn't give you the middle finger. He didn't start calling all yards out. He gave you a thumbs down, and we all get emotional.
He didn't get you thrown out. He didn't call security. None of that stuff, bro. I will. Six people, and now Knicks fans that wasn't even there are hurt.
Yeah, but your own fans, it's like giving your own fans the middle finger, dude. You don't do that.
He's human, man. He's human. He is human. No matter how much money you make, you still have feelings, bro.
Soccer, bro.
There's a reaction. There's a reaction for every reaction.
Nolan needs to start giving out lollipops in the game during the game for sensitive fans, bro. When we go to the Garden, James Dolan, I want a lollipop. You know,
I mean, I wasn't in the stands, but I was at the TV, like giving my thumbs down to him too while he was running up the court.
Come on, don't do that.
My issues with Randall stem to just his.
And Bo, you from New York, right?
Yeah, from Staten Island.
From Staten? Oh, you from? Come on, bro, you from Charlotte, man? What? Oh,
yeah, man. But
I wish my arms was long enough to just reach around the world and hug everybody right now, bro.
Hey, can I chime in?
Hey, what's up, boss?
I'm new to the show. I'm actually I actually work for a corporate sponsor for the Hawks. So I used to think Knicks fans are delusional, but when I met you, when I started watching you a couple weeks ago, I'm like this cat gets it. But these fans, New York fans, they kind of kill me because they say Randall's too sensitive, but it seems like they're the ones sensitive. If he's just put thumbs down. That's it. After you talk about my kids and my wife, that's my normal response.
Right.
But Chris Paul goes into the seats and does things. Nobody says anything.
Russell Westbrook has to be held back. Remember, Russell
he has to be held back. He's just passionate. But when Randall does it, he's a baby. Artest damn near killed somebody, and it's okay. That's what I don't get the fan base.
I mean, they put hands on CP's fans.
But my point is, if it was anybody else, y'all would have said the same thing. Y'all would have done the same thing. You just didn't like Randall.
Boxing Detroit fans. He wasn't boxing Indiana fans.
No, I get that. I get that concept, but I think y'all kind of over from the outside looking in the way y'all treat Randall.
But did you see the whole season?
Kill his value.
Oh yes, yeah, but did you see the whole season? Did you see him running off the court when his own teammates were celebrating a win?
Yeah. I saw that, but I also saw the same fans the year before.
Not talking to the press.
Well, hold on. But I also saw
his whole attitude was weird.
No, I get it. But let me make one quick point. But I also saw the same fans that do this the year before would raise them up on their shoulders.
Right.
That's what we're saying. Yeah.
That's a problem. No. That's a problem.
Him for being trash. All of a sudden, he wants to give us a thumbs down. It's like, dude, you can't.
And it wasn't even that, bro. I tell this story a lot, and people don't get it, right? But we signed the Detroit Pistons cut Henry Ellenson, right? And we signed him to a 10-day contract. In his second game with us, he had a 9-point third quarter, right? Guess what Knicks fans were chanting when he was at the free throw line?
MVP.
King Henry MVP. In a season that we won 17 games, you're gonna chant MVP to Henry freaking Ellenson because he had a 9-point third quarter, right? And then to rationalize it with well, if you can make it here, you know what I'm saying, you can make it anywhere, and then get sensitive to a thumbs down, makes me think it's beyond being rational. It makes me think Knicks fans are irrational and crazy. Bro, it's six fans. They were like calling his wife out of name, talking about his son. You know what I'm saying? And see, with me, Randall was classy because with me, I probably would have handled it different. We all know that. But this is not about me or y'all. This is about Randall. Randall knew that, tried to be classy, and just gave them a thumbs down. After 40 games of this, Randall just gave them a thumbs down, and 10 million New Yorkers are sensitive about a thumbs down.
If it was just about people talking about his kid and his wife, I get that. You know what I'm saying? Like, he should go in the fans and go in the stands and punch everybody in the face. That's not what I'm talking about. I think he got in his bag because other players were shining over him, and
that's your assumption, though.
Yeah, that's what you think.
Yeah. That's my assumption.
That's the problem with a lot of the fans.
I'm assume that.
Yeah,
I'm still assume that because he was moping. He was mopey Randall. He was doing it all year long.
Yeah, I mean, they were losing.
And it got worse. And people started noticing it because they started saying,
but Paul, you don't know that for sure.
RJ,
you don't know that for sure.
Obi.
You don't know that for sure, but you have a definitive conclusion.
Yeah.
And that doesn't sound irrational.
I
that
think
you don't have all the facts.
I'm irrational right now about it. I'm irrational right now because I need him off this team.
I think people went overkill. People went overkill because of his play on the court, and then they just started going overboard because he was playing bad. And then he just reacted to the negativity because he doesn't know how. I mean, he's just an emotional guy. He wears his emotions.
He's a human.
Hey,
I mean, we're all.
Pat Jiggy. I'm sorry, Pat Jiggy. If you don't know the whole story, bro, don't be like, that's not true. If you don't know the whole story. If you don't know the whole story, don't just come in just randomly and be like, nah, man, that ain't how it happened. Randall was doing, nah, bro. Nah, don't do that, bro. Yeah, don't do that, because that make the people in the chat not trust. No matter what you say after what you just said, nobody in the chat is gonna respect what you say. Come on, bro. I just want to give you a chance. I want to give you a chance. Don't do that, bro. Because from now on, whenever you say something, people are gonna be like, nah, man, you can't trust what Pat Jiggy be saying. And we want to give Pat Jiggy a chance. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying, bro, is before you do that, bro, make sure you say something that you know, like for instance, connect all the dots and then throw something out there, and then we can at least think about it. I'm like, okay, I understand where Pat Jiggy coming from, right? But because nobody knows the entire story except a few people that were in that section, saw those guys doing that to Randall, so much so that it gets back to cats on Knicks Fan TV. They got to talk about it. And then to say it never happened, and multiple sources are saying it did. People that have been there, eyewitnesses. Come on, man. Come on. If you don't like Randall, like y'all, listen. If y'all don't like Randall, just say I don't like Randall. But to say that to get dehumanized, I mean, come on, bro. Nobody who wants to be dehumanized, bro. Come on, over basketball. Nobody. I don't care how much money you make, bro. Come on, man. My bad. Hey, my bad, Nick G. Hey, I didn't even say welcome, man. Welcome to the panel.
No, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man.
But I do have a suggestion. Is it wrong to keep Randall if he's like a third or fourth option? Which he really truly is anyway.
I don't see why not. I don't
instead
see
of
why
selling low, because if you sell low right now, it's just what's your point? He's not that bad.
I think the logic for some people is addition by subtraction. I believe that he's way more redeemable than just saying addition by subtraction. But who knows? That's the logic that people are going by. That if we add a bunch of high usage players, Randall might not be able to function being completely off ball as a spot up or rolling. But it's yet to be seen. I think he can be better with better talent around him. Of course,
I fully agree. He's not a high usage player. He was forced to be a high usage player,
right?
Because he was the best player on the team. But you add pieces around him, he gets to just play a role.
But
he's still a strong forward to deal with in the East.
Right.
That's true. Go ahead.
And Dre, this is what I want to present to you.
Yeah.
Say if you trade Randall and you get a decent return. Say you trade Randall, you get somebody eats his contract and gives you 3 first-round picks. Say 1 unprotected and 2 stupidly protected first-round picks. Like you might not see him for 5 years, right?
Yeah.
Say somebody does that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that signal to Knicks fans that you can boo whoever you don't like and the front office will trade them?
Oh, that's an interesting way to look at it.
Preach, man.
That sets a precedent that we might think is good in the temporary, but
in the moment we'll think that's great, right?
Yeah, but
the front office listens to the fans.
Yeah, and then it becomes the complete opposite of the Dolan issue that people could say, oh, the quote unquote Dolan issue, that he doesn't listen to what people think and he just reacts on his own.
Right.
We wouldn't like it both ways. You kind of want an even keel, heady front office that makes the right decisions, no matter what the fan base thinks.
Right. So because think about it, if you get that return, think about this: you get that return for Randall, right?
Yeah.
And you extend RJ, and RJ stumbles out of the blocks like he does every year. So you give RJ 5 years, $30 million, and RJ starts to have a season like he normally has, struggles at the beginning, right? What's going to happen in December when fans start to boo RJ Barrett? Are you now taking offers for RJ Barrett?
That is.
Well, the fans booed, and you got to listen to the fans.
They're already taking offers.
Look, man, they booed Patrick Ewing. They could do that. They
booed Melo.
Anybody. Yeah.
Yeah, they blew. Hey, man, listen, they booed Willis Reed, bro. When Willis Reed was at the end of his career, they was booing Willis Reed so bad, bro. Bro, come on. Yo, they were booing Willis Reed so bad that the Knicks went out and signed or acquired Bob McAdoo. And Bob McAdoo was I think 28-12 for us. And since Bob McAdoo didn't have a New Yorker's spirit, they was booing him during All-Star years. And the Knicks traded him too. And so when I'm getting, when does this cycle end?
You know what I noticed watching other teams play compared to the Knicks? When a guy is having a bad season on other teams, you don't hear those murmurs when they like get the ball in isolation that you hear from Knicks fans. Like when it was bad for Melo would get the ball in isolation, and because the Knicks fans are like hyper aware and hyper vigilant, they'd see Melo get the ball in ISO, and the crowd will go really silent, or you hear those little murmurs, and it'll get real spooky in the crowd until he passed the ball or shot it.
Yeah.
And depending on what happened, the reaction would be different. If he made it, great, woohoo, scored. If he missed or had a turnover, you would hear those little smattering.
You remember? Do you remember
Mike Breen, the smattering of boos? You would hear that.
Yeah. Do you remember the Sunday afternoon game against Philadelphia when TJ McConnell went off against us?
Yeah.
And he hit the game winner over Melo in the corner.
Yeah, I remember that.
And every time Melo touched the ball on the elbow, the Knicks booed.
Yep.
Knicks fans booed.
Yep.
It was so bad that Courtney Lee was going to the fans like, chill out.
Yeah, when they were at the free throw line, he came behind and was like, putting his arms down.
Yeah. Yeah. Brandon Jennings and Courtney Lee legit had to go to the fans and be like, "Yo, y'all chill." Brandon freaking Jennings.
And this doesn't happen for any other fan base except for maybe the Lakers. I want to say it happens for the Lakers.
But you know what the Lakers will do though?
Yeah.
The Lakers will boo you in that moment, but they still show you love. So much so that they'll be clamoring for your jersey to get retired.
Yeah.
Not the Knicks though.
They have short memory over there. We remember everything forever.
Everything. You know why?
They win.
Championships help ease the pain.
When you
Nikki,
win,
am I lying?
No, that's man, you ain't saying nothing but the truth right now. But that brings me to the point of why you have to go get somebody like Donovan Mitchell who wants to be there, who knows that these fans are so finicky anyway, but still wants the moment. And to be fighting over which bench players to hold on to is insane.
I think he's semi mentally prepared already because he's a Mets fan.
Exactly. What Mets? Come on.
So it's like the Mets fans kind of do the same thing too, especially when the guy's in a rut.
Yeah,
and he comes up to plate, and because the Mets don't always win, we have heartbreaking seasons. You get the smattering of boos too from them.
right. I remember when the Mets booed Hubie Brooks and Joe Youngblood so bad I was embarrassed, bro. They booed Joe Youngblood so bad I knew he was getting traded, bro. Like it was it was a damp afternoon, a damp Friday night in Shea Stadium, bro. They booed Joe Youngblood so bad that I knew he was like, yo, he ain't there's no coming back from this, bro. They were booing him. They were booing Joe Youngblood so bad that the Shea Stadium was rocking, right? I was like, yeah, ain't no way, Fred Cashin gonna let this thing play itself out, bro. You got to trade Joe Youngblood. And I think the next day or a week later, they traded him to the Expos. Coach, what's good?
Yo, what's up, fellas?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. Yeah, man. I'm just an old hat, and you know, I'm still a Knick lover for life.
Yeah, man.
And
welcome to the chat. Welcome.
I'm just seeing all this talk about Randall, and you know, I said it in chat a few times. Like, I just can't, like, all that other thumbs down stuff and getting in his feelings. You know, he's a passionate, you know, grown ass man. You know, he's a professional. I get it, but I still have a hard time forgetting about his playoff performance back in the day. I mean, not back in the day, like, you know,
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Okay, so quick question. So you don't like the fact of his playoff performance during that year, but what about the fact of him bringing y'all to the playoffs? Does that wipe it out because of what happened in the playoffs?
I don't think it did. I don't think it did for the fans coming into the next season because he came out on fire the first game and the crowd was behind him. Like people were excited that he got his extension. Like the reception for the extension wasn't bad from the fans, at least even after the terrible playoff. So like I wouldn't say people were against him then. It just went bad. It went bad real quickly.
Yeah, but by January, y'all wanted him gone by January.
It's because it's because a lot of the same faults he had the first year he was here, they started rearing its head again because he wasn't making shots. And people were clamoring for him to get out of here before he had that All NBA season. Especially when they drafted Obi. People were already anticipating us trading him before he even re-upped for the extension.
Right.
So that already was already in our minds, and because Knicks fans don't forget anything, we're gonna conjure up those negative feelings we had in 2020 back up in 2021.
Right.
Because
I feel that.
Snap like that.
I feel that because you don't forget the negative, but some of y'all do forget the positives. I will say that.
But
just by listening.
But the thing is, my thing is, I don't think Randall was the direct reason we made the playoffs. Yeah, his score, he was our top scorer and our top offensive option. but I think our dedication with Tibbs to defense that year is what brought us in. You know, more than his
staying
offense.
healthy. Oh man.
Yeah, we were healthy. You know.
Hey, coach. Let me ask you this: do you remember how hot Reggie Bullock got from 3 down the stretch?
Yeah, that too. I mean,
that too, right?
There were a lot of like,
and that was a product
dudes
of the
that stepped up
game.
that year that don't normally step up like that.
Right.
Like we had role players that were playing out of their mind.
Right.
But another thing, though, even though when Randall was going off the majority of the season, we were hovering around 500. If he wasn't playing at that elite level, we would have definitely been talking about lottery ping pong balls. If he wasn't playing at that elite level that he was, when Derrick Rose got here, that was the extra bump that took us over to being a more competitive team. A winning team.
We were 4 or 5 games below 500. Then they made the Derrick Rose move, and then we went like 19-4 or something. That's kind of when Derrick Rose moved. What happened if they didn't make the Rose move? They probably would have moved Randall at the deadline then if they didn't make Rose, because Rose was the key to that.
Right, a good point guard, right?
And yeah, you've seen it last year, kind of. We
Without
had
a point guard.
We had an okay start, and then when D Rose went down and Kemba, they pulled Kemba. That's when everything went haywire.
Right, I agree. Which is why I was saying with this new point guard, I think with Brunson, he can kind of get back to what y'all loved him for.
But Nick, at the same time, it wasn't really, even though Rose closed games out, it was the reason why it was a tipping point, because Rose never played with Randall like that in first halves of games or third quarter. We would blitz teams with our second unit. This iteration of Knicks basketball, Randall is going to be playing off of that point guard the entire time, or the vast majority of his minutes. So it's like Rose made a difference clearly, and he closed out games with Randall on the court. But now Randall's going to be playing 25, 30 minutes with a point guard the whole time.
The whole time. And then plus 2, in that playoff season, don't forget about Alec Burks transforming into Mr. Fourth Quarter.
Where's Sprewell? Where is he at?
Yeah. Oh, he's probably right. His ears are probably tingling now. But don't forget about Derrick Rose carrying us when the starters went to the bench. Don't forget about Emmanuel Quickley's impact too as a scoring guard off the bench out of nowhere, right? And Alec Burks being Mr. Fourth Quarter, right? Y'all remember? Think about this. You remember the Pelicans game? That we beat. That we tied.
With the 3 in the corner from.
You know who made that 3, right?
Bullock.
Reggie Bullock. Right? You know how, right?
Derrick Rose broke down driving left, and he hit the kick out.
The pick and roll. The weak side defender, Lonzo Ball, had to make a decision. Do you stop Derrick Rose's floater, or do you stop Reggie Bullock in the corner? And as soon as he paused to think about it, he kicked out to Bullock for 3, and that split second is all he needed to tie the game.
Yep.
That's crazy. Y'all remember a random play from a random game a year and a half ago. Y'all able to point it out play by play.
Yeah, man.
I mean, is everyone in agreement that Rose is a priority to keep for his value? I mean, the money we paying. I mean,
I don't know. Hey, Coach, can you talk me into it?
Well, like I said, he's a veteran with value. I mean, not that we have to count on him to take us to the promised land, but just for that veteran, the right attitude. You know, he's a Tibbs guy. You know, he's going to help these young guards and these guards that are coming in. You know, and just his value off the bench.
Right.
For the money we're paying him.
Which is nothing. $14.5 million? That's nothing now, right? With dudes making $62 million?
It's nothing, but we might have to actually use it to make these deals work out, though, unfortunately.
Yeah. Right.
So
you're saying it's more of an asset. It's more of an asset right now.
I'm shipping them out.
If we losing Quigley and Grimes, we have to keep.
I'm moving them. I'm moving. We have too many guards on this team right now, and
I mean,
see the thing about if you have to add Fournier to that, there's 2 years left in that deal, so you're more or less adding a pick to add Fournier.
I mean, I'm assuming Fournier is gone regardless. I mean, not that
I think we're stuck with Fournier because I don't think Utah is going to want to do that deal because he has more than 1 year left in the deal, unless we add an extra pick to go with it because they want no long-term money. They want clean books and picks. So D Rose isn't expiring.
Well, I'm saying I think Fournier might go to another team if anything.
Yeah.
He's moved somewhere else. Maybe even if we move Randall, he could be moved with Randall or something, or I don't know. But I just don't think he's going to be in the Utah deal just because there's 2 years left in that deal.
The hypothesized trade is Randall and Fournier to the Lakers. I don't see it, but that's what's been put out.
I don't know why would the Lakers want to take on too long-term money for just keep Russ and let him expire.
I
Like
mean,
for
you
their
can say that,
business,
but
it doesn't
you're
make
playing
sense.
on LeBron's timeline, man. He's almost 40.
That's the thing.
I don't think that Westbrook thing's going to happen.
Where does Randall fit next to him between him and AD?
Yeah, I don't, because LeBron's not going to play the 3 full time, man.
Nah, he ain't playing the 3. He's a 4. That's the main reason I think you see why AD they were forcing him to play the 5 because they want LeBron at the 4.
Yeah,
and like you can't pay him all that money because, like, honestly, on that team, ideally Randall would probably be like a 6-man. He'll come in and get super high usage and start dominating second units, but you can't pay him that much money to be a 6-man. So that trade doesn't make any sense.
But
it's
his
4
base
years
salary, but his
left
base
in the deal.
salary is $23.5 million.
This year.
Yeah.
And then if he gets the trade kicker, because the only way it will make it work is if he takes the trade kicker, which will make it around 26, nearly 27.
I mean, I'm not a Randall hater. I'd love to keep him, but for that money and for how he slows down the offense or changes the offense too much, especially with Brunson and Mitchell in the mix, and if Obi's going to get more minutes, well, we're going to be a more high-tempo team with them guys.
I think.
Yeah.
But I think it's not going to be a slow tempo if the ball is not in Julius Randle's hands. If you have distributors and good offensive playmakers around Randle, Randle will sit in line and he'll get the ball if he runs out in transition because Brunson will push the pace. Donovan Mitchell will push the pace.
Well, Randall slimmed down, it looked like. So maybe him slimming down is a sign. Maybe I'm going to have to learn how to run and pick up my pace with these guys.
Exactly.
Maybe they told him, look, Randall, if you want to be a part of this team, you're going to have to run more.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to get in the lab and hit them threes some more, which, I mean, he's gotten better at. But
so what do you? Let me ask y'all this: what do y'all think about my conspiracy theory? Now, what I'm going to do is ask y'all to play along with me, right? I'm going to ask y'all to put your tinfoil hats on and play your X-Files music, right? For me to get into my conspiracy theory thing, right? I think the Knicks asked everybody to bulk up, right? RJ, Randall, Mitch, everybody to bulk up, right? And they came in playing like dudes that were bulked up.
Slow.
Yes. Right? And then everybody, like when you saw Randall, that 260 Randall is the one thing about Julius Randle that people can't say about Randall is that Randall is a fatty, like Clarence Weatherspoon.
Nah, he's a solid 260.
Yeah. Oh, like Randall is that dude that got to play to get in shape. Right? That's not Julius Randle, bro. Like, and I don't want, and I'm not saying that people said it, but I think people may have used it. Like,
he was that guy coming into the league 2-3 years in. Then he got in like extremely great conditioning.
Well, the first year, I'm sorry, the first full season, Kobe got on him about not being in shape.
Yep.
Right. And then that third season, which was actually his second full season, he came back and you saw the photos. You was like, wow.
He was cut up.
That cat is ripped. Yeah. Basically, like Kobe got on him like, yo, you need to get. Hey, you know who else is like that right now? Trevor Keels.
Yeah.
Y'all seen Trevor Keels in Summer League?
Yeah.
Trevor Keels looked like he's about 230.
He had his James Harden on.
Yeah. You can't. Yeah. Yes.
It's like he went to Duke but never picked up the nutrition and the weights. I mean, he picked up the weights, but he didn't pick up the perfect nutrition.
Yeah, it's like he went to Duke, but he also went to McDonald's. Yeah, like for real. He was like, yeah. So, but yeah, man. So the thing I'm saying about it to my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory is like the Knicks training staff tried something so the guys could stay healthier, right? Bulk up, put on some weight so you can stay healthier. The bulk made them slower. RJ Barrett,
he couldn't contain this man off the dribble as well as his first 2 years
because he was too big.
Mm-hmm.
RJ was probably like 225. He should be at 215. Right, Mitchell Robinson. Remember how big Mitch looked?
And then he was losing the weight as the season went on.
As the season went on, and Julius Randle too. So Julius, all these guys, bro. I think the three guys that are really important to the Knicks, and people don't understand how important they are, is RJ, Julius, and Mitch, right? And the reason why I say that is because everything on the roster always changes, except RJ, Julius, and Mitch. Everything changes. RJ, Julius, and Mitch stay the same in terms of in the starting lineup, right? Mm-hmm. But what I'm getting at is I think last year we made a misstep and bulking them guys up when we should have been shredding them up, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Like Jimmy Butler. I think y'all notice Jimmy Butler and RJ Barrett look the same size, except Jimmy Butler outweighed RJ Barrett by 15 pounds.
He's cut up. He does. He also has like grown man weight. Like he's much older than RJ.
Yeah, well, that too. That too. But
so Uncle, what do you think we need from Randall? Like with Mitchell, like in that new lineup, like what is our needs for him? Like what does he need to do for us when he's on the court? Assuming we keep him.
Oh, okay. So I'm always assuming that we're keeping Randall, right? But what I will say is this. What we need for Randall is Draymond Randall.
Yep.
Right? We need Draymond Randall, bro. Like
I agree.
We legit need Randall in the pinch post again, threatening to take the ball to the rim. Right? That Randall. We need Randall to be 12 rebounds a game, 6 assists a game, we need Randall to be 18 and 12, not 20 and 10.
Right.
We need 18, 12, and 6, not 20, 25. Right. And then also we need Randall because last year, Julius Randle was 18th in the NBA out of 470 players in team defensive rating. Right.
Oh, he's an underrated defender. I don't hate on him on defense for sure.
But Knicks fans see one blown assignment.
Yeah.
And they say he's lazy. They point that out. They make that their screensaver at work.
That's them fickle fans.
Yeah. They go on break at work and their screensaver is Julius Randle missed defensive assignment. They just can't get over the fact that during the course of a year, during the course of 82 games, 48 minutes. What number is that, Joe? 82 times 48. What is that? 2,640? Is that right? 2,640? Is that what that is?
What's up? 3,936.
Okay.
See, some basketball fans don't understand that there's a difference between someone that's a good team defender or an ISO defender. You know, it's a difference. And he gets the spacing and, you know, defending an area. You know, he may get beat like anybody. They pros, they're going to get cooked. You know, it's just the way it is.
You know what I noticed about Randall, too? When he gets like a marquee assignment, he actually plays damn good defense against Giannis.
Really good defense, KD. Right?
Like KD might make his shot anyway, but Julius is trying his hardest to contest, and he usually is making great contests.
Yeah.
Durant is Durant.
like Unc talked about it a couple of streams ago about Randall, about like he if that was his role, if he wasn't counted on so much for offense, he can play those other roles better.
Also,
like, you know,
also I want to agree with you. He might be going downhill a lot more because he's not focused in on offense to be in the pinch post or isolating as much. He might have his legs to be going downhill every third possession, every other possession, as far instead of being the hub of the offense every single time down.
Right.
I'm a fan of a 35 minutes Randall instead of 40-minute Randall.
Yeah.
He should be. He should be down
fan
30.
of a 30-minute Randall.
Yeah.
Or 30-minute. Yeah.
Realistically,
Obi needs more minutes.
None of these guys should be playing 40 minutes a night when there's these back-to-backs, and so you're draining guys of this. There should be if you have a good, proper NBA roster, a competitive NBA roster, and a playoff team, guys should be playing between 30 and 35 minutes, and your bench guys should be get upwards of 20.
Right.
There's no need for these dudes drying out 40, 45 minutes. It's like that's how guys get hurt. That's how guys the forms go off. Like it's too much. Right. So now I think adding pieces to this team is depth. And that's one thing they had last year. Just Thibodeau never wanted to use it.
Depending on this Mitch deal, if we have the requisite depth, we should be fine as far as minutes.
We need another Taj type guy in the mix, in the rotation at the bigs.
I think we're good as far as centers.
But let me ask Coach this: what is a
not really center, like a 4 or 5?
Let me
okay,
ask you this because it's a good assessment, Coach. I'm glad you pointed that out. What does that guy offer us though?
Like, to me, Mitch isn't consistent enough, or he hasn't shown that he can be counted on like full time like that. And I just think we need another guy in the mix in case Mitch has a foul trouble night, or he just ain't cutting it. Well, I mean, he's a good development guy, but I don't think he's ready like that either. I just think we need one vet that's pretty solid, that can score in the post a little bit, get us some rebounds, be tough.
That's fair.
That's fair.
That's fair.
Just to help those two guys develop too, because Mitch is still a development player.
I think that's kind of, I think Mitch can stay on the floor without fouling. He only fouled out 2 times in the last season, and that
game he fouled out, the one game he fouled out, it was so touchy, bro. I was mad.
And him being in better shape now. If we want to comp him to Gobert, the thing about Gobert that makes Gobert great, a lot of centers cannot play 35, 34 minutes a night because just being that big of a human, it takes a lot of stamina.
Oh yeah.
And Mitch coming in last season, he was out of shape because he was off of his feet, but he was putting on the pounds. So that was killing him, like trying to stay on the floor. Like you've ever seen him run up and down the court after about 25 minutes in the third, fourth quarter, you see him gas out and you got to call the tips to get up out the game because he gas out. I think him adding the weight and him slowly losing it and then losing some of the weight and still maintaining the muscle coming into the summer, I think he's going to be in much better conditioning, much better shape. Like if we have Hartenstein backing him up, but I could easily see Mitch playing 30 minutes a game.
Yeah, because
with no issue, because he's not fouling as much and his stamina is going to be in check.
What we need from Mitch though is he's a high energy big, right? Like he can run the floor, he can throw down lobs, and defensively, he's a jump up and down, blocking shots. He's up and down off the court, so that takes a lot of extra energy than one of those.
That's a lot
classic
of what
post
Gobert
guys.
does. That's a lot of what Gobert does, and Gobert weighs more than Mitch. And he still gets in his 35 minutes a night. Or 34, somewhere in there. 34, anywhere 32 to 34, he gets in his requisite minutes. So I think the longer, like it takes about 2 years to get in complete gamer shape. Like you get in shape one time, and then the following year, if you stay healthy, you get in top tier shape. And I think Mitch is going to come in and have his best season, not even just because he's having a point guard giving him the ball. I think he's going to have his best season overall just because he's going to be in peak physical conditioning, and he's improving on a mental standpoint. Like he understands the game more.
Can I say real quick? I just want to say peace to the chat, and I'm out. I got to work tomorrow, man. And
what?
Late.
Yeah, Bo, come on, Bo. What you doing, bro? You can't hang out,
told
man.
You, working like a field slave. I told you, man.
My bad.
I'm off till Monday, baby, so I can talk all night.
Yeah. I wish. But it was a good chat, though.
Yeah,
Thanks,
man. Man. Hey, we'll see you tomorrow, bro.
All right, man.
Hey, Bo, be safe out here, man.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
No, but for what I'm saying with Mitch, I've always been an advocate for sneaking more minutes for him. Like I think he's ready to be seen like that.
I honestly think we couldn't sneak more minutes in for him because he physically couldn't even do the more minutes.
Right. I mean, sometimes you got to play to get in that game shape, though. You know what I'm saying?
True. True. That's true, but at the same time, if you having a guy that's out there gassed and he's your last line of defense, that's not good. You need to get him up out the game if he's gassed. And every time,
right.
the last few seasons, he would hit up 26, 27 minutes. You start looking up at Tibbs. You start seeing him huffing and puffing. And if he's your last line of defense and he's gassed, he's not going to make the right rotations. He's not going to be able to stick a guard out on the perimeter. He's just going to be standstill in a blow by. So
what are full shape?
Yeah.
I think
we need him, and he's getting paid now like he's needed.
Yeah,
he's not making that 1.7 anymore. He's making 17 million this year, and he's going to be, especially with these guys being brought in on defense, he's going to need to be like a big anchor to this defense this year. This needs to be the best year of his career.
Yeah,
it has to be in order for that to happen. He needs to be in shape for that.
He needs a nutritionist. Needs all that.
Now, who do you guys see out there?
Better be on ice packs all summer. He better be in a body cast all summer. Make sure he's ready for opening night.
Like,
I won't hear nothing from Mitch. Mitch needs to be 30 minutes a night. I need 75 games this year. I don't need any more. Oh well, he's development. Mitch needs to be Mitch now.
I agree with you on that.
Okay.
Like who's out there, honestly, free agency wise or possible kind of mid-level exception type vet that we could get? I mean,
as far as a big, like a veteran big,
yeah, kind of like that swing, kind of 4 or 5. Like we kind of need one of them guys. Like, I mean, not for like that kind of money, but like the Al Horford type of guy. You know what I'm saying?
How do you like Derek Favors?
I like Derek Favors.
I think he's available, right?
Is he?
Oh, he got bought out.
I like LaMarcus Aldridge. If he takes no money, he's on free agency right now. I think he'd be great coming in off the bench.
I don't think he would come off the bench as a guy that's barely used on a non.
Yo, this is crazy. Yo, how old do y'all think Derek Favors is?
I know he got drafted really young.
Is he 33, 34?
29, maybe 29.
Yo, the dude is 30. That's it.
That's it.
30.
He was a baby on the Nets. I think he got drafted at 18 or 19.
Yeah, man.
See, he reminds me of someone like a Taj, bro. Like, to me, like that kind of role.
His skill set is actually similar to Taj's.
He bounced around a little bit since Utah, right? Because the last time I remember, he had a good spell with Utah.
Yeah.
Did he get hurt and they traded him, and then he was with OK? I know he was with OKC last year, right?
Yeah, he was a vet. He was a 29-year-old vet.
I think he was a victim of. He showed some spells of like, damn man, this guy might be pretty good, and then they started expecting too much from him, and then he didn't live up to it. And then he kind of fell in the mix,
His role in the modern NBA got phased out, like the Jahlil Okafors, those types of guys back to the basket bigs that weren't overly athletic and didn't really have passing type game or didn't have range. They got kind of pushed out of the game.
Yeah, you know who that happened to? Also, a player that I liked. That also happened to a dude named Mehmet Okur. You remember him?
Yep.
Yeah. Mehmet Okur had a 3-ball though. He had a bit of a 3-ball in him.
But I was gonna say, he had a 3-ball, right? He was like that first stretch 5 typey guy.
Yeah.
But then on defense, teams put him in that pick and roll.
Oh yeah, it was a nightmare after that.
Yeah. Yeah, when teams found out he couldn't defend the pick and roll, it was pick and roll all night, man. Like Enes Kanter. Like we knew Kanter could score and rebound.
Enes Kanter getting drafted like what, top 4, top 3? That's gross. That was gross. That was terrible.
That was the same kind of how like Shaden Sharp, and then they done it with Moody, where there was a couple of high school clips. He looked amazing, so they shut him down for the year.
Yep.
the teams are curious. So they took him top 5, and then you kind of realize very quickly that he was a bust.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
it was like the funny area, the gray area of where the game was shifting from post play and bigs around 2009 to 2011.
Right.
That area where it got all hazy, and then like a few years later, when the Draymond Greens come out and blow up that whole type of player, it kind of made the whole game shift to having more switchy bigs, having more switchy forwards.
Right.
What about Montrezl Harrell? He's a free agent.
No.
No, I don't want
for nothing.
I want my big to be a rim protector at least.
Yeah, that's my
right?
problem with him. Honestly, you're right.
Yeah, and so because the thing is if you can't protect the rim, at least rebound at a high rate. But if you can't do either, nah, bro.
He would come in and be like a worse version of Randall, and I wouldn't. He doesn't play.
Yeah,
defense.
except talking more lippy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking of 6th man of the year, Montrez. He ain't that guy.
Didn't he just get arrested down in Charlotte too?
Yeah, for having a bunch of weed, but he bonded out. Bonded out. He was at the Drew League with LeBron playing.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
I don't know. He's a clown. I don't know. He was just an overhyped big man that beat up on second units for the Clippers and literally survived his career over it. Because
you remember when people thought he was going to be the next Ben Wallace?
I heard so many people wanting him. Oh, the Knicks should try and get him. The Knicks should try and get him. He's going to be so good. It's like he's beating up on second units. He no defense, can't shoot. Soon as you put him in a starting lineup, you see a disaster. And
I don't want him for that. Like I would. That's the thing. That's the problem with Knicks fans, though. Like everyone we get, we trying to think about. Oh, he's gonna be a starter. Like,
is he gonna be perfect? Yeah,
we got to fill out rosters, man. Roster spots, guys that come in and might take over the game against the second unit for like 4 or 5 minutes. Like we need guys like that.
You know what I would rather do? what I would rather do, and I know this is gonna sound like sacrilege, right? What I would rather do is take a chance on one of these undrafted high upside bigs.
Yeah,
like one of these bigs, like one of these 7 foot tall, super athletes that are really raw, and be like, hey, big guy, your role for this game is you got 6 fouls, use them. you know what I'm saying?
You know who?
Just give me as many minutes as possible with these. If you come over here to this bench with less than 4 fouls, keep on walking straight out the building. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You come over here, you head to the bench. Keep walking straight out that door till you see the emergency exit. Keep on going. You know what I'm saying?
I think we kind of were viewing Sims as that last year.
Right.
That kind of guy. I think there's a guy I don't know if you guys are familiar with his game, but he got signed by the Spurs, but I would have taken like a Georgie Jang off the bench just to have him here. Like
no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
I mean, he's not.
I think Gerald Sims can have much same as an impact as Montrezl Harrell has had in his career. I think Sims can be the same type of player, bro.
Hey, Dre, the reason why you wouldn't take a Gorgie Dang is because when Tibbs got to Minnesota,
he ruined him.
Yeah, he sent Gorgie Dang straight to the bench and started. Guess who? Taj Gibson.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
And then when it happened, Joel Embiid said something to Gorgie Jang about, I told you wasn't nothing. You a bench player. And remember Gorgie Jang punched Joel Embiid in the mouth? Y'all remember that? And then y'all remember Carl Anthony Towns having a vendetta against Cat? Yeah, you don't remember all this stuff?
Yeah, I remember.
You don't remember the big?
I didn't think about that at the time.
We was calling Cat soft. We was calling Cat soft until we saw him punch Joel Embiid in the face. Man. That's why I was like, no, I'll pass on that one, bro.
But I don't see any other free agents out there that would actually.
JaMychal Green just signed with Golden State, right?
Yeah, he's signed with Golden State. I think he's taken the Bielitsa role from last year. Nemanja Bielitsa, the extra stretch 5. that they bring in for spot minutes. I think a lot of these dudes go to the Warriors to build up their value and then move on.
Nah, they jumping on that Steph Curry bus to get themselves a ring.
Yeah, I mean, man. Yeah, of course. I mean, but
I jump on that bus too.
That's part of building your value up. That's part of building your value up. If you go into a winning team, other teams are going to view you as a winner, even though.
Yeah, Gary Payton Jr. just got like $7 million a year over the next 2 or 3 years from Portland because he had a good spell there with Golden State.
Yeah, and then plus he had been a journeyman for so long, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm excited for dudes like that finally get a chance to get the bag.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. You know, you be a journeyman. You go every team, you get cut. You go to a team, you get cut, and then you finally get a ring. You finally show what you can do, and then a team is like, "Yeah, I'll give you $10 million over 2 years." And then Golden State was like, "Well, we was gonna give you $6 million over 2 years." You're like, "Yeah, I'll take Portland money."
That's his pursuit of happiness moment right there.
Do you remember a couple of years ago there, Freezy? I think it was the year it was Randall's first year here, I think. Remember, was it Gary Payton and Ish Smith, the two of them, where they were playing for Washington and they dropped like 60 between the two of them on us?
Yeah, I remember that. That's the Frank Ntilikina 20-point game. That's the Frank Ntilikina 20-point game.
20 and 10.
You remember Frank had 20 and 10, and Knicks Twitter melted down for like 6 hours, bro. We told you he was 20 and 10.
And then the other people said, it was a fluke. It was just Washington. Like, it doesn't matter. Season was already over.
And then Dre, and then the funny thing is, I think we played the Wizards like a week later, right?
Yeah.
And Frank iso'd Bradley Beal, right? And crossed him up. Bradley Beal fell to the floor, and Frank threw up a brick, right?
Oh, man.
And all Knicks Twitter talked about was Saucy Frank.
This is what I don't know.
They talked about the crossover. They didn't talk about the break.
We're so desperate for our draft picks to be good. Like, it's hard for me to picture us turning on a guy for a long time. Like, I mean, granted, the fans did turn on him on social media, but in the Garden, anytime Frank did anything, he got an extra reaction compared to anyone else doing the same exact thing. Like, it was kind of weird. Like, it was like it was just like he was our little pet or something. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how to describe it. but we felt like extra happy that he did something or anything at all.
Anything. But yeah, man. To the conspiracy theory thing, bro. I think Randall, Mitch, and RJ are gonna come back in the best shapes of their life, right? And then what you'll see is instead of us stumbling out of the blocks, I think the Knicks will play a half decent brand of basketball, right? As even with Spider, I don't think we'll be. So what happened is when teams get that injection of energy, they start out like in second place in a conference, and then as the season goes along, they slowly slide down the standings, right? I think that may happen to us. I think we might start out as like the number 1 seed in the East. And then by the time March get here, we'll probably be like 4th. By the time April get here, we might finish like 6th. And then we'll be somebody's ultimate nightmare going into the playoffs. Like Cleveland did that last year. Remember how hot Cleveland was at the beginning of the season?
The injury screwed them up a bit too. Like they had
you remember Chicago? Remember Chicago was in first place?
Yep, and they had injuries too.
Right.
They came in super focused. Like they were not going to be a pushover. They played hard every single game.
Right.
And it took a toll eventually on their bodies.
Yeah, and the thing about it is when you have multi-dimensional 3-and-D wings, they always get hurt. That's why I'm telling Knicks fans, I don't want 3-and-D wings as my crucial player. I want a bunch of them that are disposable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right. Like I legit would prefer like 5 different Gerald Greens or Kelly Oubre's. Like give me 4 of them as opposed to 1 Kawhi Leonard. Right?
Yep.
And I know that's gonna sound crazy, right? But when's the last time you saw Kawhi Leonard healthy?
Completely
Never.
healthy. 2017
NBA Finals against Golden State. That's the last time I really seen him play consecutive games.
He was having nagging injuries all through those playoffs too. So I'm saying like completely healthy. Kawhi was last time was 2017 before he got his ankle stepped under.
And that's with his scheduled breaks and everything.
That was 5 years ago. That was 5 years ago. And you're talking about his
managing on the Raptors.
Yeah, his load management.
Yep.
That's a load.
Give me Josh Jackson and Bo Cruz. I keep saying Bo Cruz, not Bo Cruz. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
That's kind of
Hernan Gomez.
That's kind of the build the Warriors have been living off of for the most part. They kind of have the interchangeable 3-and-D wing that'll come in, play make a little bit, get his shots up here and there, but lock in on defense. Most of the time they come off the bench and give them a ton of minutes. And then they rely on their scorers to be scorers.
Right.
And Draymond to be the dynamic thing, the do-it-all guy. But even he gets hurt. Like he had a back injury this season that took him out for 30 games or so.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. Having a do-it-all wing and having a small do-it-all guard are probably the worst two things to have as your best players because they're more likely going to get hurt more often or shorter careers.
Jimmy Butler gets hurt a lot.
A lot, bro.
I mean, but he's a high minute guy though. That's part
he's a high minute guy.
He doing everything and he doing everything 100 miles a minute.
And he's
bound to get hurt.
Extremely physical. Like everything he does on the court is physical. He goes to the rim, it's physical. He takes a jumper, he's trying to get fouled on the jumper.
Right.
Like, he plays defense, he's putting his elbow, he's putting his arms out, he's hand checking, especially in the playoffs. He's getting all the way in there. Like,
but the reason why Kawhi and Paul George and these guys keep getting hurt, it's like Kawhi's looking for injuries because he keeps taking time off. When you're stop starting, days off, you're more likely going to get hurt when you go on a run.
But
like you're going to be taking all these times off. You're going to take 2 games off a week or 1 game off every week during the whole regular season. And you expect to go into the playoffs and be playing every 3 times a week, full 40 minutes.
But the thing is, his knees are degenerative. Well, his one knee is degenerative.
Right.
So there's nothing he can do to help that.
There's nothing he can do about that. Yeah.
It's gonna be like this until he retires.
I would say, how will y'all feel about this? How would y'all feel about say Bo Cruz, Rodney Hood, Josh Jackson? How would y'all feel about those 3?
I don't even know who Bo Cruz is. I know
Juancho Hernan Gomez.
Oh, okay. I can see that as
like I mean, all these scenarios are assuming we get Mitchell, though, right? I mean, have we talked about this contingency plan? I know we're excited, and we're Knicks fans, and we're hoping for glass half full. But man, there's that reality that the Knicks thing's going to happen, and we ain't going to get this dude. What's our plan if that happens? I mean, have we talked about that enough? Or
so we mentioned that, but.
I don't think there is a plan. I think it's run it to what you have.
Yeah, I think it's just hold on to.
They were going to run this thing, and then to me, I think they were expecting Mitchell will be another year from now, would have been next off season type thing, and now it come this year that they're like, all right, we'll go for it. Well, I think they're just going to run it.
I think that's what I think they were going to do too, because they were clearing off these vets anyway to give the kids minutes.
Right.
They weren't anticipating Mitch to be out right now, but then the Gobert trade happened, and then that just threw everything out of whack.
So what happens if IQ or Grimes takes off the season because of that?
What do you mean takes off? Like plays well?
Yeah, I'm talking about becomes a 15-point guy and 6 assist guy.
That just raises their value for when the Knicks are thinking of targeting some disgruntled superstar that happens to be disgruntled at that moment.
Well, let me ask you this. If they take off, is it because they improved as a player or because the system we run is a good system?
I think it can be both because Tibbs.
Oh, I knew you was gonna do that. I knew you was gonna
No. Listen, People give Tibbs slack for not playing the kids, but he's actually developing them very well. Even though they're not getting tons of minutes, he's developing them. But playing is a very important part towards development. But I think there's a method to Tibbs' madness as far as his development.
Yeah, well, that's where RJ is coming, because in Tibbs' system, like RJ is Chicago Bulls Jimmy Butler.
Right.
That's who we need RJ to be for Tibbs. Like when Tibbs was at the Bulls with Jimmy Butler, the way he was for the Bulls.
Right.
You know, at this moment in his career, I mean, he's a 20-point scorer in the NBA. I mean, how much more do we want from him?
Let me answer that. Like, okay, so how much more do we want from RJ Barrett? Right. This is what we want from RJ Barrett. We want the above average NBA wing defender, and the 40% 3-point shooter. Right now, with that said, here's the thing: I don't want RJ Barrett's usage rate to be sky high. I want him to be efficient with his usage. Now, because we use the term ball dominant guards a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like ball dominant, right? But when we say ball dominant, we don't mean ball dominant. When we say ball dominant, we always mean shot dominant, right? Because when we use the term ball dominant, we always talking about points per game, how many shots, what's their percentages, and all of that.
You're not thinking about this.
Yeah. So what I want to say is if RJ Barrett is going to be a playmaker, I need for his assists to increase, because the one thing RJ Barrett does not do, and statistics show this, out of the 30 players with RJ Barrett's usage rate and his minutes per game, RJ Barrett is the 30th worst assist guy out of the 30 players that qualify. So take RJ Barrett's minutes, 34, and his usage rate, right? His minutes and his usage rate, and there were 30 players that qualify, right? Mm-hmm. RJ Barrett is 30th in assist percentage.
But I think that goes in tune with our lack of good outside shooting this past year, especially from our guards.
I think it's got everything to do with RJ Barrett wanting to shoot the basketball.
Okay.
A lot of it, he got a lot of tunnel vision, and a lot of the times, the only way he pass it is if it was a dump down or a lob to Mitch. And a lot of the times, he should have did a dump down, and he just threw it up and let Mitch gobble it off the glass.
Off the glass, yeah.
So
yeah,
a lot of it is he doesn't necessarily see the extra pass. He doesn't see the hockey assist. Right. He just sees the direct pass or the shot. That's it.
I mean, coming into the league, the thing is that was supposed to be part of his MO. He's actually got good court vision. He's a good passer for a forward swing player.
And a willing passer.
Yes, willing. And like, there were people even talking about he might play a point guard role sometimes when he first came in.
Yeah.
So, like, that's in him. I just think with the whole Kemba Walker experiment and all that mess last year, that wasn't available for him to have that role.
Also,
but think about this though. RJ Barrett has had, on average, a different head coach every year since Duke. So you count his high school coach, right? Then Coach K, that's 2 years, 2 coaches, right? Then Fizdale, that's 3 coaches. Fizdale gets fired, that's 4 coaches.
Mike,
and then Tibbs.
I was gonna say, like,
yeah, you're right.
When he was younger, he had more of a natural passing instinct, but a lot of bad habits got developed in the last few years because he was basically told to be more off ball, and he never necessarily got the reps on ball to take those mistakes and take those chances.
But the point I was getting at is, for one, the first thing that people need to recognize, fans need to recognize, is every time when you change coaches, there's a level of insecurity.
Yeah.
Right. Think about Randall. right? Think about Randall going from LA. His coach was terrible. Luke Walton was terrible. Y'all know that. I'm not hating on Luke Walton. He's terrible, right? Alvin Gentry in New Orleans was terrible, right? I ain't gotta, you know what I'm saying, bash Alvin Gentry. He ain't in the league no more. He ain't no head coach.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
can see it for yourself. David Fizdale.
We don't have to say anything.
I ain't got to say nothing about Fizdale. He's not on the bench no more.
He's a career assistant.
And this is just Julius Randle now. This is just Julius Randle. This is not RJ Barrett. Luke Walton, Alvin Gentry, David Fizdale, Mike Miller, and he finally got the Tibbs. Tibbs finally got him. Right. And so I'm not capping, or not capping. I'm not pounding the table for Julius, but people have to remember that this is real life we dealing with. It's not a video game. Like every year that you change coaches and there's a lot of turnover and stuff, there is a adjustment period. Like at your job, they call it orientation. When you change jobs, there's an orientation period. Get used to your new position.
Yeah, that's been the Knicks' Achilles heel since our patience level is so thin for coaches. You got to be successful right away. If you think about all the years we did have a steady coach for a long term, Riley, and then we had Van Gundy for more than a couple of years, and even D'Antonio, a couple of years.
You forgot
had some
Don
success.
Nelson? Don Nelson.
Oh well, yeah, Don Nelson.
There was just a lot of turnover. Rick, was it Ripatino? It was just.
Yeah, but like when we do stick with a guy and let it do build something, you know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
So I hope we do that with Tibbs. Have patience.
I think, yeah. Like players can have bad.
Real King said, "I just be talking."
Players can have bad.
What I said, was that not accurate?
No, you're 100% correct.
Dre, is that not accurate? Didn't RJ high school coach, college coach, NBA,
multiple coaches,
all every year. Let's give RJ some time to have spend 3 years with Tibbs, man.
I mean, development isn't linear either. So
yeah, that's true.
So he might have a down year right now and then have his explosive year in his 5th year, for all we know.
He's got basketball IQ. It's in him. So I have faith in him to be a willing passer too when he has to be.
Right.
He just necessarily has to get the reps at it, but that's another story. I think which he will get, in my opinion. But I think RJ needs to adopt a bit of younger Kawhi's offensive game, where it's just very simplified.
You talking mid post? Just mid post?
No. Younger Kawhi's offensive game when he was
that's what I'm saying. Mid post and dunks.
Yes. And then it was just make one decision and go. Either attack the closeout or take the jumper. Don't dribble around and mess around with the ball. Attack the closeout that was set up by Donovan Mitchell. Get to the lane, hit the dump down, or attack the rim. A lot of the times he overthinks, or he just goes for one option. He needs to always have 2 or 3 options in his mind and not really deviate too much away from his plan. But he's gonna have the opportunity to attack defenses that are already shifting because of a threat like Donovan Mitchell and Brunson on the court. When we had just Randall out the post, defenses, it was a lot easier to just load up and already have pre-made rotations because you knew who was going to be where, doing what. Now it's not the exact same. We might run a lot of the same principles, but it's going to be much more dynamic offense. There's going to be way more variables, way more different ways we can score, different spots that allow us to be effective.
Okay.
And our finishing numbers are going to be way better than last year. Donovan,
I think so.
And Brunson attacking instead of Randall and RJ attacking clogged up paint.
Right.
Now finesse.
How do you get there though?
What do you mean, how do you get there to?
Because you gave me You gave me the sum, right? But what are the variables?
The variables of how RJ is going to get open shots.
No, how we finish better at the rim.
How will RJ finish better at the rim?
No, how the team finishes better at the rim.
Okay. For instance,
floor spacing.
There will be more spacing, but these guys are much better finishers. They have amazing touch at the launching pad around 8 to 10 feet out. They can throw up a floater. Their floater is automatic in that area. If you close off the paint completely, they'll go around. They'll do a little, especially Brunson. He has the footwork to get his shot off no matter what's happening, anywhere between 13 to 15 feet. And while you have like a big coming up, you have to respect Donovan Mitchell if you have a big coming up. Off the screen, you got a lot of teams are going to trap Mitchell off that. And then that will free up the rest of the players to attack. You have a 4-on-3 situation because teams are afraid of Mitchell coming off that screen real hard or attacking the paint, or even coming off the screen to take the jumper. Teams are terrified of Mitchell, especially when he gets going. So it's going to be a lot of 4 versus 3 situations where it's Randall going to the paint, RJ going to the paint, a lot of lobs, even the kickouts.
Okay,
that's gonna be something that happens a lot more, especially if Donovan Mitchell continues to be at his going on his trajectory of improving as an offensive threat. Because every single year he gets better. So I don't know what he's gonna be at age 27, 28. So, that's when guys hit their prime usually.
What was our team 3-point percentage last year?
I think it was pretty good.
It was not good.
It wasn't good. Oh, I'm thinking about the year before.
We took a step back.
Especially from our guards.
The year before was solid, but
the year before it was 39.2. We were second in the NBA.
This year was
bad. I keep forgetting. It was so bad I forgot.
So until teams respect us from 3 again, we ain't gonna get that space. You know what I'm saying? And if Randall's ISOing and backing down in the mid post,
I don't think we're going to be getting a lot of that though. Not with Brunson and Mitchell on the court.
Oh, I know that's what we're hoping for. You know,
but like the thing that was a weird thing about last season, especially from RJ improved in his 3-point shot making from everywhere but the corners.
Yeah, which was weird. That was strange, right?
Corners it made no sense. And that could speak to him bulking up because when you put on a lot of muscle, it kind of throws off your jumper a bit. But he still improved from further away, which I don't know. That makes no sense. Like if he shot his normal corner percentage, even a little bit below league average, he would have shot maybe 37 or 38% from 3 for the season.
Yeah, I think teams generally shoot about 40+% from the corners.
Yeah, that's actually and he was almost, well, I wouldn't say lights out, but he was very, very good the year before from the corners. So that I think teams will have to respect the jumper.
The Knicks shot 35.7% from 3.
What number is that? Where does that rank in the league?
13.
That's okay. That's about.
I mean,
and so it's 13. It's about 13 for 37.
It's middle of the pack, but for how our team is operated, where we take a lot of threes generated off the driving kick, we have to hit a higher percentage.
Yeah,
we have to hit a higher percentage. And if we're running a driving kick offense,
right,
especially with Donovan Mitchell and Brunson, we're going to get a ton of threes.
Right. Man.
So it's up to Randall to improve his percentage too off the catch and shoot, especially.
But I think Freezy hit it on the head earlier. What we need from RJ, we need that 40% from 3.
I'll take 30. I'll take 37. I'll take 38. Just enough to make teams respect him, and then once he's getting those closeouts, he can get to the rim off a one-on-one. The problem is he can't get to the rim if there's rim protection and his man that he has to beat. That's when you see those.
And the weak side defender is closing.
Yep. And I think the threat of Donovan Mitchell and Brunson just being on the court, even if they're not spectacular 3-point shooters, is just enough.
Wow. Okay.
Said we need RJ on the Jazz. We got RJ haters. It's unfortunate.
And so, wait a minute. What was that?
Shotgunner said we need RJ on the Jazz.
Wow.
That's unfortunate.
Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let me do this. Hold on. Yeah, man. Hey, how much energy y'all got, man? Y'all good?
I'm good.
I'm good,
man.
I'm good.
I can go all night, baby.
Yeah, I honestly,
I'm a night shift guy.
Yeah, man, me too. And I like the fact that I actually get some time to talk.
Well,
instead of people talking over each other.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, Freezy, talk on this. Like, are we a second round playoff team with Mitchell and RJ being our second scorer?
I would say this. Okay. So here's the thing. Y'all know. Okay, so I don't think personnel a lot. I think coaching and basketball a lot. Like I think about on the court and personnel, right? And coaching. I'm sorry, and coaching, right? I think if everything is playing out on the court like it's playing out in my mind, I think the Knicks are an Eastern Conference Finals team.
Interesting.
With the arrow pointing up.
Right.
And here's why. Because every talented player that Tibbs gets his hand on in the first year, Tibbs gives them the Tibbs bump. Like Derrick Rose. First year Derrick Rose played with Tom Thibodeau, guess what happened?
MVP.
Right.
Yeah.
Karl Anthony Towns, Andrew Wiggins, the first year they played with Tibbs, guess what? They went from being just them dudes running around on the floor to threats.
Hey, Freezy, if it wasn't they was the second seed before the injury. Remember that?
Before the injuries, they was the second seed before the injuries. People forget about that. All they look at is the final result. They don't look at the injuries that hurt them, right? Also, Julius Randle, first year with Tibbs, most improved player, 8th in MVP voting, first time All-Star, right?
Yeah.
Then look at getting Donovan Mitchell.
It's something about those Tibbs training camps because he gets us, I guess, the most prepared coming out the season most of the time.
Right. I'm telling you, I think Tibbs. I honestly believe this is Tom Thibodeau's farewell tour. Bring in Jalen Brunson, get Donovan Mitchell, set the culture with them two, coach this year. And even it's gonna break my heart to say it, but losing the Eastern Conference Finals to say
Celtics
to Philly,
ooh.
right? Yeah,
you think Philly gonna be up there?
No, I'm just throwing out a team. I don't care, bro. I just said it's gonna break my heart. I don't care who we lose to if we lost. I'm just saying, just randomly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and so you lose in the Eastern Conference Finals, right? That's Tom Thibodeau farewell tour. Like Tibbs, you did your job. You coached us. You got us to this point, man. Take this job in the front office. You are at what's the job where you be the right hand man to the team president?
Vice
Director of player personnel.
Oh well, no, he won't be that. He'd be something like advisor. He'd be an advisor to the team president, right? Him and Leon Rose get to sit beside each other every day now and be curmudgeons together. Y'all know what a curmudgeon is, right?
Just miserable.
Just miserable. They get to be miserable together. You know what I'm
They
saying?
get to be those two critics of the Sesame Street
from the Muppets. From the Muppets.
Muppets, my bad.
Yeah. They get to be that together, right? And then you promote Johnny Bryant to head coach. And I don't know if y'all know this or not, but Johnny Bryant and Donovan Mitchell kind of like each other.
Yeah.
Yep.
right?
That's the only reason I think he ain't take that Jazz job, because I think it's a
Right.
potential he come to the Knicks.
Right. And as soon as he found out that Donovan Mitchell might be coming here,
right,
he's like, "Nah, I'm good.
Right.
I'm good. I
And,
just
and the
I want
writing
to
was
coach.
on
I
the
want to
wall
coach
too.
Spider. I want to coach Spider. Don't give me the job and then trade Spider, and then now I'm here and Spider over there. You know what I'm saying?
Which says even more that they're gonna blow it all up anyway. They brought in that new coach. They brought in a new coach. They're starting it all completely over. Kind of like what they did in Boston when they brought in Brad Stevens. They blew up the team and then they just started building from scratch after post Big Three era. They just blew it up and started from scratch and let that coach put his own imprint on the team.
I mean, what's y'all input on what's the hold up on the trade? Which I think's holding it up? Like, what's y'all input on that? Like,
oh man,
the Jazz trying to get too much because they know how bad we want them.
I think the Jazz are doing their due diligence where they're trying to drive up the offer by parading what they want from the league, but they're going to always come back to the Knicks because nobody can offer more than the Knicks. So they're always just going to try to figure out a way to drive up the offer. I mean, it doesn't have to get done now. It has to get done before camp. So this is about a month and a half.
Yeah,
I
mean, I also think like he basically trolling. You know what I'm saying? I think he really want to see basically what Leon's willing to give up, and like that hasn't been clear yet. It's just on our side we haven't. That's one of my whole ideas. Like, what are we willing to give up? And we're not really saying that. That's why it's like it's kind of difficult. Like
I was reading an article, right, and basically it said whoever runs the deals for the Knicks is basically Brock Aller, and Leon Rose signs off on it at the end. And Brock Aller is notoriously known for trying to eke out every bit of value out of his deals. So it's just going to be a staring match between him and Ainge for a minute. But I think it's going to be an issue. It's going to be a thing where neither team gets fleeced. It's just going to be straight fair deal. But it's just going to take a while to get to that point.
The thing is,
I think Ainge is trying to drive up some sort of leverage, but
like Ainge is a smart dude, and he knows first well about rabid fans. You know, being a Boston guy and dealing with the Knicks, he knows how Knicks fans are, and he knows the longer he drags this out, the more the fan base is going to get uneasy and impatient and start pushing, and they're hoping the Knicks get desperate and give them more than they deserve.
But I don't really necessarily think it's a desperation. My whole point of the argument is I think that the Jazz basically, I know they want RJ, you know what I'm saying? But my thing is like, it comes down to a point where Spider is like, okay, I've got New York shirts on, I'm in the gym, I'm here. If y'all really, 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 really want this kid, why y'all ain't extend them for one? And then I'll just go to Miami, because it's like, we can't have it all. And then we're talking about trading Randall for Westbrook. I think that's a reach. I think that's just information because that don't make any sense. I understand what you said about the dead cap.
Hold on. Let's talk about 1 point at a time, though.
Oh, well, go ahead.
Let's talk about the 1 point at a time. Yeah, because we got plenty of time. Y'all got time, right?
Yeah, I got time.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about 1 point at a time, right? Let's talk about the Miami thing. Can you expound on that a little bit?
No, okay. This is what I'm thinking. I'm just thinking like if a team, if I'm really putting on if I'm really showing you leverage or showing you that I want to come here, and you're like basically holding on to your points, I understand that, it's understandable, but I don't feel wanted at a point in time. I feel like, okay, like I'm not saying gut your whole team for me, but it's like it's obvious I want to come here. So it's like Grimes or RJ. It's like you have to give up one. So that's just my whole thing about the whole.
RJ, why? You don't have to
I said Grimes or RJ. Like that's what it looks like.
Already said that they ain't interested in him, more or less.
You said what?
They're gonna have to pay RJ.
Yeah, I think they don't want to. That's why they kind of don't want to deal with a Tyler Hero situation. They don't want to have to max out guy or pay a guy close to max as soon as they get him. They want a younger guy on a controllable deal for 2 or more years. That's what they want. They want young, controllable talent. That's why IQ and Quick, Obi, and Grimes, and to a lesser extent Deuce were always thrown in these rumors because RJ is not really on the table for them. Ideally for Ainge, he doesn't want to trade a max guy and then bring in another guy he has to max immediately.
But I think that's a reach because they said they was interested in Tyler Hero. You would have to max him out too. So that don't make any sense.
We heard Miami. Excuse me, we heard Miami was offering Tyler Hero, not that Utah was
biting.
Now I read a report that said like basically he would be like a fan favorite. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, not necessarily confirming that is true, but that's my idea. Like, did they say that? Like,
everything I've read, and it's been maybe 5 or 6 articles. They've shown little to no interest in guys that they have to pay and negotiate with immediately. Just like I think Woj said it himself, live on air. He said it himself. They kind of don't want to have to pay a guy or negotiate with a guy immediately, and they'd rather take a younger talent on a controllable contract with 2 or more years on it. That's why Obi and all these other guys are more interested to them. But Miami offer isn't that interesting to them, and Miami has shifted their attention to Kevin Durant instead of Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, and someone in chat said it too. It ain't up to Spider, and if it was up to Spider, he's got the New York ties. You know, he's feeling New York. He ain't feeling Miami from the stuff I've been hearing.
But that's my point. I'm just saying, like, you can't. I'm not saying rush the deal, but I'm saying it's like that was my point of me asking what you think is taking so long. Like that's I get it. Got to be multiple parts moved in, but that's the point that people's not taking in context.
Yeah.
We still have to extend. We still have to extend people, and if we want to trade for Donovan, why is we in trade news when we should be? If we really value RJ that much, that's my point.
If you're having moving parts, you can't just pay RJ.
Why do you keep talking about RJ? RJ's has nothing to do with it.
Moving parts here first.
No, he's up for extension. That's it. He's just up for a maximum extension. That's it. That's why.
But that doesn't mean he has to get it right the second.
Okay.
He doesn't have to get it right now. Just because 2 or 3 people out of the draft got their extension, their situations aren't the same as the Knicks. We have way more moving parts than all these other teams.
But we gave Jalen Brunson $100 million. So I don't. What do you
like? Not a max. Oh, it's like 14. He's 14th highest paid point guard. That's not a max. That's
but Jalen Brunson.
Don't have a
he's not. Jalen Brunson's not on his 3rd-year contract though, so he deserved to get a max. I'm not disputing the max contract, but we gave out money. That's my point. We gave out money, so why we didn't give it to a player that's been on our team for 3 years? That's my point.
Because when we give him the money, we can go over the cap to pay him, so it doesn't matter if we do it right now. If we fill out the roster the way we're supposed to fill it out, then we can pay RJ his money and it'll go over the cap. But if we pay him it now, it will be harder for us to fill out a fully fleshed roster. And then when we go over the cap, it'll just be way
facts.
It would just be harder. It would just be harder. It would just make everything harder if we paid him right now. That's why. That's part of the reason why there's been flown rumors around Julius maybe possibly leaving, because they want to pay RJ and they want RJ's money to come in after. There's so many moving parts. You have to give it time. It's just I know it's hard, but you have to be patient. You have to give it time. I don't think the Leon Rose regime has given me anything to say they don't deserve the time. They've gotten themselves in issues and then they've gotten themselves up out of it. So I can't complain too much. Also, I feel like
they're playing chicken right now to me.
I feel like a lot of the time, and there's so many moving parts. Who knows if the deal might be a 3-team deal, and those things take time.
Right.
Well, I have a theory what I think the trade is not done yet, and if y'all let me expound a little bit upon.
Here come trouble.
Go ahead.
Trouble.
What's
up, bro? How you doing, man?
Good evening, everybody.
What's up, my boy?
I think the holdup right now, it's New York's reluctance of how much of our own draft picks were given up, right? So
Okay.
if Danny Ainge asks us for our, let's say, our 4 picks and 2 of the whatever other picks we got, that means our flexibility later on down the line to trade other picks takes a lot much longer time.
Okay.
So if, let's say, New York says we'll give you 2 fully unprotected and a bunch of other picks, we can start trading more draft picks around the 2024 and then start it at 2026 because we will owe our last pick 2025. So if we gave him 3 unprotected, we're looking way more down the line in order to flip these picks again. Because right now, once you get Donovan Mitchell in the building, it's go time. It ain't no more let's develop and stash. No, it's go time. So I think they're negotiating right now. It's how many New York unprotected picks Danny is getting.
That's definitely part of it too.
Yeah, no. I to me is if you're 25 years old or younger or 26 or whatever, and you've already established yourself as a solid NBA player, I'm more interested in that instead of a bunch of draft pick maybes. You know what I'm saying? Like, so to me, those draft picks are assets. If we got to give up 5 of them, 6 of them, so be it. We still got more after that.
Yeah, why I think it matters is
I just don't want to give up too much of what we got that's developing.
I don't think they have an issue about how many picks is going out. It's about which ones are going out. Because, for example, right now we're going into the 2023 draft. If let's just say the Knicks give up 2 unprotected, that's 23 and 25. You can make a selection 2024 draft and trade that pick right afterwards, and then include a 2026 pick moving and then start going down the line again. So those teams will be able to get picks much sooner than if you give up, let's say, 3 or 4 unprotected. Then you're looking at 2027 or 2028, way down the line. So it's a big discrepancy about a year or 4 or 5 years to trade your picks all over again. So that's where I think the holdup is.
Jay, say that part one more time. Like the 2024 part one more time.
So let's say the Knicks give up 2 fully unprotected picks, right? Because right now it'll be 23 and 25.
Yeah.
For the Knicks can trade the 2024 pick. They make the selection and include that in the trade, right?
In what year? In what year? In what year?
2024. Because remember, the Stepien rule only applies to the picks, not the player rights.
Yeah.
So you can basically what the Timberwolves did. They drafted Kessler and they added a bunch of other picks.
Okay.
It was a handshake deal.
So that's why I think the holdup is because, again, if Danny Ainge wants to be shrewd and kind of be like, well, I'm going to mess up your build towards the championship sooner, he's going to ask for a bunch of these picks.
Okay.
So that's where I think everything's at right now.
Jay, you also don't think because they value Grimes? You don't think so?
No. I don't think they're going to have an issue with the players, to be honest with you.
I think they value the picks way more than the players.
Because again, when you're gonna go try to make a trade with another team, what helps them is to sell currency of hope to their fans. You're not gonna sell them, hey, Quentin Grimes got to get paid in a year. You know, what is Quentin Grimes worth in the open market? You know, especially teams that are starting to rebuild all over again if they're gonna trade more stars.
Okay.
All right. That's interesting.
Who's more expendable as the young dudes we got though? Like if you think it's fine if we get rid of IQ and Grimes and Obi or a combination or like which one of them young guys, any or all?
See, my problem is like that. See, I'm gonna get what you're saying. See, like that's why people be thinking I'd be bashing on RJ, but I just got love for also IQ and people we drafted too. Like we drafted those guys too. So I don't get why the same love don't occur. Like why are we so quick to give them up when them are they are guys that we drafted also. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like
they didn't average 20 points a game last year. They
didn't start. They didn't start. And I know. And Uncle Freezy pulled up Tyler Hero's deficient rating last season, and he was the 6th man, and it was better than RJ and RJ started. So I'm not bashing RJ, but that's a fact. Uncle Freezy, right?
It was better than IQ's too. If you do per 36s, you know.
IQ was on the bench.
So was Tyler Hero.
Yeah, Tyler Hero was too. But we're talking about minutes
That's what I'm about.
played.
Yeah.
They
We're
played
talking
30
about
minutes.
Yeah, we're
He
talking
played
about minutes
30
played.
minutes tonight. But it's like you can't just make the assumption because IQ put more minutes, he's gonna play better.
But how do
And
we know that? We
you
never
don't
seen
know that.
IQ.
I would have preferred if you did, but you can't make
Right.
that assumption. You can't
I'm
make
not
that.
making the assumption. It's just the what if. It's just like that. That's just my whole thing with the Brunson signing. It's not. I'm not bashing. Go ahead.
Yeah, they didn't do justice as far as raising the value of the younger players. In my
Thank
opinion.
you. Okay, thank you. So I agree with that. That was what I was getting to. So my thing is now we got to let guys walk that we build. That's just my whole thing. Like, so I understand, like, it would be more understandable for, okay, I get if they trade IQ Grimes in them, it's just because they know they can't retain them next season because that means they're going to pay RJ. So that's clear if they do that. But that's my thing. Like, I don't think if we trade for picks, that we value the pick so much because we trade for picks, obviously for a mega trade or lower than up for a trade. It's impossible. So it's also hard too because Minnesota set the value by giving them 5 picks. So that's what they want. So it's like, it's going to be hard to fight that because they always going to fight back with, well, we already got that from a less valuable player than Donovan Mitchell, which is really
The way
so
I see it is this: we have to pay very close attention if it goes down, how the trade goes down, right? Because usually, historically, if a player is free in free agency, you usually trade players and a sign and trade. If you're trying to go grab a star from another team, it usually involves picks. So for me to see them dump a whole bunch of picks and keep their players, more than likely they're gonna still cash in those players for a free agent down the line.
At a later date, yeah.
You said are you saying a free agent or a player?
A player.
No, for a free, like an assigning trade for a free agent, because we're going to be over the cap. We're not going to have the cap space to sign these players outright, and vice versa. If we're trying to get somebody from another team, more than likely a bunch of these young guys are going to go, and you're going to try to hold on as much draft picks as possible to go extract that player from said team. So
but Jay,
all in all, there's going to have to be a sacrifice of something, you know. For the opportunity of Thanos to snap his fingers and put on that glove, he had to sacrifice his so-called daughter. You know, if we're gonna sit here and talk about we want to win a chip, we're gonna have to sacrifice the guys that we like so much. It's more than likely it's gonna come down to that.
Yeah.
I'm down for that, but like no one really answered my question. Like, assuming we're gonna have to give up some of these young guys. Is it any, all, like which ones are we willing, or you guys think we should keep?
That's why I said it'll be interesting to see which way they roll, because to me, if you roll one way with the players and you keep it more picks, that means they have their eye on somebody else on another team that's already on the contract.
It depends on the players too, though, because it'll show our hand of where we think we're gonna be moving. As far as like maybe Randall, if we keep a specific player back,
I have to see it that way, because one move has to lead to another. It just can't be one blindsided move. You know, when they traded number 11th pick, we just saw 3 picks in return that were all protected. We were complaining, but we didn't see how it added cap space for us to move around contracts and also have more ammo for right now Donovan Mitchell, where nobody in the NBA can compete with us. So every move they have to do has to have another move behind it. So that's why I'm paying close attention to the details of this trade if it happens.
Jay, I'm following, right? So I'm following. I was listening to you. I wasn't ignoring you. I was trying to hear out what you were saying.
I know you're busy, man. That's all good.
No, I just wanted to make sure that I could understand where you're going. So are you saying that the move after Mitchell, similar to the Carmelo deal, is the move that sets this team on the championship course?
Yes. Because, like, for example, Lowry got traded for a player. DeMar DeRozan got traded for nothing picks and players. But for us to go get Mitchell, we got to give up assets like draft picks,
But I mean, guys, it's like Jay.
For
We
the
all like
Timberwolves to get Rudy Gobert, they had to give up draft picks because those guys are under contract.
But if with that, that's another story for another show. I mean, I don't want to stir up the chat, but I don't think Cat at the 4. I don't think that's gonna work. So I got him as I know they gonna move him pretty soon. But I'm just saying, even though he's signed this, he's still getting moved because him at the 4 is not gonna work for me. But I'm saying with it back to the Knicks, do you think do you think Brunson, Mitchell, Barrett? I don't know what we're gonna do at the 4. Do you think that's good spacing?
Do you think good floor spacing?
One more time?
Yeah, no, dude. I said Brunson, Spider, RJ. I don't really know who we gonna have at the 4 because if they talk about trading Randall and Robinson, do you think that's good spacing? Do you think that's a good team? Like good spacing, floor
spacing doesn't always have to be 3-point shots.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying necessarily.
If Randall stays in the big court,
if Randall is not here, I think because Randall's not a great catch and shoot 3-point shooter,
or RJ.
RJ has done it at a higher level than Randall has in the past. At least Randall's sample size is a hell of a lot smaller than RJ's, but RJ did shoot 40% off mostly catch and shoots his second year. So I've seen him do it, but that was a lot of Randall's gravity, which I mean Mitchell can replicate in some ways. So can Brunson.
Right.
But to play devil's advocate, what did Randall shoot in his MVP season?
40%, but it wasn't off catches and shoots, not like RJ. Like a lot of his threes were unassisted. RJ's threes were like 98% assisted.
Yeah.
In that year, like it was like an overwhelming amount of his shots were catch and shoot. And Randall that year he was just on fire. He was doing step backs, taking rhythm dribbles into his threes, walking up and taking threes. Like his variety of shots from 3 were way different than RJ's consistently over that season at least.
Right.
Like Randall is way much more of a rhythm shooter than a catch and shoot guy. Like even this year, we would hit him for the catch and shoot, and he would pause, take a dribble, then shoot it instead of just going straight up.
And that is for that reason, the Knicks missed the playoffs.
Yep.
Yeah.
For that reason that you just mentioned, the Knicks made the playoffs. And for that reason right there, everybody's rhythms were off just because of what you said. And here's the reason why I say that, because I said it during the season and people looked at me like I was crazy. But listen, you have to be able to shoot the 3 in rhythm, right? And when you don't have guys that can get you the ball, get you the basketball in rhythm, you're not going to be able to make shots. I saw it early in the season with Kevin Knox, and I was like, oh, boy, this is bad. This is bad. You got to fly out of the way. Because think about it. You set your feet. You're in a position to catch the ball, right? You got to reach up and catch it, right? And then now you got to get back in rhythm to shoot it, right? Now the defender is there. Now you got to pump fake, jab step, and then shoot it.
Yeah. And the only guy we had that second year that was consistently hitting guys in their shooter pocket was Randall.
Shooter pocket, yeah, okay.
But you guys think about who our distributor was.
I know.
That was the problem, baby, right there. Period.
And Brunson, and to a lesser extent, Donovan, they can hit shooters in their pockets. If you look up their highlights, they're actually very accurate passers. So
yeah, Spider's a two-way player, definitely. Yeah.
So like off coming down off a pick and roll, he can hit the swing pass. You know what I'm saying? He can hit the pass that you need to hit. He can hit the roll man. He can hit the pick and pop guy. So it's all about rhythm, timing, and just more talent on the court, period.
Right. The talent thing, definitely. Because the talent thing slows down defensive rotations.
Exactly.
Right? So
sometimes it might hurry it up, and then you get easy lanes to the basket.
Yeah, up backside of that. Yeah, I can go with that. I can go with that. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. Are y'all all set on Randall having to go?
Here's my thing with Randall, right? If Randall stays, the upside of your team to win more is with him on the team. I know people all say that probably Obi is the better fit with the guys we have, but if it works with Randall, our upside is much more with him than anybody else. So I'm just stuck because I want to win.
My point is, I agree with Jay. Like, I want to win. My point is, like, I don't want to lose Obi for nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I could see him walking, even though he's from the city. I could just see him walking just for the simple fact of just getting a starting position somewhere else. So at the end of the day, like, it's like a business move. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I like that Obi. You know what I'm saying? I like him. You know what I'm saying? But just for the simple fact of him not walking, I would rather lose Randall because I just don't want to lose Obi for nothing.
The thing is, keeping Randall is fine, but like we alluded to earlier, he's got to adapt or die. He has to adapt to our style with who we got. He can't play the same ball he's been playing offensively and stay in this offense and stay in this on this team. He's got to change his role, what he's willing to do, and the way he plays. I don't know if he can do that.
I think the roles are going to change naturally, just off hierarchy of skill and where guys are in their careers. Like Brunson is right on the cusp of being in his prime. Donovan is right on the cusp of being in his prime. RJ is excelling to the next level of his development. I don't think Julius has the delusion to just be like, I'm not taking a backseat for nobody. Right. He's not that. He's not going to be that guy. I don't think he's going to be that guy.
I don't think so either. I think that's
I don't think Tibbs will enable that either. It'll be pretty clear early on who's the alpha.
I personally want to see what Obi can do with consistent 25 to 30 minutes. I need to see that. So if that means we got to get rid of Randall to do it, I don't know.
Wait.
I'm not saying I want to. I pick Obi over Randall.
No, that was my point, Coach. That was my point. Go ahead,
jeopardize team success to see Obi succeed.
Yo, what I was gonna say is, why do we need to see something from Obi, but we demand stuff from Julius?
See, my thing is, I think he's just in the start.
Julius is a vet. He's been there. He's been our number one.
But I feel like he got some bad slack, man, for having that. Everybody had a down year this year. We can't just say just Julius. That's why I don't understand the slack with Julius. But
I'm not saying Julius has to go. I'm not saying he had a bad year or a down year or he's trash. I'm not saying any of that. He could be a great player in a certain system, but he doesn't fit our what we need to do with the players we got right now. That's just what I'm saying.
Then I'm gonna push back and say he may or may not be on the exact timeline if we do get Mitchell, because it's kind of setting it back a couple years with our best player being 25 and Randall's about to hit 28, and his contract, we're kind of put in a position where we might have to reset that scale of how much money is allocated to our power forward if you want to pay RJ. So I don't think, I want to see it work clearly, but I don't know if the money is going to work next year when RJ starts to get his next piece of money. So
are you going to pay RJ?
Yeah, I'm maxing him.
Nah, I'm not.
The bag.
Not yet for me. Not yet. Not saying no. Not saying yes. Not yet.
Get the bag.
Nah, bro. You don't deserve it. No disrespect.
I mean, I don't know if he's going to demand max, though. I mean, guess what he does this year will determine that.
He already said he want max money. Him and Tyler Hero said they think they deserve max money.
And that's why RJ's not paid yet.
Where did you see that?
What you want him to say? I think I just deserve $23 million. You know, I'm cool with just 23. I mean,
RJ went out and made sure he scored 20 points per game so he can take that to the negotiation table. I'm a 20-point per game scorer.
He also is
he's
kind
not going to
of.
settle for nothing less.
He also is the darling face of the franchise that's been through a lot of
come
crap.
on, man.
So
you gonna do your face of your franchise like that, man?
I mean,
look. We live in a reality. Rudy Gobert has proven he's worth a lot of money, but he still makes what $45 million this year, or some crazy. 40, 41, 42.
Yeah,
Got to pay to play,
that's
man.
ridiculous.
Unfortunately, you got to pay to play, and then when the cap jumps up in 2025, we ain't gonna be thinking about it. So, I mean, is it our money? Is it our money?
No.
I just want to get out of the business of paying people for one good year. Like, that's the only thing that scares me about the Brunson thing. But
you.
You know, I don't. The thing is, Brunson, he ain't making max, obviously. So for his value, I think we overpaid a little bit, but it was such a desperate need. We had to do what we had to do.
However, go ahead.
However, RJ is in a situation where I don't want this to be a Gordon Hayward thing where he blows up one year, then we're all in on him, and then something happens to him or he falls off.
Was Gordon Hayward really 1 year old?
Gordon Hayward was a consistently good player for multiple years.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. When Kobe dropped 60 points on him, and when Donovan Mitchell came,
like 60 shots, man.
Hold on. Let me finish. Can I finish? Kobe dropped 60 on him, and they never ever really went to the playoffs until when Mitchell came there. They never been outside the playoffs
or Mitchell though.
But
Hey, but
it's not my point.
But Sean, who was their point guard with Gordon Hayward?
Who was the Jazz point guard? I don't even remember.
Right.
I have this.
So are you saying that the team had flaws, or was it Gordon Hayward that had flaws?
No, I'm just saying, I'm not really saying he had flaws. I'm just judging that a rookie that nobody expected took a team to the playoffs with the same coach Gordon Hayward had, but like consistently year after year and year after year after that. That's what I'm basing it off.
If y'all would let me say something, this is my problem with RJ and the so-called Max. RJ still has a lot of work to do on his game. The moment that boy gets a max contract, every excuse that everybody has for him is out the window. It's time to perform now. Hey, no more, he's so young. Hey, no more, he'll get better over time. If you're getting paid that much money, you're expected to perform day in and day out. And I just hope with all these other guys coming in that he's not going to get lost in the shuffle and people are going to start saying like, well, RJ's not worth his contract. So there's a lot of things that could happen to RJ if you pay him that much money right now. That's why I'm just willing to wait and see how he fits. That's all.
I mean, the max is only a percentage of the cap for that one season.
RJ will be your highest paid player on this team, even with if you trade for Donovan Mitchell.
And that's ridiculous. That's not the point though. That's the point is, do we deserve it? I get what you're saying just to make an argument, but do he deserve it? That's just the point. Do he deserve to be even for 1 year higher paid than Donovan Mitchell? Hell no. Hell no.
That's why I'm willing just to take a wait and see approach because I don't want to. It's unfair to him if he's getting paid so much money.
Donovan Mitchell makes what, 35, 36?
No, 30.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
No. He's not going to make more because what's his name just got a max and it was still $32 million. And he doesn't have any achievements to make his max even higher.
Mitchell's not making 35.
Mitchell's making how much?
30 million. Okay. Jalen Brunson, he make $3 more million than Jalen Brunson. That's crazy too.
But it's front loaded. His is front loaded.
Nah, he just signed it what, a year ago?
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson is front loaded. His goes down every year. His goes down to 24, 23.
Yep.
Next year. So
I think when Donovan signed his max extension, I think it was either 150 or 160.
It was 163.
These cats this year, we saw Darius Garland get 180, 190. Same with
190.
Sure. Yeah. Darius Garland got
193. with incentives to make it 221.
So
And
again, if you're willing to give him that much, the spotlight's on him now. It can't be no more. He's 22, 23. Oh, he's still developing.
And I agree, Jay.
It's a
The
little
thing
unfair,
is, we're at the pick that we drafted him at. As Knicks fans, we expected this dude to become a max player if we're gonna draft him that high. So
thank you. Oh my God.
So this year, he has to
no consistency, but the
he
flash.
has to score the way he scored last year at a better efficiency, and he needs to be more of a ball, a better passer, and he's got to step up on D. If he can't do that this year, he ain't a max player.
Okay,
if he does, he is. That's just my opinion.
Flash. Okay, say the season starts. We're one month in, 5 weeks in. RJ's averaging 21 on 44% shooting. Do you just throw him the extension? You throw him the extension?
No,
no, because RJ. Once the season starts, you can't extend RJ. You have to extend it before the season starts.
Yeah.
I'm not putting a point per game thing on RJ. I'm not saying he needs to average this and all that. I just need him to be efficient. I need him to shoot his free throw better, and I just need to see him grow as a player for me to be like, you know what? Yeah, I'll pay you, because I know that you're still going to grow. There's still more upside. But if you tell me that, hey, he's going to score 21 points, but he's still going to struggle at the rim, a bunch of shots, but still not very efficient, I can't feel comfortable maxing that out. I'm sorry.
And Jay, that's my point. I think really that's the holdup. I think the Knicks is on the verge to say, hey, I understand. I don't care what the reports say. I believe the Jazz will take him. But I think that's the point. They say, hey, man, is this guy worth the max play? Is this guy worth the max deal or not? Because like you say, Jay just said, we got to extend him before the season starts. And that's my point. Everybody keeps saying you don't have to rush. Yeah, you do got to rush because
you do.
It's such a tough and crazy question, because if you're the Jazz and you're trading your superstar, why wouldn't you ask for RJ?
Of course, that's what I said.
And he's the golden boy. Like,
that's why Danny Ainge came back and countered with that high ass offer. He said, okay, y'all don't want to give up RJ. All right, I want 5 picks. I want Emmanuel quickly. I want Grimes. He knows you're not gonna do that, but he's saying like, okay, y'all value RJ so much, like that's gotta be the scratching head. Like, okay, if y'all value this guy so much, give him the extension then. Tie up your cap, give him the extension if you value him that much.
It's just a lot of conversations going on right now till we see the trade finalized. That's how I see it. Because Danny Ainge could just come back to the table and be like, all right, listen, do RJ for 2 picks and done deal. And Leon Rose might be like, all right, whatever, I'll do it. We don't know.
Exactly. And I think that's the holdup, Jay.
This all could be a negotiation ploy. We don't know.
I think it's a holdup because like I said, I read it on hoophype.com that RJ, like they said, they backed off the RJ deal because I guess they said that we value him so much, but he was included in the deal. It's obvious. That's basketball knowledge. It's obvious they want him because he's young, but that's the thing. They're going to have a lot of money. I don't really think they necessarily care about extending him. I think that's a reach. They got they're going to have tons of cap. They're going to rebuild, obviously, but that's been my whole point. I think the negotiation is, okay, Knicks is like, okay, if we do value this guy, we're gonna have to give him all this damn money, right? And it's gonna be harder to try for Spurs.
What I like to do is I like to pay attention to the language these reporters use when they report stuff, right? So the first offer Danny Ainge wanted was RJ and Mitch at 3 firsts, right? We said no, obviously, and then all past 2 weeks we heard RJ's off the table. And then Ian Begley comes out with a report today, and RJ's name's in it again. So I'm starting to think like 2 weeks ago, RJ's definitely a no-go, but now Ian's bringing RJ back up because we already closed the door on Mitch. There's no way Mitch can get traded till January now.
I'm going to throw this out there right now. We're in the moratorium period, and if Ainge wants to trade for Hero or RJ, he has to literally he has to start having these conversations about extensions right now. He doesn't want to. He's not trying to think about it. He does not want to tie up his cap. He wants to fill up his team young players on rookie deals that have 2 or 3 more years left, and they're
I
controlling
know,
the
but you still need to
season.
reach a floor in the cap for the NBA. You just
Jay,
can't have 12
He's
teams.
going to hit
bro, you got.
bets.
Go ahead, basketball language. You got, bro. He still got to put seats in that butt. Do you don't forget that the All-Star.
No. He got to put butts in them seats.
Oh, my fault. But butts in them seats. My fault. Don't forget. Hold up. Don't forget that the All-Star game is in Utah. He's not dumb. Danny Ainge is not stupid, bro. Of course you want RJ, bro.
They're going to tank.
Huh?
Regardless, they're going to tank their asses.
Is of course. So that right. But that one player tied up on a max deal, seriously, they don't care about that. Like they got to get the money to somebody. Like you know what I'm saying?
They still got to reach a
Even
cap,
if they give him
floor.
the extension now, his money's not going to count until the year after that. So the floor doesn't even matter right now. He doesn't want to deal with it after this year. He's not thinking about this year. This year is an afterthought already.
They've already showed their hand with the Gobert deal.
This year is irrelevant. RJ's cap is not going to be. It's going to be what, $8 million this year. They're not talking about cap floor with him. He's not a big deal this
All I'm
year.
saying
He's
is
a big
don't be
deal.
surprised. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised
Bro.
if RJ's name starts creeping back up into these reports.
And Jay, I'm glad you agree with me because that was my whole point of coming up on here. And that's why I asked why you think the trade haven't gone down yet. Because at the end of the day, like y'all said, we don't value Grimes. Okay, then we should have been giving the trade. But New York, no, Danny Ainge is bugging by the 5 picks. Like Jay said, that's what I read too. The report was 3 picks, RJ in the center. And we said no. And the Jazz probably was like, really? Like we got 5 picks out of Minnesota. Like, how dare you? Like, and that's the thing, bro. It's like, what are we doing? Okay, so even if we do value RJ that much, why we're not giving him an extension? I'm not rushing the front office. I'm not rushing the thing, but it's some type of disconnect there. It has to be. It's some type of disconnect there.
Not necessarily. Can you imagine Freezy and Marine is the voice of reason? Can you believe that?
It's hard for me to fathom, bro.
Oh man, but here I am.
It's hard for me to fathom.
Go ahead, share. Actually, you ever thought about the fact that to extend RJ, you're gonna go above the cap, and you may want to just hold off, sign another like Mitchell, and then next year the cap at RJ right after the signing. It's not necessarily that they don't want to sign RJ. They may want to just hold off, like they did with Mitch. Hold off, get the players within a certain cap, and then go. I can go above the cap as my player. Is that a possibility?
I mean, it's a possibility RJ gets signed before camp. So
yeah.
All right. So not necessarily they're trying to diss him. They may be waiting. You know?
See now that's when you said take less earlier. Now Cam is a guy you go to and say, hey, you take 10, 11 mil. You know what I'm saying? For you see a year. But RJ's not trying to hear that. He's a starter and he thinks he's above his peers. And my question is the guys that got the mess: SGA, Darius Garland, and who else? That's the only 2 I know so far.
Zion.
Zion. Ja too. Is RJ even on them guys' level?
SGA wasn't in his draft class before.
That's not the question.
No. What I'm talking about is okay. Good, hey, touche. Good point. I was thinking about young players that are in a similar situation.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Uncle Freezy. That was my whole point. Younger players that's in the same situation. Like to me, and then hold on, I'm gonna let you go, bro. It don't even compare. RJ don't even compare. No disrespect to him, and I'm not trying to bash on RJ. That's my Knicks. Like this, our team. I love the Knicks. But my thing is like, it's go time. It's time to go, and it's time to get paid, and it's time to play people. It ain't time for the go. It ain't time to play. And that guy is gonna want at least a Julius contract, 114 million. That's the thing, bro. You said 80 million. If Jalen Brunson just got 80 million, he haven't been on the Knicks for a long time, and he sees somebody giving out at least 100 million, I don't even settle less for that, and I don't blame him for that. So that's just my whole point.
But what I'm saying, what kind of value do you put on a 22-year-old player that averages regardless of the percentage?
Here you go with age. Not trying to cut you off.
He's 20.
Anthony Edwards. Hold on. Anthony Edwards is
20. Did Edwards average 26 and 3?
Okay, Anthony Edwards is 22. I'm gonna give you some names. Jordan Poole is 23. SGA is 22. And Ja is like 24th or 23, I think. So like what do you mean when you say 20? Like those guys are ascending, and Luka is 2023. So like those guys are ascending. That's just my whole point. To his
RJ
peers,
is not ascending. He averaged
not
20
to his
points,
peers,
6
not to them.
rebounds, and
To them five names,
assists.
to them 5 names I name, is he comparable to them, bro?
Okay, that's 5 players.
Oh, that's his peer. You just answer the question.
Hold on, Shy.
We're not asking him to be Luka or John Morant right now.
All these
But you want to pay him like one is the problem.
Exactly, yo. That don't make any sense, coach.
What do you mean? Why are you lumping me in with that? I'm not saying he should get paid max. I didn't say he should get paid max.
Hold on. These other teams that you're comparing him to, they don't
saying he
have
shouldn't be
any
traded.
they don't have any housekeeping to take care of. They don't have any they don't have any roster movements or trades out there. They got paid because their roster is not in flex. Our roster is literally, we could be adding a max player to our roster in any day now. We can't just freak out.
So
and
I
spam deals. You have to do one thing at a time.
So with the hold on, I'll challenge your point with the Thunder. They're not building correctly in the draft to draft a good team around SGA. You know, you said the team. You don't. They not team's not building. Hold on. Ja, the Memphis is definitely building around Ja and building right and then sending the players.
They're not training anyone. Their team is their roster is what it is right now, and it's what's going to be for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, man. They already paid their son.
Dre, let me throw this out there too, for everybody that always and I'm not disputing what Sha is saying. I just think on this point, I think he may be using a standard industry practice for a non-conventional problem, right? And so the thing is, when you look at RJ, the Knicks are stable financially. Not roster-wise, right? But if you can imagine a situation where the Memphis Grizzlies mess around and overplay their hand and Ja Morant gets to free agency, guess what? Ja ain't never going to visit Memphis, Tennessee ever again, right? And guess what that's going to do to the worth of their franchise?
There we go.
It's going to destroy the worth of their franchise. The same thing in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The same thing in New Orleans, Louisiana. The same thing in Cleveland, Ohio. These franchises can't afford to have that one guy. Zion, if Zion leaves New Orleans, bro, you can best believe the next season they play basketball, they'll be in Seattle or Kansas City. You can bet that, bro. And so the thing is when you get in that situation, you don't even want to risk it. Yo, you can't even risk Ja Morant saying he's unhappy, because if Ja Morant, if you mess around, if Ja say I want the max and I want it now, you like, oh Ja, don't even be mad, bro. We sent you the max yesterday. Because if Ja Morant go into that front office and be like, trade me, this is my trade request. Therefore, you'll never hear get from that. That city will never have another NBA team, bro.
To make Freeze's point even clear, like if RJ was on a small market team, they probably would have paid.
He'd already had the.
He would have got paid already. No matter what you think about his game right now, he would have got his bread already.
He had that money, bro. Yep. Already. You know, did y'all notice that them small market teams, as soon as they got the opportunity to pay somebody, they paid them?
They jump.
Yep. But conversely, right? Conversely, the two second markets in the NBA, right? I think Chicago, Illinois is 4th. Dallas, Texas is 3rd, right? New York is 1st. LA is 2nd. New York, LA, Chicago, Dallas, right? Dallas, one of the biggest markets in the United States, they lost a free agent this year. You know how I know? Because he signed with us. Right? Chicago, Illinois. Guess what they did? They're financially stable. They let their best asset test free agency. Zach LaVine. You know how I know? Because Chicago was in his top 3. I mean, New York was in his top 3 as a free agent destination. Right? But these teams that we talking about, man, come on, bro. Hey, Memphis, Tennessee. If they lose Ja, what, Sarge? If Memphis lost Ja Morant, would you watch them play next season?
Only if Elvis came back alive and was on the floor with
only if they play the
you
Knicks.
ain't nothing but a hound dog.
The Knicks lose RJ. You watching the Knicks next year?
Huh?
The Knicks lose RJ. You watching the Knicks next year?
Yes,
absolutely.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. So if RJ's not worth your max, why are you trying to put yourself in the corner?
Man, I watched Tony Douglas start at point
That's an
guard.
argument.
You're not gonna play with me like this.
But the thing is, Jay, the thing is, so clearly moving the goalposts is what we're gonna do for the next hour and a half. we just gonna put the goalposts on roller skates and just keep moving it.
I was
the argument was not even the argument was not even the RJ thing. Somebody brought up why are other guys getting paid, and as soon as I made a legit argument why the other guys are getting paid, we started talking about RJ again.
Well, the way I saw it, the way Shah was trying to explain it is, when you grow up amongst your peers, it's usually around 2 to 3 years because you come up in the AAU circuit and you're in school around the same time. So all the guys that's played with RJ since high school, all these guys are already all-stars or have accomplishments attached to their name. That's why they got paid. I understand why.
That's all these guys. How many guys though? How many? Y'all, you talking like there's 10 of them.
I understand where he's coming from when he says, you know, what is RJ's real worth?
What accomplishments?
Just him being the third pick in New York does not mean that you're guaranteed a max contract.
That's fair. What accomplishments did Tobias Harris have before he got?
We're not. He's not his peers. That's a reach, bro. We talking about.
I'm talking about. Come on, bro.
Go ahead, Drake.
No, that's a valid point. What's the precedent to get a max?
No,
that's not Shah's point.
Yeah, that's not my point. I'm judging him 22. You said I was just piggybacking off of what you said,
All
Coach.
the
You
young
said
stars that got paid is what Shah's talking about. So everybody's
22.
wondering why RJ hasn't gotten paid yet. It's not so crazy to think like maybe he hasn't earned it yet. So
I'm not saying he deserves a max.
Give him another year to earn it.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying,
guys.
I never said.
Yeah, the goalposts keep moving, right?
Right.
So we legit. So we've been at this for 5 hours and 30 minutes, right? And all we talked about was Donovan Mitchell being traded and moving money around, right? And then all of a sudden, because RJ Barrett hadn't signed a max, we're thinking, well, RJ Barrett ain't worth the money. But we've been talking about for about 4 hours and 45 minutes, we were talking about a potential Donovan Mitchell trade, right? So how are you going to give RJ Barrett the max when you don't know what players are going to be on your roster after the Donovan Mitchell trade?
But Freezy, the only reason I was saying is I challenge that point because I don't think they can, like, that don't make sense if you value somebody. Like, I don't think a star like potential like a Spider, like even if in his first 3 years, like that's why he got extended because he showed potential, not on a small market. Like that has potential.
But when he got his max, was that team also trying to trade for a superstar?
No, the team was not in flux. It was a set roster. It was a playoff roster. It was a team.
Right. What do we get?
The Jazz?
After they were a playoff team.
They were a playoff team, bro. They were not trying to trade for a star at the same time. They were trying to give somebody the max. They did one thing at a time. And you know who the example is of that? The New Orleans Pelicans. Right? They were trading for a star. They were looking for a guy. They wanted Bradley Beal. They wanted Zach LaVine. They wanted blah, blah, blah. They wanted blah. And you know what they did? They went out and got their guy. Stop. Then they signed their young star to the max. Exactly. Stop. Then they went to the draft and drafted. Stop. Now they're trying to go to training camp. Stop. Basically, what I'm getting at is they did one thing at a time. But we're saying that we could, since it's the Knicks, we can do 2 or 3 things at one time.
It has to be done in a 1 week span. Everything.
Nah, it can't be.
I'm not done. Everything is done fast in New York, right? Everything has to be done.
New York minute, bro.
Man, listen, that sounds nice and well, but if they value him as much as we all talk about, he would have been extended already. Why
is that a hard? Why is that? No disrespect. Why, Jay?
And I don't
Then
know.
why is that so hard to understand? Like, no
I'm not
disrespect,
a
guys.
RJ hater. I'm just
Waiting a
seeing
year
what
is
I
good
see in front
business.
of me. I'm seeing what I see in front of me.
That's my point. That's all. That's it. That's all I'm saying, guys. I'm not bashing on our player, bro. I'm just judging. I'm just saying.
Like y'all hate RJ. Why y'all hate RJ Barrett?
No, I don't hate him. I'm just saying, like,
That's the narrative.
Nah, I don't.
Yo, gentlemen, can I do a freezy analogy?
Yeah.
How many of you dated a girl for more than 4 years before you asked her to propose to her?
Yeah.
And why did you propose earlier? And then why do you get married? Isn't there sometimes you want to get the money right? You want to get the situation correct? You want to move it? Don't you have things you want to get done or accomplish in order to get to that final destination? Sometimes also, maybe you still have some on the side. You can't decide because you have so many choices. And when you have choices like New York City does, unlike, I don't want to call any others. I don't want to diss any other city, but they don't have the choices we have. We have New York City. We have a fan base. We got publicity. We got advertising. We got, TV dollars. We got everything we need. We don't need to run and be desperate to give someone the ring. And sorry, RJ right now is waiting for the ring, and he got to wait till we're ready to propose. We're gonna take him to, I don't know what restaurant you guys go to. I know in New York City, you guys go to like Red Lobster, but
Damn.
I'm gonna drop a little grenade in the chat right now, and because I gotta go upstairs, shower, and go to sleep.
Go ahead.
What? Jay, you crazy?
If New Orleans calls you today and says, "Yo, I want to keep my boy Zion happy, and I'm gonna send you Brandon Ingram for RJ Barrett," would you guys do it?
Of course.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so then now you found your worth for RJ Barrett. Let's not stop freaking out why he's not.
It's not his work. I mean, he's better than RJ.
I'm telling you, if RJ don't take the next step, if we have a failure in the playoffs, they're gonna look to spin RJ for something better. It's the business of the NBA. It is what it is.
Okay. So let me do the opposite side of that. If RJ takes a major step and averages 30 points a game, if RJ Barrett is all NBA defense, if RJ Barrett shoot 30% from three, 45% from three, and if RJ Barrett turns down your offer, then what do you do?
You have to give him the qualifying offer, then he goes into free agency.
Then he becomes an unrestricted free agent.
And now
you let a 23-year-old league MVP caliber dude walk out the door when all you had to do was offer him the max. See how this if thing works? Because if you do the if worst case scenario, I can do the if worst case scenario too.
Facts, Bubba.
All right, so I'm gonna easily respond.
What's worthy of max to everybody? To Shaw, like what's worthy of a max to you?
Yeah, worthy of a max is his peers. His peers is like y'all keep saying he averaged 20 points. Like, hold on.
Saying how many peers should get max? No, you already made that point. That point don't make sense. There ain't more than 5 peers better than him.
What? I've named 5 peers that's better. I already named 5 peers that's better than him.
No, you didn't.
It's only 3 players.
But just for the mere fact that you said peers and max means RJ is in that group. Because somebody's not your peer if you are not in the same group. So for the mere fact that you said peer and max means RJ being in that peer group means he deserved the max.
Wait, how many maxes can each team have?
See, no, I don't think he's performing to. Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, Free. To answer your question before I head out.
All right.
I've seen a toxic situation with DeAndre Ayton, and that hasn't happened yet. And I feel like they still have a good relationship with RJ, that won't happen. The last person I remember who did that was Greg Monroe. So, again, I still take my chances going into the season.
So, RJ Barrett is a center.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying in general.
But you just compared him to 2 centers.
But you
in the age of wings,
I know, but you mentioned about the relationship and him telling us, "Screw us, I'll sign the qualifying offer and I'll go into unrestricted free agency." And all I'm saying, I saw a toxic relationship with DeAndre Ayton and the Suns, and that still didn't even happen. So I don't see that happening for us.
Bro, some of this RJ hate in chat is hilarious to me.
Sean.
When was the last time one of the Knicks draft picks performed the way RJ has so far?
No, that's great. There's nothing wrong
Yeah, that's
with
not my
what RJ
point,
has done.
guys. I'm not.
Let's not go too
Right.
far left.
Yeah, I'm not. See, I don't. Go ahead, Dre. You trying to answer me a question.
All right,
I don't want to. Oh, go ahead.
When you saw Darius, when you read the ESPN ticker and it said Darius Garland got a max, did you cringe a little?
No, because I wanted to draft Darius Garland over RJ.
He deserved it. He deserved it because he did exactly what I think IQ would do. When Quickly went down, when Quickly went when Collinson went down, he performed. Got his team made his team over 500, contribute to his team being over 500. Nobody saw Cleveland coming. Nobody saw them coming, and he was an all-star. So he deserved everything he got.
Okay. Did Cleveland do a great job building around Darius Garland and prioritize his development?
Wait. But let me answer that. Let me answer that. Did Cleveland get a bajillion top 10 picks to build this period?
I don't think they knew that with Garland because he wasn't never a starter. So when he's a surprising factor.
Garland's a top 10. Garland's a top 10 pick, right?
Yeah, what they do with those picks?
Garland was a top 10 pick, right?
Top 5 pick.
Right. Colin Sexton was a top 10 pick, right?
Facts.
Evan Mobley was a top 10 pick, right?
Yep.
Okoro.
Isaac Okoro was a top 10 pick, right?
Correct.
Right. So what are we talking about, bro?
How
many top 10 picks? How many top 10 picks are in a rotation that are RJ Barrett's age or younger with him?
Exactly.
But that's not a fair comparison because I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Uncle Freezy. I want to answer Uncle Freezy's question. I get what you're saying, but that's not fair to him because you're only saying he a top 10 because they're a top 10 pick because Cleveland had losing records. So that's not really fair. Of course they are top 10.
I'm not talking about the losing record. I'm talking about team building.
No, yeah, but then you said that why did they have top 10 picks?
You can pick in the top 10 without losing, bro. You can trade for a top 10 pick.
No, but we all know on this panel Cleveland was a losing team before they got that pick.
Right.
So so that's why that argument is not fair. They drafted top 10 picks because there was a losing franchise.
No matter what we say, bro, the argument for paying RJ is not going to be fair because y'all are unreasonable about paying anybody. Y'all don't even want to pay Danny Ainge his asking price for Donovan Mitchell.
Is DeAndre Ayton maxed out yet?
Yes, he's maxed.
Phoenix snatched him back up.
No, DeAndre Hunter. I'm sorry, DeAndre Hunter.
I think he got a contract, but he's not maxed. He's just
Is he a top 5 pick?
Well, no. DeAndre Hunter
he's picked off.
Is he signed yet?
You mean that same DeAndre Hunter that gave Julius Fitz and RJ Fitz in the playoffs? That guy?
Yeah.
I'm not sure his contract
Does DeAndre Hunter have a point guard?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Because RJ Barrett's point guard's name was Alex
so now RJ's skill sets will be better with a point guard?
Yeah, that's why I'm like, oh my God.
Actually.
Why you gotta be so? Why do we need to be set up?
We're talking over each other. We're talking over each other. Bro, I just need somebody that know basketball, bro, because I know I didn't just hear you say does RJ Barrett's skill set depend on a point guard. I know I didn't just hear that ridiculousness.
Well, to me, if you a system player, you that automatically exit you out for being a superstar. If you gotta be a system player.
I got a question. Does
every team needs a point guard? What you talking about?
I said system player, bro.
So wait, let me get this straight. You guys are saying because Jalen Brunson's going to pass him the ball, he's going to shoot better layups, better threes, and better mid range.
Having better players on the court makes your life
as we go along, bro.
Having better players on the court makes your life easier. Period.
Yep. Wait. Hold on. Did you just say RJ is going to get him better layups?
That means RJ struggles up the rim, so I'm just saying up to you guys. Brunson has the hand down. He's going to touch RJ. He's going to hit these layups.
Just say you hate RJ Barrett.
Oh, that's hate.
Jay.
It's not hate.
It
is hate.
Jay. The reason he struggles at the rim a lot of the time is because he can't get over extra defenders.
1,000
Bro, he
people
need
at
a
the
point
rim.
guard. He
And that's
can't
a
get over
point guard
extra
problem?
defenders.
You have,
He's
if
22.
That's a
I
RJ
don't,
problem, not a point guard problem.
Jay, you sound crazy right now, bro.
If you have,
Are you saying that that's not a point guard issue? Are you saying that's not a point guard issue, Jay?
Because RJ can't finish at the rim?
Yeah, you say
getting the ball at the right time matters a lot.
Sam, if you have,
I see RJ drive by himself.
you have viable threats in the
Well,
game.
why wasn't he scoring? No, why wasn't he scoring 20 when we had Alfred Payton a point guard? Because we was a 4th seed, and I get everybody keep saying, "Oh, like, well, we had a point." I don't really understand the points. Like, we had a point guard before, and
okay, real quick, real question. You're freezing. Who won the Super Bowl?
Wait a minute, hey, Sergeant, wait a minute. It's a question on the floor already. Let's answer this question first.
yeah, I'm saying we had a passable point guard. We had a pass.
Let me answer this question first. You asked. You said, well, why didn't RJ average 20 when we had Alfred Payton?
Possible.
Because we had Alfred Payton as a starter in the NBA, which is not. That's a problem.
But we was a 4th seed though. He still was a point guard. He was a point guard. No matter what, bro, he was a point guard, bro. He played his best. He played one of his best seasons with us, bro. And at the end of the day, like I'm like y'all saying, a lot of people say he can't shoot. I'm not looking for, like y'all say, a pass. Like he passed. He put people in the spots. He was a right. He contributed to us being a 4th seed. Like, you can't say that.
Alfred Payton left the Knicks and he went to be a 3rd string point guard that never played. He didn't walk a single minute in the playoffs.
I'm not. Hold on, Dre. I'm not saying his value is top 5 to where he's gonna get a high. Somebody's gonna sign him in the free agency. My point was, hold on. My point was when he was on our roster, we was a 4th seed. That's all I said. And then y'all said a point guard, that we finally got a point guard that can pass or set people up in the spots. When we was a 4th seed, y'all can't tell me he didn't contribute to us being a 4th seed.
No, I didn't. What I said was,
I'm asking you.
Hold on, Dre. What I said was this. I asked a question. I said, does DeAndre Hunter have a point guard?
Yes.
Right. That's what I asked. When you said that, I asked if DeAndre Hunter had a point guard. And instead of y'all saying, yes, DeAndre Hunter's point guard is Trae Young, y'all was like, well, RJ Barrett had Alfred Payton. So in my mind, automatically, I think y'all are comparing Alfred Payton to Trae Young.
Nah, I was just.
Is that what we doing?
No, I was.
Is there hate for RJ that real where we compare Trae Young to Alfred Payton?
No, absolutely.
You sound like an RJ hater, man. That's crazy.
No, absolutely not, Uncle Freezy.
RJ hater. Y'all forced me to sound like it.
Right? Yeah, I'm not Uncle Freezy. My whole point with that was y'all said a point guard that passed. Like we finally got a point guard that passed, and like I don't. Alfred Payton was passing. And it led us to a 4th seed. So like I'm not saying he's an all-star. I'm not saying he's on Jalen Brunson level. I'm just saying, and y'all said if RJ basically once Brunson sets up RJ, I guess better.
People begging. People are begging for the link. They like, yo, please let me in. Shot crazy.
This is the only thing I'm gonna say. If RJ Barrett was on another team, we wouldn't be talking about him.
Yeah, I love it too, Uncle Freezy.
He might be put in a more like they would be prioritizing his development more. He would be in a much better space to develop. Probably better than here. Every level RJ has been at, he was a leader on ball guard. Even with the team with Zion, he was the leader. With Team Canada, he was the leader, dropping 38 on Team USA. Like, bro, he was the leader at Mount Verdi.
Was Matthew Stafford a good quarterback? Good question.
He's always been the leader, and then he's come to the Knicks and got told to be put in the corner and be a catch guy.
Dre, but did he win anything? What did he win?
He won the gold for Team Canada under 19.
Gold? Duke didn't even win nothing. That's what I'm talking. I'm talking about. You talk about leaders. It's leading to nothing.
In the NBA now.
What did DeAndre Hunter win? What did John Morant win?
That's not my point. One question. Is Matthew Stafford a good quarterback?
Matthew
Stafford a good quarterback? Was he bad 2 years ago?
He's on a bad team.
Oh, so it's not him. So he needs players around him. And once he got players around him, he won a Super Bowl. He didn't just win; he won the Super Bowl. Come on, man. RJ needed a good, not just an average. He needed a very good, point guard. You can't just say Peyton.
Well, that's why he's not. Well, that's why he's not a max player, because he needs a lot of stuff, bro. He needs a lot of too much stuff to be successful.
Hey, Devil Dog.
No.
Devil Dog.
Let
Let me ask you a question, Devil Dog. Devil Dog. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Now that we're going to go into the season with Brunson, if RJ don't show you what you're talking about, what's going to be the next excuse?
There's no excuse. He ain't a max then.
Man, I'll go.
So it takes 4 years.
I'll go help him out of the garden.
Fam, development isn't
I will
linear.
pack his bags for him.
Okay, so since you say that, that's all I'm saying.
Ball out this year.
All I'm saying is let's just wait to see what he is. That's all. Why can't we wait?
Get him myself.
Why can't we wait? That's all.
Do me a favor and look up the first 4 years of Paul George's stats, and come back to me. Look up his first
Paul George.
Exactly. And they got all these people talking about Wiggins in chat. Wiggins was supposed to be the next Jordan. And he didn't do shit.
Give me the first 4 years.
Till he went to the Warriors.
4 years of Jimmy Butler. And by the way, by the time Jimmy Butler was in his fourth year, he was 25, 26. And we talking about a 22-year-old right now.
Exactly.
I promise you, if RJ Barrett wasn't on the Knicks, I wouldn't be talking about him like this.
Yeah, that's just my whole point, bro. Like, cause like I feel like my point, like is just getting argued. I feel like all I ever said, bro.
You ain't speaking for me on that. I'm an NBA head. If I look at the NBA and I see a 22-year-old that averages 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists, I'm gonna know about him no matter what team he's on, because I'm an NBA fan too.
So what about? No, that's not my point. What about Anthony? Like all I ever said was the guys that I named, guys. That they better than him.
Like
y'all went to small markets.
In the NBA, but how many max players are there in the NBA?
Every star player is getting max, so every potential player gets a max.
Okay, so how many max players can each team have?
It depends on what max they're on. So a team can only have one player on their rookie max extension.
Okay,
right?
so
but once they get on their third contract, then I don't think a team can be limited, but it's hard to do.
So in essence, in the grand scheme of the NBA, at any one time, how many max level contract players are in the NBA playing at once?
The 2011 Miami Heat.
No, I'm talking about the whole NBA.
And the whole NBA, because the 2011 Miami Heat, they were playing for $15 million a year the first year. All of them.
They got $100 million, bro.
No. Look up what they made their first year. All three of them made $15 million.
Guys, what the question I'm asking is how many players in the NBA make max contract?
At least 30. I'd say 30 or more.
Okay, so that's the conversation you got to have. Is RJ Barrett, say there's 40, is he a top 40 player in the NBA?
No.
He can be.
That's not the Dre. Answer the question. That's not.
Hold on. You got to talk about.
And then you got to talk about what he's worth to us, to our fan base, as a draft pick.
Guys get paid off potential all the time. It's just because he's on the Knicks, we can't do that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just challenging Coach point. Earlier you said you don't like guys getting paid for showing out in 1 year, and of course he's going to try to ball out because he wants the money. So we're going to pay this guy for 1 year because y'all never said 3 years. Hold on. Can I finish the point? Let me finish it.
No. You called my name out twice on that point, and you still haven't let me counter what I meant by that. What I meant was I don't want to extend him now. Like I want to wait until, see what happens this first half of the year before the trade deadline or whatever.
But how does that make logical sense? Because your point was no matter what, if a player is showing out better than they showed out they 1 year, you said you don't like players getting paid. So how does that make logical sense?
I know for a fact, I'm going to bet my whole 401k RJ is going to have a much more efficient season than any of his other seasons, by far, by a wide margin at that.
I mean, of course, because you want to get paid. But that's I'm not. See, this is the thing, bro. I feel like
paid. Just because you want to get paid doesn't mean the results are just going to show up.
I mean, look at Jalen Brunson. I disagree with that. He knew he was about to get it back. Like, and he looked what the hell they went to the Western Conference Finals. It's
And
something that
played well.
You don't think Kevin Knox wanted to get paid?
You think Frank Ntilikina didn't want to get paid, my boy?
I mean, we know they don't deserve that. I mean, we talk about players.
But no. You saying because they're playing well because they want to get paid. I mean, you looking at it. You're too emotional with it. You're not even looking at it.
No, I'm not emotional with it. I'm saying
just let me finish, bro. I'm not saying emotional. Like I'm just saying you're not thinking it's all the way through. And I think there is a little bit of disdain for my man RJ. But listen. His first year as a rookie, the number 3 overall pick, did RJ Barrett was what, a 4th option?
Right.
For half the season?
Right.
More than half the season?
Yep.
Did not David Fisdale and Keith Smart break his shot that he had worked on since he had left Duke that summer?
Yes, they did.
They changed his shot, right?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, you did not put none of this in context. Yet, and still, he still averaged 14 points as a rookie, where he was never featured at all in the offense. That's year 1. Year 2, they finally get him a real coach. I mean, I'm no Tibbs fan, but he is a legit coach. He goes from 14 to 17 and a half and was shooting 40% from 3. Strictly as a spot-up shooter. Still wasn't a featured part of the offense.
Right. And Mr. Bobby, in that season, there were games where RJ would have 19 at the half and they iced him out.
They iced him out. That happened his rookie year too. And let's go back. Who was his point guard his first 2 years in the league?
Oh God, don't do that.
I'm just saying, did his point guard get any minutes?
Alfred E. Newman was his point guard.
Okay. So, year 3, they try to get him a point guard. It don't work out.
He was the 4th option.
Hold on. The defensive, he took the best perimeter wing defender, left in free agency, and was replaced with Evan Fournier, known to be one of the worst perimeter defenders in the league.
Right.
And now he's seeking out to guard, mind you, the best wings in the league. This is a wing league. Look at who he's going up against every night. Opening night, he's up against Jason Tatum. I remember him locking Jason Tatum down that game. Still no point guard. I'm not even getting into the disarray of the season. He finally got the ball in his hands a little bit and was able to show what people have been saying about him since he was in high school, that he can make for himself and others. We started to see it in glimpses. We saw it a lot. More often than not. So, I mean, a lot of he's going to get the max or close to it. They may put some incentives in it. It doesn't matter anyway. Very few rookies who get the max extension have really earned it. What's the point guard?
Can you name him?
Yeah, what the point? De'Aaron Fox. You think he's on a max rookie extension? You think he's earned it?
Yeah.
No.
Come on, man. If he's earned it, you can't say that RJ has.
That's subjective. That's subjective.
Are you serious? Darius Garland is a two-way player. I mean, De'Aaron Fox is a two-way player, bro.
What reality are we living in?
He's not a two-way player, bro.
He
can't shoot from 3, and he's not a good defender.
Bro, people who are saying no for De'Aaron Fox are saying it no for the context of this year. Before, everybody would have been clamoring to trade for him if he was available. So let's keep it real.
No, I still
that's what I'm saying, bro.
He would have been better than any point guard we had the last 3 years.
Yeah, and so for the record, I just researched De'Aaron Fox's. So for the record, I just researched De'Aaron Fox's defensive net rating, and it's 1.5 higher than Evan Fournier's. So he's 1.5 worse than Evan Fournier, and a whole point worse than Kemba Walker.
Hey, Freezy, I tried to put the pin back in the grenade before I left, but I see.
Yo.
Then not only that, he's the highest draft pick since Ewing. He wants to be in New York. He wanted to be in New York. He's your Derek Jeter. You paid Derek Jeter.
I have no problem.
Derek Jeter was never the best player on the Yankee team.
I just want to see him prove it this year. That's all. It's not about if he's worth it or not. I just want to wait and see.
Top. Like, and that's my whole thing, sir. Like, that's all I'm saying, bro. Jay explained my point earlier. My whole point was just him showing out and doing better. And I get what you're saying by the numbers, bro. But like, it didn't lead us to no win. Like, so what I'm saying, what I feel like you're saying to me is like, it takes almost 3.5 years to like show a player's potential. Like, I just feel like,
I don't think
you're picking and choosing.
He went from 14 to 17.5 to 20.
Okay, but the 20 points, it took him 17 shots to get there.
Okay,
why you didn't mention
like
that?
I said
though?
earlier, I'm not gonna put a point per game thing for RJ. I'm not gonna tell him, listen, I need you to score 25 points for you to get a max. No, I'm not asking for that. All I'm asking is, show me you're efficient, show me the areas that you improved, and I'll give you your money. That's all. There's nothing wrong with that.
But Jay, the point that you're missing. So De'Aaron Fox was just brought up, right? De'Aaron Fox, the two-way player. That's what Shaw says. The two-way player. He got the max contract extension, right? Guess who De'Aaron Fox plays for? Can somebody tell me who De'Aaron Fox plays for?
Sacramento Kings.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That's what the name says on the jersey. But in reality, he plays for a small market team that can't afford to lose talent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Another small market team that got to pay a cat to stay.
Yep. Yeah.
So you're New Orleans. New Orleans, Cleveland, Ohio, Memphis, Tennessee, Sacramento, California. What do all these teams have in common?
Right. But I get we.
Okay, yeah.
But all them teams.
Let me give one other stats. Let me give you a stat.
Okay, bro.
Everybody, have a good night. Be blessed. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Bless.
All right,
easy, bro.
2 point. Rookie at 2.6 points, 40% field goal, 80% 3-point, 1.3 rebounds. Second year, 8.6 points, 47% shooting, improvement, right? 38% 3-pointer, 4 rebounds, 1.4 assists. Third year, 13 points, but went down to 39% field goal. 39% field goal, 28% 3-point, 4 rebounds, 1.4 assists. That's his third year RJ's in right now. Just finished, right? Would you cut that guy or give him his max?
You gonna give him the max, bro?
You know who that guy was?
Paul George.
No, but almost. One more guess. You know who RJ reminds you of?
Oh, that's Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler.
Right.
Okay.
By the way, Jimmy Butler was 25 by the end of that 4th season.
And 25. Exactly.
And RJ is 22.
Exactly.
Gotta remember that.
Okay.
22.
So you would not have paid RJ. I mean, Butler the max. You may even I've traded him. So come on, man. I'm sorry. RJ is way ahead of Butler's pace right now. Way ahead of Butler's pace. Butler played 82 games in the second year, 70 games in his third year. So it wasn't like he wasn't playing. He averaged 38 minutes his third year. Wasn't like he wasn't playing. 38 minutes, 38.0 minutes. So he's playing more than RJ. And he went down to less than 40% shooting from field goal.
Almighty finesse. It's not to compare RJ to him. It's to say that development is not linear.
Exactly. True.
It is not linear.
Yep.
Just because these other guys take these huge jumps or immediately impactful first year or second year does not mean RJ will not reach his potential.
And I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'm not cut you off, Ricky. And that's not my point, guys. Because I feel like it turned into an RJ hater. Like, I'm a Knicks fan. Like, of course I love RJ. Yeah, I'm just judging off of basically. I feel like it's a type of hold up because I do agree we're gonna keep him, but that's my point.
Yeah,
like
but
y'all
you
say,
compare
y'all,
him to his peers though. What peers are better than him?
Right.
Honestly,
But as soon as you say peers, you're comparing a group. Peer is a
exactly.
group comparison. That means everybody in that group is just about equal. Because if they're not your peer.
Like the only one that's stretching himself ahead of that group is John Morant right now.
you can't. You don't agree with Anthony Edwards?
Anthony Edwards is drafted after him.
Yeah, after him,
and he was the number 1 pick. I mean, he is better than RJ.
That's not my. They're 22. That's my point. My whole point was age. That's why I went back to age. That was just my point.
But I mean, we can agree that he's better than him.
Right. So that's all I'm saying. That's all I said earlier. Just guys that's his age that already is capable of a contract. I don't think.
Yeah, but you got to think about like 3, 4, 5 people, and that's it. You got to stretch to start naming more than that.
Development.
I named them. I named them. Jordan Poole's about to get a bag. He's 23. That's one. SGA already got a bag. Luka already got a bag. He's 23. I said Anthony Edwards and Ja. All those guys are his age. That's all I said. I just feel like the Knicks is looking in that and taking that into accountability. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but development is not linear, and in max contracts, you are paying for potential. You're not paying for everything off top. You're not paying for the player right now.
But Dre, why wouldn't you? I get that. I'm not cutting you off, but why wouldn't you want that on your team? That's all. That's just the point. Why wouldn't you want potential like that on your team? I just feel like that's being dismissed. That's just being dismissed. Of course, he's not those guys. Of course, he's not those 5 guys.
Danny Ainge? You're saying Danny? Why would?
No, I'm talking about RJ Barrett. I'm saying like my point. I'm saying of course he's not those guys, but I'm judging his age wise, just his age. He said 22. He's 22. And all those guys I name are 23 or 22 and younger. And that's it. And they're about to get a bag. They're getting a bag without no hesitation. Small market, whatever. Like they're getting a bag. So my thing is like, we don't know yet if we're going to give them the bag, because I feel like it's a certain hesitation, because I feel like if we value him as much as those 5 players without them being in the small market, because like New York's a big market, but all those teams besides the Kings have success than us, because we might as well be a small market team too. No disrespect to us, but like all those teams named have had more success than us. So at the end of the day, like I don't really understand.
I think you're doing the opposite though, because you are a Knicks fan and he's under such a microscope. You're microanalyzing him so much that you're expecting more of him than you would if he was on another team, expecting that same contract. Like if he was on Memphis or Charlotte or somewhere that's a smaller market.
People be like, oh, RJ's all right. He's pretty good.
No, he's just a top 5 pick. Not even 10 guys. He's just a top 5 pick. That's it, guys. I just look for top 5 quality. What's wrong with that? That's it.
You don't think he gave top 5 quality?
Not compared to those guys that was in the top 5. Hell no. And that's his age. Hell no.
Look up his numbers since January 1st and tell me that he's not giving the production that you wanted from him.
I mean, I won't even look at his numbers, because the 5 guys that I name, and my point, that were all top 5 picks like him and the same age to him. He's not even compared to them. That's just my point.
But all you're saying is that RJ isn't generational. And we knew that.
Not necessarily. I'm not saying he's generational. I'm judging.
You're saying, but that's. I'm saying you compare him to Anthony Edwards, who I think could be the best player in the league in about 3 or 4 years. Luka Doncic,
and already SGA ain't even on the team he got drafted on.
Who else you say?
They traded him.
John Morant, generational point guard.
Jordan Poole.
Well, RJ's better than Jordan Poole.
Yeah, exactly.
And who else you say?
Hold on, can I take your point? You say he better, right? But like
I'm not arguing whether or not RJ Barrett is better than Jordan Poole. I mean, that's just self-evident. So
no, I'm just saying, like,
if you're saying that, we just gonna agree to disagree.
I'm not saying that. That's not. If you let me finish my point, sir. Like, all I'm saying is, like, is it true that Jordan Poole is a 6-man, right? Like, he don't start. So like RJ starts. So if he consistently started in the position, how do you know that when he's getting limited minutes?
He doesn't start because he can't guard anyone. That's why he doesn't start.
That's not the point. That's not my point. Like that's moving.
For some
teams,
teams, that's an important role. That's worth that much.
Jordan Poole, right or wrong, would he start on a lottery team? He would start, right? So that's just my point. So that's it.
So
what
the team he on?
I love it.
Point?
Hey, shot smoke, bro. I love it.
On a playoff team.
My only deal though is
so hold on.
With the Jordan Poole thing is you can't compare Jordan Poole to RJ because the starters in front of him are 4-time NBA champion, and both are gonna moonwalk into the Hall of Fame as all-time greats at their position. Mm-hmm. And conversely, we're comparing RJ Barrett to Reggie Bullock, Evan Fournier, and maybe Wayne Ellington, guys that blocked him since he's been here. Right? Is that what we doing?
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounded like to me.
How many New York?
It sounded like to me that Jordan Poole is being only being groomed because the guys in front of him are not considered Splash Brothers or Hall of Famers or 4-time NBA champs.
Do you guys know how bad Jordan Poole was his first 2 years? He was horrendous.
They don't.
He was god awful.
Yo,
right.
also,
here's the thing, but Michael Porter Jr.'s got a max, and he's at that same age.
Yeah.
Did he get that max on his production? No, it's on his ability because he's 6'10", got ridiculous skills.
But on the market side, how many New York City kids you think married their high school sweetheart? And then how many small town kid married their small high school sweetheart? Percentage wise. You wanna know how
talking to me?
Huh?
You talking to me?
I'm just saying on average.
Everyone.
I'm just throwing out a question that you just think about. Think about it. Compared to small town kids, compared to New York City.
Okay. Put it on. I see what point he's getting at.
Analogy because he was doing it earlier. It's like New York has more options, so they're not going to settle. And currently the Knicks are like pushing through a bunch of options trade wise right now, so the roster is in flux. So they're trying to get things right before they move on to pay RJ.
My point is this too. Mitchell is not going to be the savior of New York. Okay, Mitchell needs RJ. He needs him to develop to what max status. He needs a good wing with him. What do you mean? You mean we need an all-star caliber wing player. Period. And if RJ's that, he's that.
But that's not the point. Was just do you give him the max? That like I get what everybody's saying. Like so that means we give him the max and we just be tied up. Like, yeah.
If you're an all-star, are you a max player?
I think you should be.
Okay, well, RJ is on the cusp of all-star status with his season last year.
On the cusp, all right, okay.
Okay, well, we're saying he's on the cusp of a max. If he develops in the same manner as he's been since his rookie year, if he keeps progressing each year like he has been, then he is that this year.
Oh no, man. We just have to see, man. Because that I just feel like I'm, and then that's not my point. I'm not saying he don't deserve it. I'm just saying though, okay, Dre point. Hold on, Dre. Your point was we trying to fill out the roster, but like who do we a free agency over? Like who else do we get? Like who I need to understand the point on that too. Like you said,
but then you're making the point for us. If there's no one else, if there's not a better replacement, then he's worth that much more to us.
And plus, you have to fill out your roster. So when you do go over the cap with your rookie guy, it's not killing you. You can go over the cap with RJ.
Right.
Not when you pay
like they reward you for maxing the guy, your guy.
Not when you pay him before the time he's needed to get paid.
Right. But like Freezy was alluding to earlier, we can't play with fire and wait too long either, though.
It's fair enough. Yeah.
So there's going to be a fine line there of when it has like Freezy. If you don't mind me asking you, like what when do you feel it's time to pull the trigger on that?
To pay RJ Barrett?
Yeah.
Man, you got to do one thing at a time. Complete or not complete. Listen, complete what you're doing with Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, that's a given for me. I was just assuming that happens.
But now listen, the reason why I hadn't done it yet is because we're looking to complete or not complete the thing with Donovan Mitchell.
Right.
Right? You don't want to have your wallet wide open in multiple directions. Pay for one thing first, get it over with, and then move on to the next thing. Right? Because listen, ultimately, RJ Barrett is not going anywhere. Right? But my priority was to pay RJ Barrett the max this offseason, but the Donovan Mitchell and Jalen Brunson things came about. Right? So so before you could trade for Spider, listen, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, right?
Mm-hmm.
So finish up with Brunson, then finish up with Spider, right? Because Brunson wasn't guaranteed to come here, and neither was Donovan Mitchell. But RJ is ultimately going to be here, right? So go get Brunson. Brunson now is signed, sealed, and delivered, right? Finish up with Donovan Mitchell. Once Donovan Mitchell is signed, sealed, and delivered, I'm going straight to RJ Barrett, right? RJ, listen, man, it's not that we don't love you. I wanted to give you this money, but you know how it is. You can't just you don't take every ounce of money out of your checking account just to go to McDonald's. You got to do one thing at a time. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna empty out my 401k just to go to Walmart and buy a screwdriver. Nah, I ain't doing that. One thing at a time. You know what I'm saying? Just one thing at a time. RJ is important to us, and we do want to pay RJ, but you want to get Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson's done. You want to get Spider Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell is not done yet. Finish up with Donovan Mitchell, and then get RJ Barrett. Let's just do that. It just makes too much sense. We're all adults here. You know, man, listen, the multitasking thing is overrated. Right? What I was taught is do one thing, complete it, but do that thing well. Whatever you do, do it good. You remember that song? Whatever it is, do it. Remember, whatever it is, do it. Do what satisfied or what? Yeah, maybe I'm too old. Okay, all right, maybe I'm too old. But the thing is do one thing at a time, man, and complete it. You know what I'm saying? RJ Barrett is important, but I would stay in constant communication with RJ. Like, hey, don't be thinking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you our man, bro. We love you now, but let us finish this offseason. The offseason is long, bro.
No, and all those points I roll with 100%. That what the points that we were speaking on with the RJ thing, I thought we were talking about it assuming the Mitchell thing was done and everything, like the next step after the Mitchell thing. But I by no means think, like, I agree with you. It shouldn't be done before or instead of the Mitchell.
Right.
We probably got all our manpower and resources, mental headspace in the Donovan Mitchell thing right now. Before we get, so like that is the most important thing. You need the star.
Yep.
Yes. And then you come back and handle your business with RJ. That's it. I think most rational franchises would operate that way in the Knicks position.
Like I'm sure these guys have on their board already the rock bottom, what they're willing to give up to get Spider.
Right.
Okay. Now they're doing all the, well, let's see if we can give a little less. Let's see if we can give a little less. They're doing that back and forth, like, you know, tug of war right now.
Or here's something that may be a monkey wrench. Or they could be asking RJ, hey man, since you so much a part of the future, help us with this Donovan Mitchell deal. Like who is a must keep and who can you waver on, man, just a little bit? Who can you live without? And RJ is gonna be like, yo, man, I'm a team player, man. I want to keep everybody. And then we're like, well, Do you not like Donovan Mitchell? You're like, how does that playoff loss in Atlanta feel to you? You know what I'm saying? And so RJ would probably be like, well, me and Grimes play the same position just about. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So because I think they are talking to him about stuff like that, about the future direction of the team. Right? Just like they're doing Julius. They talked to Julius about it, bro. Because you think Julius Randle wouldn't have showed up in Dallas, Texas at a Dallas and Utah game if he didn't feel like he was a part of the future. They talked to Cam Reddish. Cam Reddish ain't gonna sit right beside Leon Rose and stand right beside them while the game going on and all that stuff if he didn't feel like he was part of the future. People think that these guys exist in a vacuum. This is an organization. People that work for the same company actually talk to each other. I know that's a shocker. I know people shocked. Like, oh my God, no, they don't. Yeah, they do.
And an organization that's big on optics.
Oh, this one? Oh.
Yeah, by the finesse in the chat, he says he's gonna come flame all of us.
That might be him.
What's up, boss? How you doing, man?
What's going on? Y'all talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, how you doing, man?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My name Muhammad, man. I'm from Brooklyn, but I live in Dallas now, man. Big Knicks fan.
Oh, I know you. I know who you are.
Yeah.
Knicks Fan TV.
Yeah. I've been on there a couple times.
Yeah, man. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Just wanted to chime in with my 2 cents.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The thing I've been preaching is, man, if we were to get Donovan Mitchell and have a backcourt of Jalen Brunson and Donovan Mitchell, we have to use a staggering minute strategy. Okay. Like what the Lakers tried to do or were supposed to do with LeBron and Westbrook.
Right.
We can guarantee that one of them be on the court at all times.
Right.
You know what I mean? Let's say
until the end of the game.
Till the end of the game, yeah. Then both of them going to start on the court. Then both of them going to end on the court. But I'm just saying, right. Tibbs is going to put, knowing Tibbs, he'll probably play him like 35, 30, maybe 37, 38 minutes. Right. But so they'll have 10 to 12 minutes off the court. Whenever Jalen Brunson is off the court for those 10 to 12 minutes, Mitchell needs to be on, and vice versa.
Of course.
So to me, with
the big guard, with the big guard,
exactly. That's why we need to get rid of Quickly, because Quickly would have to play with one of them. So we'd always have a backcourt if we use that strategy.
What about Rose though?
We got to get rid of him too. We have two starting point. We have 2 point guards. It just so happens. Well, if we get Donovan Mitchell, obviously, it just so happens that both of them start. Right. It wouldn't make sense to have a backup point guard. It's just like Cleveland, right, with Jared Allen and Mobley and Markin and the other 7-footer. It wouldn't make sense for them to have a backup center because they basically start 2 centers.
Right, and 2 power forwards. They have 2 centers, 2 power forwards. It's only 3 players, right?
Exactly.
But 2 centers, 2 power forwards because Mobley can play the 4 and the 5.
Exactly. So it wouldn't make sense for them to invest money in a backup center. So we need to get rid of the backup point guards and stagger our starters to make them also the backups too. And then Grimes, what's his name? Cam Reddish, and those wings. That's
Mr. Muhammad, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Right. So what is the alternative for your jumbo guard? Because I know the answer. Right? The answer is RJ Barrett.
RJ Barrett.
And you go find a wing off the bench to play the 3 while RJ's at the 2.
Exactly. I'm really big on keeping Cam because
that's why I hope Cam develops. I think he should be. Before the injury, he was looking pretty good.
Yeah, he's 6'8" with a 7-foot wingspan who can shoot the 3 drive, and we got the guy that we need for the team if we get Donovan Mitchell.
And he can defend. He can defend also. I think his defense is understated.
He has potential. So I'm like, let's give up Quickly, McBride. Them guys to me are disposable if we get Donovan Mitchell. We don't need anybody really under 6'3". Besides them, we already got 2 of them.
What happens with injury?
Well, there you go.
Boy.
Well, we got 2 point guards. Injury, Grimes starts. Both of them get injured. I mean, if your 2 best players get injured on any team, you're in trouble.
That's one of them. So if Brunson gets injured, you're gonna run Grimes and Mitchell by 48 minutes.
No. You got to have a back. You could get something cheap off the. But if McBride is coveted,
McBride are cheap.
Or just keep McBride. You could keep McBride. You don't need quickly though.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm just saying when he gets rid of everybody, that's my
no. If they covet McBride means McBride would make the trade happen. Go ahead, get rid of him, and then get somebody, get a serviceable.
But again, guys who know the system, like IQ know the system, Rose know the system, and McBride know the system. Why not keep one of them? Because they know the system and they're cheap.
Hey, I would like to keep all of them. The thing is, I'm saying that we're gonna have to give up to somebody. They're gonna have to satisfy the trade. I want to keep everybody. Right. But in order to sacrifice the trade, I'd rather give up them than our wings.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
The wings.
That's what
bro. So Mr. Muhammad, let me tell you this, man. I was watching the show the other day, and I honestly was a big fan of you. On the joint. My only deal though is sometimes you're really reasonable and rational in a short amount of time, and I don't know if people can appreciate that, bro. And
them guys, man, you guys put in a lot of work, man. I'm not trying to come on and just be like a distilled any type of show, man. I appreciate, man, Knicks fans, we dedicated, and you guys that be putting on these shows, man. Yeah. Hey, if I had the time, I would like to join y'all more often. So I just try to give. I just want to support.
They're not gonna let you talk though, bro. Because we cut off everybody, bro.
Nah, it's all good, man. I want to hear. I just want to support, man. I love the Knicks, man, and
appreciate that.
Yeah, I've been watching this. This is my late night fix, man. I've been in here plenty of times just listening.
You gotta wait to jump in like double dutch.
Yeah, it's like double dutch, bro.
Yeah, so that's my thing, man. Just the staggering minutes and the small guards I'd rather get rid of than the wings. And I'm with it, man. But I just don't want to give up Grimes and the wings, man. Because, like, we're going to have Quickly and them guys coming in off the bench. So it's like we always going to have a 6'2" backcourt.
Right.
At all times. You know what I mean? So,
I would say this, though, to the point that you made, my only deal with 6'8" wing guys is they always get hurt.
Yep.
They always get hurt, bro. When you look at the elite wings in this league, like your Paul Georges, your Kawhi Leonards, your Jimmy Butlers, you name it, they stay hurt. And it's because you ask them to do so many different things. Like they legit have the most diversified task list during the game. Like they can they go from legit guarding point guards and small twos to screaming off the ball on offense, rebounding, getting out in transition, defending 2s, 3s, and 4s, and depending on their skill set, they might defend 1 through 4 or 2 through 5. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so when you ask them to put their bodies on the line like that, then guys get hurt. My deal is if you go with Cam Reddish in that role, I need at least 2 more dudes.
Exactly.
Like a Josh Jackson maybe, and another guy to back up or play with Cam Reddish.
That's why we don't need to get rid of them. We need more. We need to be stockpiling these wings, and then we could play small ball more often. You know, like we got Big Mitch. I'm talking about one we just gave a contract to Robinson. Yeah, Mitch Robinson. Yeah. So with him, you can always play like a big small forward, a Cam or people like you name. You know what I mean? That gives us more opportunity to play small ball when we get rid of Randall.
Oh, when we get rid of Randall, geez.
But we gotta let him get his all-star form back, which I think he will do with a point guard on the team this year. And then we can't just give him up for nothing, man.
Why do we need to trade Randall?
Because we got Obi. We got to trade one of them. One of them have to go.
Okay. Oh man.
Bro, Obi's going in the Utah deal. Bye, Obi.
Okay, yeah. If he going to use, I'm just saying we can't have both of them. That's all I'm saying. If we don't have Obi, then keep Randall. Yeah.
That's how I feel about it. You got to have one, at least one.
Can't have both though.
Right.
That's too pricey. That's too valuable of a backup at power forward.
Yeah.
They're the same size. They're both 6'9".
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay, I feel you, Mr. Barber. You were jumping in with a point. I'm sorry, I cut you off, man.
Yeah. No, I'm done. I'm just listening, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, man.
No, but logically, Mr. Muhammad's point makes perfect sense.
I wouldn't say
'Cause
perfect. I wouldn't
Well,
say
not
it
perfect.
makes
It makes a
sense,
lot
not
of good
perfect.
sense. Makes a lot of sense.
A lot of
My-
okay. Yo, what about
My
Ricky
only
Brunson?
thing is though,
Go ahead.
I think Quickly might have star potential, and I hate to just let that walk out the door.
Who might have star potential? Obi?
Quickly.
Oh.
That's why get it started. You want to get started quickly, right?
So Todd, can I ask you a question? So do you think over a consecutive, if he had over a consecutive games, like over 3 or 5 games of starting point guard potential, you think he would have showed he's a starter?
Yeah, I think at least we would know.
So was it fair to sign Jalen Brunson?
Wow.
Oh no, it's a done deal now.
No, that's not my question. See, that was just my whole point about IQ. I just feel like he got robbed. I feel like he never got a chance to show he was at least a point guard. I felt like we jumped the gun. That's how I know it's this like inside job. No matter what, Brunson's here, and I'm more capable and I'm more acceptable because of you guys' points of the signing. But that was my whole point. Do you think if Quickly, I think also that's what I agree with. I agree with you, Ty. I think if Quickly was shown, I think we had a starting point guard the whole time. I think we should have never really signed Jalen Brunson because I think IQ, who's also up for a rookie extension contract, like you have to do something with that too because we're going to pay RJ Barrett. So Obi, Cam, and Quickly could potentially walk or go away for nothing.
The thing is that there's still value. Like all because we signed Brunson doesn't mean that means we're giving up on IQ because there's a lot of value in the 3 guard rotation. You know what I'm saying? Still, especially in today's NBA.
Right. The only issue is your coach is Tom Thibodeau.
Oh, I knew this was coming. I'm
not getting on. I'm just saying, that's a creative offensive mind to do that. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Okay. So again, so y'all need for me to pull up the team pick and roll numbers again?
But actually, that was a good point. Now, it could be maybe like he wants to do more complex stuff, but the personnel he had either couldn't execute it or didn't have the basketball IQ to execute it. So you would think with better players, you get better.
So my knock on Quickly is this at point guard. My knock on Quickly is this: his diagnostic early on is not there. Right? Diagnosing when a play is failed from the outset is not there yet.
Right.
And then plus he has faith in the guy that he got drafted with is that he'll correct it. And you could see it on the floor. Like I'll just crab jibble right here until Obi come around that screen. Bro, you only have 24 seconds. Right. Instead of crab jibbling around trying to penetrate, right? See if you can get a dunk out of the dunker spot. You know what I'm saying? What Quickly does is if Obi's not there, he's gonna shoot a contested float or contested 3.
Or dribble until he's open again when it looks like he's just pounding the air out the ball. He's waiting for the secondary play to develop.
Yeah, instead of reversing the basketball back out.
Right. Basically, he doesn't process the game at a high flow yet. Right.
Not yet is what I'm saying. Not yet. A lot of this has to do with and Bobby, you know this. When you put a bunch of kids on the floor at the same time, they're not going to have an elite basketball IQ. And in basket, all it takes is for one person in that read and react offense to not read and react and then now it looks like a fire drill.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And the same thing on defense is why Randall blew assignments and it wasn't his fault. People were like, yo, I saw Randall standing on the block and my man was wide open. Well, you can't ask him to be you can't ask him to play the 4 and be the weak side rim protector and corner and cover the wing 3 and the corner 3. What are we doing?
Not at 250 pounds now.
Yeah. And then so when people say that, I'm like, yeah, you don't know basketball. Right? Yo, Randall was the closest man to that dude over there. Bro, if the ball is going there and Randall runs out there and there's a dude underneath the rim, why would Randall go out there? Then the pass won't go out there. It'll go to the dude underneath the rim. So it's like when people say that, I'm like, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about.
Let me chime in on quickly, right quick, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, my thing with quickly, man, I love IQ. I was one of the biggest IQ fans. I was in the IQ hive the whole 9.
Oh God.
For what he is. To me, his ceiling is something like maybe like a Jordan Poole type of scorer, Lou Williams, but he's not a maestro. When I see Jalen Brunson, I think of Kyle Lowry, Chauncey Billups, somebody who can just orchestrate the offense and has poise. Quickly's not ready to just put this team together, put people in their spots, and he'll give you some quick points off the bench, but he's not that maestro that we need to get the most potential out of everybody on the court. And I think Jalen Brunson is more like that, a Kyle Lowry type of guy.
A maestro, right?
Yeah, right. He got that dog in him, like too.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
quickly wasn't ready to take the helm like that to me.
Yeah, and Muhammad, like Jalen's been that since high school, in college, and he's getting to that point in this level where IQ was a point guard in high school, and then he had to be taken off ball in college
because of Ashton Higgins. You remember Ashton Higgins?
Right.
Yeah. How crazy is that?
That's not IQ fault.
I mean,
they had Maxey off the ball because of Ashton Higgins.
Yeah, Ashton Higgins.
They think about this. You have so much faith in Ashton Higgins that you telling Tyrese Maxey and Emmanuel Quickly to play off the ball.
It's crazy.
Chaos.
And so
this is the same coach who had Devin Booker coming off the bench though, Freezy. So should we be surprised?
This is the same dude that had Kevin Knox playing point forward, and you had SGA, Jared Vanderbilt, Hamidou Diallo.
They had Knox running off pin downs like he was a goddamn Rip Hamilton.
Allen Houston. Right. That's what I'm saying, bro. You gotta but I want to get to the Jordan Poole comparison. I think Emmanuel Quickly is exactly what Jordan Poole is. A combo guard with high upside playmaking, but scorer's mentality. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Lou Williams had zero playmaking upside. You remember Lou Williams, they tried him at point. Lou Williams used to start at point guard for a team called the Philadelphia 76ers. Their starting backcourt was Lou Williams and Andre Iguodala. Their small forward was a dude named Mo Harkless. And their center was a dude named Nikola Vucevic. Y'all remember that team?
Yep.
That team that lost in the first round of the playoffs that only got so mad. He was like, I want a championship so bad, we just gonna start tanking.
Process.
That was the lineup that got traded away. Remember that lineup? It was in the Dwight Howard trade. Remember the Dwight Howard trade? And Iguodala went to Denver. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
So but to Mr. Muhammad's point, I think Quickly is more Jordan Poole than Lou Williams. Because Lou Williams had 0 point guard in him. He did not want. I think one time he glued the basketball to his hand so he wouldn't have to pass it. Right?
Like there's a chance Quickly might pass the ball off a screen. That shot is going up with Lou Williams when he gets that ball screen.
If we kept Quickly at point guard, Randall will continue to be the point guard. You know what I mean? He's just not a maestro. And we need somebody. We need Jalen Brunson to get that ball out of number 30 hands.
Right. But in my opinion, number 30 never wanted to have the ball that much. But when you're forced to be, when you're forced to be that guy, you have to accept everything that come with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with everything y'all saying, but like earlier in the season, but remember when he started last in this, so 21 and 11 is not point guard material. Because when
How
he
many
started,
games was that for?
He didn't. He never. That was my point, Mohammed. Like he never started over a consecutive game for at least 3 games at point guard. But when he started, he got 21 and 11. So
That's one game
that he started.
Oh,
He
okay.
started.
Well, yeah, that's you gotta have more of a sample size than that. I'm just going from the eye test, from what I see. I'm not going off of 1 game stats.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying when he started, that was his production. So if he would have started for a point guard potential, I'm not necessarily saying that's what he would have started, but from the eye test, that's what he averaged of a starting point guard towards the end of the season. He had 21 and 11.
Okay.
I think the longer he would have went out, there would have been game planning just to make it difficult on him. We were at the end of the season. It matters, but it's not like he was in the scouting report and he's the guy, the starting point guard for the New York Knicks for all 82 games where teams was game plan for him.
Right, because in that same game, didn't Obi Toppin have like 44 and
that was
40?
that. Oh
yeah, it was that game. Yep, they both should win on.
Yeah, and Sarge wanted to jump in here. Sarge, you want to jump in?
I'm my biggest fear is on becoming the lowest jumping team in the league. That's one of my fears. Getting rid of athletes like Obi or Cam and playing below the rim with Brunson. Okay, Mitchell can get above the rim, but other than that, and quickly is actually quick. No pun intended, but he is, right? He got some foot speed. And my fear is becoming less athletic than we are right now. And in this new NBA, I think athleticism is a big factor to make us win. Is that a concern to you guys or not?
That's a good point. Not really though, because like I do trust. Like, see, that was my whole point with Muhammad and Uncle Freezy. Like, I don't necessarily want to get rid of Randall, but one of them has to go. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I do trust Randall. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I don't think he's like the slack he get is a little like, you know what I mean? Like a little off because we do have a point guard that can break down the defense. So I think he would get more opportunities if he stay. But agreeing to Muhammad and Freezy point, one of them do have to go. So it's a matter of yin and yang. Which one you take, the more athletic or the guy that's already was, you know what I mean, an all-star.
I get that.
So yeah, like that's really what it comes down to. Like, who do we keep, and who would you keep?
The way it's looking, man, if we're gonna pay RJ, we're at some point we're gonna have to reset the pay scale on other positions because we can't be paying 4 different guys $100 million and not really be title contenders. That doesn't make sense logically, at least to me.
Okay.
Well, I agree with that.
So how do you know we're not going to be title contenders?
Well, I don't know. I'm making the assumption that this talent may not be enough to make us compete with the Bostons or the Bucks of the world or the Warriors. I don't think so. I think we could make it to the second round. In my opinion, I think that's our current ceiling at the moment. Second round.
That's without Donovan.
With Donovan.
With Donovan, we're a second round exit.
I think that's the ceiling at this current moment. I don't know. I don't think that's crazy.
What about with what Mr. Muhammad said? Staggering the 2 players.
Staggering the
going
2.
Going out and getting some wings. Right.
Okay.
So that RJ.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying this current roster, if we were to trade for Mitchell, and then it's all things the same, we get like the league average small forward. But if we like tailor our roster to be complementary towards our other players, and then we have principles within our coaching that's about staggering all things optimal, then sure we can raise that ceiling a little bit higher. But I'm thinking of it as is. If we get Donovan Mitchell and we make the trades, and then we get a league average small forward back up or whatever, But like I feel like there's a lot more steps to get to that next space, and I feel like once we make the Donovan Mitchell trade, we're gonna figure out what we need to do next in the next 12 months. And then after that, that's when we're going to take the next jump up because it's all a process. Usually, guys don't get a couple signings or a couple trades and then they're up there immediately. It's usually steps, unless you have like a generational talent that you acquired. And even when you have the generational talent, Brooklyn, you don't necessarily get where you need to go.
Right. Well, yeah, but one of RJ, Donovan, and Jalen Brunson should be on the floor at all times.
And yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And if RJ becomes who we think he is and he develops more point forward like skills, that'll be even easier to stagger.
What gets us to that level is going to be guard play and defense.
Yeah.
Like Thibodeau level defense. Like
Mitch taking another level to like deep defensive player of the year type level.
Like Boston was the best defensive team in the league last year. That's why they made it to the finals.
And what did they have? Two-way wings and an elite rim protector, and then a great guard at defense on defense too.
Right. So that's what with what Freezy was saying. Whatever our roster fillers are, have to fit those molds. Period. To me,
within reason. It doesn't have to be strict, but there has to be some similarity.
But like 3-and-D guys and guys that can lock down the perimeter.
Yeah.
Like that's and obviously another rim protector is always nice to have. Like rotate.
I think we had two. I think Isaiah Hartenstein is a pretty good rim protector. I think he's like number 1 or number 2 in the league at percentage at the rim. Even though he has like a ridiculous foul rate, he protects the rim at a very high level. We just need a healthy Mitch, a healthy, consistent Mitch that can give us 28 minutes a night every night. On top of Hartenstein in the background, backing him up. And then we need a couple defensive wings. Maybe Cam could be a defensive wing. That would solve so many questions that we have, but we don't know that yet.
Right. Okay. That's an amazing way. That's an amazing way to look at it, man. I just feel like I just still feel like I'm in that wait and see mode. I don't want to dismiss. I don't want to dismiss what you guys are saying. Right?
Think about us as Knicks fans. When have we ever, or when was the last time we actually had this much young talent to actually even have these conversations?
Never, bro. That's why it kind of hurt, bro, because it's like somebody got to go. You know what I'm saying?
Don't let Uncle Freezy tell you about every single young core you've had, even though they weren't very good. He's gonna tell you about them.
No. I mean, I know about like when you're a fan of a team, there's little things like guys that only get a couple minutes that you overanalyze and you know about because you're a fan of the team. But I'm talking about where other GMs are really like, damn, they got a couple players
that they might value, like guys that are valuable around the league. Yeah,
like we've never had this many. I mean, in my opinion, and I go in deep, bro. I'm in my 40s, bro. I'm OG 90s Knicks and 80s. I've been through all that crap. So,
and
we ain't never had that.
And one could say we kind of undervalued them by not playing them enough. So,
why aren't we using the second round picks? What do you guys think about throwing in like 4 second rounders, 5 first, and keep a couple players?
I think second rounders do nothing for the Jazz because they just like got 5 firsts, man. They're not gonna play everyone. So second round, they're not gonna draft with all of those picks. And second rounders is just gonna be another roster spot. I don't think they're interested in seconds at all. They want first. They want first, man.
No, I want to give them the first they want plus seconds instead of giving up a player.
They can have all my seconds if you ask me.
Hey, I mean, in an ideal world, if you're a Knicks fan, they take 10 seconds up out of us and give up 2 picks, 2 number ones. But we dealing with Danny Ainge, and he just came up off a dude that gave him 5 first. So
I'm give him 5 first and like 6 seconds, but instead of giving him 3 youth, we give him 2 youth. You know what I mean? So, trying to our players, and keep going where we're going.
the thing is, like, they got to fill a roster out with players, and they're not gonna put everyone out there that's second rounders.
No, it's
Like, to me,
that's trading later.
The way Grimes just played in the summer league, he hooked us up. It made him a lot more valuable, that's for sure.
Okay.
So, is he valuable enough to keep, to spell RJ once in a while, or go to the 3 when RJ goes to the 2? You know, like, that's things to look at.
Are they? Are you asking? Are they interchangeable?
No. They're not interchangeable. But what I'm saying is, when
No. I mean, in terms of position, not in terms of value.
I think Grimes can play that role while RJ's on the floor.
Okay.
Like while RJ's say at the 2 because of we're giving Brunson or Mitchell a break, and one of them are having to put a point at the time, you know.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, which one is more dispensable? If they put a gun to our head and say you got to give up either IQ or Grimes, which one is it to get Mitchell?
Grimes.
Which one is the easiest to replace?
That's
Because
hard.
whichever
Yeah.
one is the easiest to replace, that's the guy you want to get rid of.
Damn, I don't know. That's tough, man.
That's probably Quickly.
Probably Quigley.
Grimes.
I mean, who's out there though? Like, what wing guys are out there that are going to replace what Grimes can do, possibly?
That's why the question is difficult, because it's like really nobody. Like, them young guys are studs, so it's like, you know what I mean? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying because technically our replacement for if IQ leaves is Barrett because the rotation changes that way. Because like Barrett will have to go to guard sometimes more than he normally would if Quigley stayed.
Yeah, to me, you can't have like three centers, for example. Even if you got a young good center, but you got 2 already big 7-footers, you just can't have 3. So it's like, Quickly might be harder to replace, but it gets redundant on the roster. So it's like, are we just keeping him for a trade chip later on, or do we actually plan to play him?
Right.
Because if we plan to play the person, then I think keep Grimes.
Right.
Especially how much? Because Tibbs and Rose.
Bro, I didn't get to ask, like, because you said something, and I want to get your opinion on it. Like you said, if it's about the trade chip, let me ask you this: how much do you value that trade chip?
Yeah, this is not the end of our roster, which a lot of people aren't getting. We need to get spotted just because we might end up trading Brunson down the road, but we need to get that dynamic 1-2 punch, and maybe Sparta would be the number 2. Then we use Brunson Quickly and Obi to get, I don't know, I ain't gonna throw no names out there, but a dynamic number 1. So yes, I do value trade chips because I don't believe this is the end.
Sounds like you missed. I'm sorry, Mr. Muhammad, but it sounds like you missed our quality number 1 conversation.
Yeah, no, I heard it. Who's really a number 1?
Yeah, and how many number
Kevin
1s
Durant
are they
really
out
a number
there?
1?
Yeah.
Kevin Durant's
many
definitely
number
a
1s are
number
they
1,
out
man.
there?
That's not even, to me, that's ridiculous. But
what, that Kevin Durant is a number 1?
Yeah, for sure, man.
Oh, you bugging
out.
Oh,
nah. Yeah, you bugging, man.
He's a top player in the NBA. I mean, there's got to be only 2 number 1s besides him if he's not a number 1.
That's not the question, Muhammad. The question is he a leader?
Right. Oh, is he a leader? Okay, see, I didn't understand the full question. I just saw the poll that said, "Is he a number 1 option?"
Like and so let me ask you this: Was David Robinson a number 1?
Was David Robinson a number 1?
Right.
Yes.
He was the number one pick. He led the NBA in scoring.
I mean, yeah, they could have put the right. It's not like he played with a lot of All-Stars before Tim Duncan came there.
Right. It's not like he played with Sean Elliott and Rod Strickland or nothing.
I mean, yeah, but they wasn't number twos on today's NBA type of level. They wasn't like perennial All-Stars. They might have made one or two.
I like Rod Strickland, bro. I like Rod Strickland.
Yeah, that was a young. I know Rod Strickland from different teams. What was it? The Washington.
The Washington, yeah.
Yeah, I know him. I don't know him from the Spurs. So you must be talking about a young Rod Strickland.
I know Rod Strickland on the Knicks. Yeah, we should have never got rid of him.
Yeah, so basically, I do value those trade chips, man. I really do. And if we understand that this is the end of our team, then yeah, keep quickly. He could develop and get better, and then become something that we trade into a number one, whoever that may be.
But you didn't answer my question though. How many number ones are there out there?
How many number ones? I would say like people you could legit build a championship team around them. I'd say
like 4.
I'd say more than that, man. Jason Tatum almost won a championship, so he's got to be one.
Nah, he ain't no number one.
But they was a couple games away from winning the chip.
Yeah, they had a great team.
But he was the number one though. If you make it to the finals, to me, you're a number one guy. You make it there and you compete, you're number one.
I guess everyone's definition of a number one, I think it might be a little different here because someone that might be a number one for a team, that particular team, might not be a consensus number one for any team in the NBA. I think that's what you mean by that, right?
Yeah, fit.
Yeah,
fit.
but go ahead. Like for instance, the worst number one option in NBA history is Julius Randle. Right? The greatest number one in NBA history was Michael Jordan.
Okay.
Right? Now everybody else you have to fall somewhere in between there in order to be considered a number one. Right? Because I'm taking into account defense, playmaking, leadership, scoring ability, clutch, health, all this stuff, bro. All these things, not just scoring. Right?
I mean, by that,
but Dominique Wilkins led the NBA in scoring several times.
No,
but is he the guy that is he the guy you want to lead your franchise though?
Did he lead his team within a game of an NBA championship?
No.
Jason Tatum did that. Like a game, and he would have been champion. You know, it was so close. So to me, he's a number one. Jimmy Butler to me is a number one. I mean,
by Freezy's definition, is Jimmy Butler the number one then?
Yeah, Jimmy Butler is number one to me.
Yeah, because he took a team to the finals.
Take your team to the finals.
He checks all those boxes.
And come close. You can't get there and like you just got swept because your conference was weak. There was, back when the Eastern Conference was weak. I didn't think Vince Carter was a number one, for example. But
Tatum got my respect too. Y'all don't forget, man. His rookie year, man, he took LeBron to the Eastern Conference Finals, man. Without Kyrie. So that's big.
Him, Luka, Jokic, Embiid, Jimmy Butler, LeBron, obviously, KD, Steph.
Yo, I got like 10. You may as well throw Uncle Freezy on that list since we.
These are MVPs.
And look who Uncle Freezy. Look who he beat this year. He 4-0 KD. He went through Giannis, and he went through Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, gotta put Giannis.
And he played the Warrior at the finals and took them. That's tough, man.
Bro, I'm not taking credit away from Tatum, but team defense goes a long way.
Team defense goes a long way, bro.
Was Dirk Nowitzki a number one? Was he a number one? No. Even though he won a
championship. I think so.
No, he knows.
Hey, y'all, I'm about to peace out.
All right, bro. Hey, man, I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow, okay?
I mean, that team.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with Tatum.
Who they beat?
Tatum wasn't super consistent all playoffs. He had explosive games, but he wasn't very, very consistent the entire playoff run.
But Dre, go ahead, finish your point because I got a question for you.
Because he had that really explosive game against the Bucks, but he also struggled a lot in that series as well, and he definitely struggled against the Warriors.
He's right there for sure.
He's on the cusp. He's on the cusp.
Dre, I'm not going back to like he's 20. He's 23, going on 24. So, like, why he can't get a pass for his age? If we gave RJ a pass, and I'm not going back to RJ, but I'm just saying, like, he's young. So his accomplishments that he's doing.
Oh no. I'm not. He's definitely better than RJ.
But
No. I'm not. That's not my point. No.
He was also put in a different situation though. He walked into a lot better situation than RJ's situation.
100%.
I disagrray with that. Like they had to draft. They drafted. They worked through the draft, and we did not expect. Boston got it right after. Hold on, Dre.
Okay, go ahead.
Boston,
Yeah, you got it.
Boston got it right after the All-Star break. We did not see that team. Nobody before the All-Star break. The team was barely over 500. We did not expect that team to go to the finals.
I missed the point. I thought you meant Jason Tatum. I thought you meant Jason Tatum being drafted to that team.
Oh no!
I was going to say because Jaylen Brown and Marcus Smart were already there.
Yeah, exactly.
That right, number that got done to Billy King is outrageous. But
before Jason Tatum got there, was there an Eastern Conference Final team? There wasn't. They was not even close. And when he got there, they went to the Eastern Conference Finals his first year,
his rookie year.
So,
I mean, it wasn't a result of him. Didn't
they have Isaiah Thomas?
How?
Yeah, they had Isaiah. They had Isaiah. Yeah.
Isaiah went out of his mind that year. Well, isn't that year?
Yeah, they traded him on the bum hip.
Right. They traded him, and then he never been in the league since. So I get the point. He did go off, and he definitely was a contributor to them winning. But at the end of the day, Jason Tatum too. That's just my point. And even the point to even when Isaiah was there, they still never went to the Eastern Conference Finals. Like until he got, so he had to contribute to them going.
He needed a little bit more seasoning. That's all it was.
Right, he was a rookie, so I'm not putting that much expectations on him because it was shocking. You know,
the East was pretty damn weak too, though. You know,
This iteration of the East is way harder.
I mean, and Fred VanVleet is number one. If that's a
in my opinion, the only team in recent history to win an NBA championship without a number one, in my opinion, is the Detroit Pistons. The ones with Chauncey Billups and Rich Hamilton and Tayshaun. Every other team, in my opinion, had a number one in recent history.
Yeah.
Right. I agree. The best player on that team was the number one. Does a catalyst.
You need a guy. You need that guy, regardless. It's a talent league. It's always a talent league.
I'm gonna tell you what I think you need in order to win a championship, bro. You need an emotional leader that players are gonna follow into battle. Right?
Billups.
You need two excellent defenders, top 5 at their position. I don't care what positions they are. I don't care if it's center, point guard, shooting guard, small forward. I don't care.
Tayshaun, Big Ben.
Yeah, two of them, right? You need to have two of them. They have to be top 5 at their position, right? And here is where things get murky, right? But follow me. You need a guy with something to prove, right? You need a guy in a profile position with something to prove, right? Like Steph Curry. Billups or Chauncey Billups. Yeah.
Him getting bounced around the league.
Or Rip Hamilton too was like on the come up.
Or how about Ben Gordon?
Oh yeah.
Y'all remember Ben Gordon? Ben Gordon.
Oh yeah.
Too, right?
Massive chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
But speaking of Ben Gordon messed up. To me, I feel like he messed up his career when he signed. He should have never signed with Detroit. If he'd have stayed with Chicago, they remember that next year. That's when they got Tibbs and they went off. But he wanted more money, and he would have been a starting point guard.
Right.
I mean, starting shooting guard. Starting shooting guard. My bad.
Right. And here's the other thing that you need to: big man depth. Like you have to have quality big man depth. Now, the bigs don't have to be good. They just need to be above average, right? You just need like 3 or 4 guys that are above average, because in order to win the finals, you have to win 16 games, right? So you have to basically you have to win 16 games before you lose 12 games, right? So you need quality depth at position. because the playoffs get tougher and more physical, right?
Who you talking like Darko Milicic is good or like Antonio McDyess?
No, I'm talking about like Andrew Bogut.
Andrew Bogut, I got you. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you got to remember they had Big Ben and Rasheed.
And Rasheed,
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying.
They made that trade at the deadline and they took off from there.
They could have had a dynasty, man. They would have drafted Miller.
How would you feel about bringing in Hassan Whiteside?
No.
No, with no expectations, but
I
just
would have loved to done that before you got Hartenstein.
a guy off the bench that can protect the rim and get
But you already
rebounds.
got Hartenstein, and
I would have.
I'd rather Sims.
But we need a third guy for that.
I'm talking about, I would have been comfortable with that if I knew Mitch could play 32 minutes a night.
Right.
But I don't know if he can do that. Not 100% sure now. Like
I don't know. Y'all are so quick to say no. Did y'all see Whiteside when he actually played last year? Sometimes.
I mean, he was solid off the bench, but
he's a baller for what you ask.
Yeah, but
the thing about Whiteside is he starts to get clumsy when you ask him to do things outside of what he's good at.
Yeah, like a JaVale McGee situation.
It's kind of like Dwight Howard now. If you ask him to play more than 15 minutes, you're probably in a bad state.
Yeah. You asking too much.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not saying bringing in a guy like that and expecting more than 10 to 15 minutes.
But the thing is, I don't know if Mitch can give me 34 minutes a night, which would mean you're having to rely on Hassan Whiteside for more than you want to, which is not good in the long run.
But there might be, but he's done it before in the past, so it's not something he'd have to do all the time, but once in a while. Like that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't mind counting on a vet on the bench.
But it's kind of a reason why he's viewed as expendable and he moves from team to team to team.
Right. Well, yeah, just like Greg Monroe and all those kind of guys are all in that same mold that, they had high expectations at one time and then they fell off,
Hassan Whiteside had a weird career because he got drafted, then just went overseas and fell off the face of the planet. Came back bulked up like 40 pounds of just straight muscle.
Yeah, he was a dog with the Heat. I had him on fantasy teams a few years. Rebounds and blocks.
Yeah, but y'all know that Sacramento drafted him the same year they drafted Boogie.
Yeah, they did, and then they had to get let go of him. I think it was a second rounder.
Yep, he was a second round. Yep.
It's kind of like the reverse of what happened to Jokic and Nurkic.
Yeah, you remember Plumlee. Plumlee was the starter. Nurkic was the backup. Nurkic showed all that promise, and then this dude Jokic, it just seemed like the team played better with Jokic on the floor. You like, who's this dude? Who's this fat dude named Jokic?
It's like you can have all the athleticism in the world, but you don't got no feel for the game like him.
And he had a feel for the game.
Yeah.
And he could hit cutters, bro. And you were like, yo, this dude is waving the ball out here with one hand, and he hitting cutters, and he throwing passes across court right in their shooting pocket.
I remember you said that like he's actually a throwback of old bigs. He's not something new. Bill Walton was doing stuff like this.
Arvydas Sabonis.
Yeah.
But yeah, those guys were freaks for back then. That's like
and
Bill Walton.
They were freaks, but there were more passing bigs back then.
Right, but the thing is, but if Bill Walton never got hurt,
would have been one of the greatest of all time.
That kind of post guy would have been more prevalent sooner.
Yeah. If Bill Walton wouldn't have got hurt, bro, I'm telling y'all, I'm confident in saying that he might have been the GOAT. Because Bill Walton had games where he could legit only miss 2 shots.
Yeah, it's the reason they got him on that top 75 team, even though he got injured so early. They still got him.
Yeah, I was gonna say college may have played in a role, but it's still the NBA top 75.
Supposed to be, yeah. It's supposed to be.
Right. No, Walton was good. Walton was good, bro. Walton was so good.
That Trailblazer team he won with, that was not the best team in the NBA.
Name one other player on that team, on that Blazers team.
Exactly.
Yeah, bro.
And he was what? A second-year player at that time?
Was he a second year? Who they won it in '76, right?
Yeah, 76 or 77 or something like that.
They won it in 70. No, because the Bullets won it back to back. The Bullets won it in 77 and 78. I think they won in 70.
They won that year right before Magic came in them, I think.
Right. Man, bro, I'm here to, man. Yo, oh my God, it's 3:13 in the morning, bro. How much energy y'all got?
I work from home tomorrow, so I'm
like I said, I work the night shift, and I'm off till Monday, so
Right.
I'm down for whatever, bro. I can go all night, or I can stop now. It's up to you.
Because I wanted to get into a championship building scenario with you guys, and let y'all run it. I just wanted to ask like this one question, and then just let y'all go with it. That way I can kind of learn some. Well, not just necessarily learn, but so that I can. Well, I guess it is learning, but so I can kind of get an understanding of what direction this team is going to go in once we get Donovan Mitchell. So I'm going to ask this question: what would it take for this team to build a championship contender with Donovan Mitchell and Jalen Brunson?
I'll go first.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we need one additional elite 3/4 defender, and to hope that RJ pans out as being much better than what he is right now.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. Like I was gonna say, number one is for it to happen sooner than later for us, and what's gonna make it easier for us to build after that happens is RJ developing to that next phase that he's been building on already, like becoming an all-star this year. Then, if Randall settles into his role of what he is, if he becomes a 17-10 guy and runs the floor, can hit, catch and shoot threes once in a while, keep defending at a high level, and we just make a total commitment to defense, we ain't really that far. I know it sounds crazy. And Mitchell needs to show he can be counted on 30 minutes consistently. From there, it's just the pieces after that.
All right, with me, I mean, I think, like I said, with Brunson, you said championship. So after Mitchell, I'm thinking like it's all hypothetical, just a reach. I'm thinking we definitely need another star. So like with the two guys you said, hopefully it looked like we keep RJ. Hopefully he develops into an all-star. He has to, because that's what we're shooting for. We're shooting for a championship. So he has to develop into at least an all-star.
Yeah. If not, then he's the trade piece to get one at that point.
Right. And then that's what I was about to get to. So I would, and then I feel like Randall and Obi, one of them has to go. So hypothetically, I want to go with you. So I will keep Obi just because he's younger. So for me,
and it frees up the money to get another bigger name.
Right, and that's my point. I'm going to. I don't think Cat is going to work at the 4. I don't think they're going to work at the 4. I think Minnesota gave up them 5 picks because they're using Cat. They're going to get it back, whatever trade they do with Cat. I think we should be careful with our trade, with our draft picks, because we can bait Cat to come into New York. He's from New Jersey, and Brunson, Mitch, and Cat. Are we talking? No, now we talking. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I'm saying that is just because he's a New York native. He grew up liking the Knicks, and I don't see him working at the 4. Even though he just signed the extension, I get that. But at the end of the day, I feel like they're setting him up for failure, because that's the next thing they're gonna say. Cat, if he can't guard a 5, what makes you think you can guard a stretch 4 in today's NBA game? Yeah, that lineup would have worked in 2009 and 2008 when the 4s was playing more of a post game. But now that the game is stretching to a 4, all teams gonna do is go small on Minnesota. So I believe they're gonna win.
But at the same time, ain't no four is gonna be able to check Cat. Just putting that out there. There's no four check Cat.
And then plus two. This is the major thing that people don't realize is when you move Anthony Davis and Karl-Anthony Towns out of the pivot, they stay healthier.
Mm-hmm.
They stay healthier, bro. Imagine these dudes 23, 24 points a game, and they always dinged up. Sprained elbow, bruised hip, sprained ankle, bruised ribs. You know what I'm saying? Dislocated fingers on both hands. And then you expect them to get to the free throw line and hit clutch free throws. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, he don't have no touch at the basket. It's because he's walking wounded.
Yeah.
Right?
Hands looking like Pat Ewing's hands.
But Uncle Freezy, what's our strong? I feel like our strong leverage point is our coach. No matter what they say, I think they can patch their relationship together, whatever it is, because Cat had his best season. He cannot deny that, even though he just went to the playoffs. No matter what, he had his best season ever under Tibbs.
With Tibbs, yeah.
With Jimmy Butler, you gotta throw that caveat in there.
I understand that, but
who RJ Barrett is on the same path to become.
Right.
But who knows? We might have to do RJ like how the Raptors did DeMar DeRozan. Pay him all that money.
Trade the baby.
8-9 years, and then you're gonna have to move him on for that top tier star. I'm not saying I want to do that, or RJ may never actually be the top tier star, but it could actually happen.
Yeah, for me, I think we got to have that top tier star because it's hard to win a championship in the NBA without a top 10 player. It's been LeBron, Steph, KD, Kawhi.
Mitchell is almost on that path, man.
Yeah,
he's just outside the top 10 right now.
Nah, I think he's there, man. Go ahead, Mama. You never explained your point on what you think we had into the championship team.
Yeah. Let me finish. It's hard to win in the NBA without a top 10, without a top player. If you look in recent history, It's been the Stephs, the KDs, the LeBrons, the Kawhis, the Giannis, and so I think Mitchell is far from there. His efficiency is not there. He's one-dimensional. He's never had a triple-double in his career. IQ's at 3. I mean, there's you can go on and on with stats, but he's kind of one-dimensional and not that efficient. He's great at what he does.
Are you talking about Donovan Mitchell?
Donovan Mitchell, yeah. He's one-dimensional. He's a scorer. He's smaller.
You know what he did do though?
What's that?
But his team is built different.
Yeah, for one thing is about doing what you asked to do, right?
Yeah.
IQ can do that when he's the second or third best player on the floor. But when you're the main guy, teams are game planning for you. Personnel departments are drafting based on who you are. That's one thing, right? But if you got a cute story off the bench and you get your stuff
I'm not saying IQ. I'm just pointing out his one-dimensional. He's like Steph, but Steph is so great at his dimension, and the team was built around him with the culture. So you can find that type of situation.
Was that team built around Steph though?
Yeah, I think Clay is the perfect complement to Steph.
I mean, they all kind of got there around the same time. Steph, they didn't know Steph was going to be like that.
I'm gonna say it wasn't intentional, but it ended up being that way.
It ended up being that way.
Coach, it ended up Draymond Green bringing that ball up the court and setting screens for Steph kind of works out perfectly. It just happened to be that way.
It wasn't intentional when they were drafted, but when Steve Kerr got there, he saw the pieces and saw that
let me say this,
that Mark Jackson built.
I'm gonna just say this to that real quick, man. When they were drafting Anthony Randolph, y'all wasn't saying that. When they were drafting Marco Bellinelli, y'all wasn't saying that. When they was drafting Patrick O'Brien, Andres Biedrins, y'all wasn't saying this stuff, bro. No. They drafted terribly. They drafted terribly for so long that they finally hit a home run with Steph Curry, right? And then 2 years later, they hit another home run and Klay Thompson, because people was like, man, he don't have the foot speed. He too tight in the hips, man. He not athletic. The only thing he can do is shoot when he wide open, Remember all that stuff they used to say about Clay?
Yeah.
Right. And then too, they drafted Draymond. Draymond Green should have been a lottery pick in his draft, but the reason why he fell to the second round
because he's a 4-year guy.
No, because people were talking about his attitude.
Oh, true.
Remember his attitude at Michigan State? Remember in big games, Draymond Green was doing his Draymond thing.
Also,
people was like, look at his attitude. But let me finish this real quick. So the thing that pushed him over the top was not their drafting, because I can name Beardrins, Bellinelli, Patrick O'Brien, Anthony Randolph, bunch of dudes they drafted. Man, Jordan Poole. Come on, man. But so the thing I'm getting at is they did one thing that clicked, right? Remember, they benched David Lee, the starting power forward, and started Draymond Green because they needed dudes to stay off of Steph and Clay.
Who did that though, Uncle Freezy?
I think
the guy from New York. Yeah, that guy. So a New York mind created that team.
But Shaw, what I'm saying is, I don't care who did it. You know what I'm saying? I don't care who did it, bro. I don't care about who gets the credit. What I'm saying is that it happened, bro. And teams are not just necessarily. Basically, what I'm getting at is there is no perfect formula for building a team. Right? They were saying that Draymond Green had an attitude problem, and it's because the teams that he was on were losing. Right? Draymond didn't want to lose. Draymond Green is what you call a winner, and he's gonna do whatever it takes to win.
And he was a tweener, which was in that era of basketball. He helped shift the small four, like switchy guy. He kind of helped switch that whole era. But at the time he was drafted, it was like teams still wanted the big 7-footer.
I totally agree with you, Dre. I totally agree with you. Draymond Green changed the stretch 4 game.
Right. Because he was too short.
Even though he ain't no stretch 4.
He's a short 4. He's a short 4 that can't jump. Right? Usually if you get a short 4, a short power forward, usually he can either jump out of the gym or he's strong like bull. Right, like PJ Tucker, like Jay Crowder.
But he's long and he's smart, and that's all he needs.
And Draymond Green ain't the strongest, bro. He's not the fastest. He can't jump. He can't shoot.
Nah, his 3-point shot used to be respectable. I ain't saying great. I ain't saying good, but it was respectable.
Hey, you right, bro. I'm with you. Cause I just think he lost confidence in it.
And he defaulted into a specific role.
That was my credo to the stretch 4 point, because it was like not only was Steph Curry and Clay hitting threes, but you had Draymond hitting threes. So when Draymond was hitting threes, it would open up the floor crazy.
Draymond threes are so debilitating too. He hits them, it's over. It's over.
And then Draymond had this move, right, where either Splash Brother would be in any corner, right? And Draymond would look to either, and the defense would part like the Red Sea, and Draymond would go to the rim and dunk. Y'all remember that? Remember the early Warriors championship? Where teams would overplay Steph and Clay, and Draymond would get these open dunks during the game, and you're like, what? How's he always dunking? And then when the defender tried to recover, he would kick it out to a wide open Klay Thompson in the corner.
Or someone in the dunker spot.
And so you like this offense that they're running is perfectly designed. Hear me out. This offense that they're running is perfectly designed for their personnel. Imagine that.
Let me get back, because I brought up the Warriors and we got on. I just wanted to finish what I was saying about the one-dimensional player, which is, if you do have a dynamic one-dimensional player, kind of like Steph Curry, you have to build the rest of your team to fill the other dimensions. Right. So if we are going to build around Donovan Mitchell, we need shooters and defenders, and just kind of like they had in Utah. That's why they got the most and made the playoffs. They didn't win anything, but I think so. Either we're going to have to get another top player, or either build out a great team similar to the Warriors. I'm talking about not in personnel, but just in cohesiveness to support Donovan Mitchell's one dimension.
To make the pieces fit.
Right
He's
now,
a bucket getter.
Yeah.
I'm actually optimistic right now, and the only one on the panel that says the team we have right now will be a championship team as is within 3 years. As long as we don't have too many pieces. That's my belief.
I think that would have to take steps in. I think multiple people on this team will have to take jumps in their defensive ability. Like they are gonna have to take jumps because at the highest end levels of the sport, it's almost always elite defense at the end. Always.
I'm gonna give you.
I got a quick hypothetical. Do the Warriors win this year if Wiggins didn't do what he did this year for them?
No.
No way. Not even close.
No.
Yeah. No,
So
man,
Wiggins has always been someone that's never reached his original potential when he got drafted, right?
Right.
He was always been getting money, and they had patience with him because of his ceiling, his ability. All of a sudden, he gets put in a situation where the pressure ain't all on him per se, and he could just play. And all of a sudden, look what he does.
Let me disagree with you just a tad bit.
Okay.
Just a smidge, because I understand where you're going. I'm just gonna say this. As long as I've been watching NBA basketball, Minnesota has always been a terrible place to play.
Right.
Always. I don't know if it's the 6 different owners they had, or if it's the environment, but it's always been a terrible place to play. Just like conversely, ever since I've been watching NBA basketball, Salt Lake City has always been a great place to play. But you can't attract free agents there. But they always had an environment of everything being like all the BS is aside. You could come into that organization and be the best version of yourself and play basketball. Right? In Minnesota, it's like they got Tina Turner outside singing "We Need a Hero." Everybody they draft has got to save the organization. Why does everybody they draft have to save why can't the organization save themselves from themselves? Why does a player have to save an organization? Shouldn't the organization be home for a young player? You notice how good D'Angelo Russell looked his last year in Brooklyn and Golden State, right? And then he goes to Minnesota, and what happens to him?
He just falls apart.
Amen. That's all I'm saying, bro.
So by this, do you think Ant Edwards is doomed to not reach his max potential because of Minnesota's whatever it is about Minnesota?
Ineptitude, yeah.
I mean, what about Cat? What about Cat though? You know.
I mean,
that's my point.
Cat would be like a top 3 player, man, coming out of college.
And so don't just
Cat
think
is
about
nice.
He's nice, but he ain't top 3.
But don't just think about Cat. Think about historically Minnesota bigs since Minnesota been in the league, right?
Garnett and Kevin Love.
Yeah. So one person can thrive there, bro. Right? But you ain't never seen a point guard thrive in Minnesota. Not legit for a long time.
Like Marbury never panned out.
That team was set up to win. That team had
I
Marbury,
know.
Chris
Sprewell.
Paul. No, I'm talking about the very, very young.
That group.
It was Marbury, Carr, Garnett, Gugliotta, and the center. I forgot the center name.
Yeah.
Was it Zerbiak there yet?
No, that
Zerbiak was later.
That was when Garnett was unguardable.
Unguardable, bro.
You cannot guard that dude.
And it came time to pay Marbury, right? It came time to pay Marbury,
and they cheaped out.
And cheaped out and traded him.
Then they had Terrell. They had Terrell Brandon.
Marbury for wanting money.
They had Terrell Brandon after that, huh? Was it true, Andy?
But Freezy, in all honesty, I see what you're saying. In the past 10 years, but beyond that, you got to think about the fact that Kobe and Shaq in the West was just like how Jordan was to us in the East. Like nobody could get by them. Nobody.
That's true. Well, the Spurs, but
The Timberwolves.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not knocking the Kobe and Shaq thing because there were a lot of good teams in the West. Portland was good. Sacramento was good. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of good teams in the West, bro.
I mean, they had Chauncey back then too, didn't they? The T-Wolves.
yeah, but he wasn't. He wasn't what we knew him as. He was still like in his transition period. He was still there. He was there for like a little bit of time, but he was still in the transition. He was actually improving there, but he didn't figure it out until the Pistons.
And when you look at his Celtics numbers, they was not as bad as the Celtics made him out to be, bro. They wasn't. I think they expected him to come in and be 25 and 8.
Who you talking
but
about?
He was just steady.
Chauncey.
Yep.
Hey man, hey y'all. Let me wrap up this live stream, man, because I see the numbers going down. And man, we losing viewers, man. Yo, they tapping out on us, man. The viewers tapping out.
I think it's a time thing. We've been on for a minute.
Yeah, we've been on for what? Look, the morning people. Look, the morning people are up now. Danny Landis is in the building.
Oh man, so the morning shift.
The morning people are showing up, y'all.
The Europeans.
But anyway, what I was trying to allude to before you wrap up was that whole Wiggins comparison. It was the same thing I'm looking at with RJ. He's going to have two guards. I mean, I'm not saying that Brunson and Mitchell are going to be the Splash Brothers or anything. Not yet or whatever. But in their own way, being taking attention, RJ might thrive. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Hey man, you coming back tomorrow?
Me?
You.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right.
I'm off till Monday.
Okay.
I'm all about it.
So I like this time slot, bro. I like this time slot of jumping on like 8 and rocking. So I might try to do another Sarge. Sarge, did you get my number yet?
No, I didn't actually. We gotta hook up. I gotta get mine.
Never mind, bro. I know when I'm not wanted, bro. I'm good. I know when I'm not wanted, man.
I've been connect with you, man. We're trying to send you all, like vegan desserts and all that stuff,
Yeah,
I may go vegan this this month.
Hey man, go vegan, bro. Go vegan, bro, for real, man.
Yep.
It help in the weight room. Like the bench, on the bench, I'm not, I can't get, for some reason, I'm plateaued at a certain thing on the bench, right? But I can do more reps, which is strange.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like I don't burn out as fast. Which is, I think I need to do more push-ups. But anyway, thank y'all for listening to this marathon. Man, I appreciate everybody for coming through. Tune in for the Knicks Morning Drive. Today, I got conference calls today. So I'll be doing those. So Vibes and stuff will probably be at 9. And then KMD will probably be at 11. So we'll probably do from about 11 to 3. And then jump back on from start at 8 o'clock and then rock right there. So I'll see y'all. Thank y'all for coming through. That's probably the schedule. Somewhere in that neighborhood. Y'all be easy, man. Peace.